Feels like I'm meant to strike. Flat earth beneath my feet, knowing I'm here to meet. Ocean's edge, it calls my name. Purpose in this life's game. Horizons line so clear, God's love brings me near. Flat earth made by him, my journey long yet thin. Purpose found in every day, guided by his gentle sway. Mountains totally stand in place.
Yo, Fleurs, what's up? Good to see you all. Thank you all for coming. I'm glad you could make it. It's going to be exciting because we have Andrew Johnston here to present his debunk of the flat Earth. So it's going to be quite interesting. We got the boss, Michael Kahn, Roger, PJ, Ryan, and Dave Soul in as well. Good to see you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Well, let's get into it. But before we do, please, guys, hit the likes, share the show, show some Andrew some support as well, because he is here. And yeah, we'll give you uninterrupted presentation time. And good to see you, man.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me on. Thanks for inviting me on the other night at really, really late notice. But I'm glad you put up with me dropping out. For some reason, my phone kept dropping out until my clunky old computer got going. But I started up about an hour ago, so it's now running all warmed up, and the vacuum tubes are working just fine. Thank you. So first thing, about a month or so ago, I made a proposition to you, Flatzoid. I said, if you have me on to present a few things, that I would leave you alone forever. Now, you never actually accepted that proposition, but I'm going to present some of these topics today. And I will actually, whilst I won't stick to the promise of leaving you alone because you didn't accept that proposition, I'm actually going to be stepping back a little bit from the flat Earth stuff. Just personally, it takes up a lot of time. I have other hobbies, other interests, and it's an awful lot of time watching, you stream, about 15 hours a week, plus a few other people, and I'm going to get some of that time back into my life. So you probably see a lot less from me, but not absolutely nothing. Now,
could I just quickly ask you a question, Andrew?
Yeah, go on, Michael.
What drives you to watch loads and loads of content of things that you don't have interest in, you don't believe, it's like...
I don't know. I'm not interested in them. I mean, the answer we always give, first of all, you get into it, you think, these people are wrong. I can show these people how they are wrong, okay? And, I've been doing this for a few years, making videos for a couple of years now, and, you guys aren't changing, right? I appreciate that. And so it's getting a little bit tiring. But the reason why many of us stay is because we find it entertaining. We find your guys' wrongness entertaining, right?
That's beautiful, dude. I didn't want to talk to you at all, Andrew, but that comment you just made there about Flatzoid saying, sorry if I'm rambling, by the way, but that comment you said to Flatzoid about you didn't accept the what you call it? The proposal.
You're rambling, PJ.
Yeah, I'm rambling. I'm doing it intentionally.
No, I know you stuttle and stuff. That's fine, mate. I was just having a bit of a joke at you the other day.
I know, but the proposal you put to him, doesn't that sound a bit obsessive? Because he didn't accept, I am not going to leave you alone. Don't you think that sounds obsessive? No.
Yeah. I made an offer, and I made the proposition to leave him alone as a bit of a big carrot to get him to have me on to present some things. There's a couple of subjects, just like the other presentations I've done on his channel in the past. There's a couple of subjects that popped into my mind. I thought I really want to present these on Flatzoid's channel.
But
Andrew,
do you realise how insane it makes you sound that you have?
Yeah, it does, dude. It really does.
To somebody that I'm going to leave you alone.
Yeah,
well, that's like a threat almost.
I'm looking at this from. I've heard that same answer what you said just a minute ago. That it's just so entertaining, and it's just so entertaining, and it's like, okay, how many times can you watch the same episode of I Love Lucy before it's no longer entertaining? That's why I say when you guys say that, you're full of shit. There's another motive behind it, okay? I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to argue with you, but that's a lame reason. That is seriously lame. It's like watching the same little commercial over and over and over and over and over and over and over because you find it entertaining. That's stupid. That
look,
dog doesn't hunt, bro.
By the definition of it, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of accept what you're saying there, Zod. And so yeah, it does get a little bit boring sometimes because I do watch streams and videos, and it's kind of the same thing over and over again. Once in a while, you get some absolute nuggets, something new, something different, something more laughable. But yeah, like I said, I'm getting I'm spending a lot of time on this, and it's getting a little bit boring for me.
I mean,
And
if you
so
want to watch something comical, just take World
Yeah.
Affairs. World Affairs right now is a comical situation going on right
Yeah,
there. Okay,
And-
not really my
that
thing.
is even more absurd. The things that they're running by people in the political scene all around the world right now is way more outlandish than what you might think flat Earth is. That would be a hell of a lot more entertaining to go after. This is this is born out of another motivation, and I'm just leaving.
Well,
it
if you say so, but world affairs
I-
don't interest me. I don't have the same view of world affairs that you do. I'm not that interested in it. Okay, I'm going to get started on things. Flatzoid, I'm going to drop in a few quick questions here and there. Try to keep them really quick. I just want to ask you straight up, are you a genuine flat earther?
Yes. What kind of question is that?
And I expected that response. The reason is why I just want to hear you say it straight out that you're not LARPing as a flat earther for a bit of fun. Okay,
No,
that's all right.
definitely a flat
Otherwise,
earther.
you're wasting everyone's time, right? Just being a poe, not a problem.
Who's everyone's time?
Oh, wait.
Wait, can
What
I
do you
give
mean
my
a
answer
foe?
to that?
Go on.
Yeah. So, do you think that I'd do it for laugh to put up with people like you trolling and making stupid comments, pestering me all day long? Do you think I do that for laugh?
But there are some people out there in the flat earth who do that. They're posed, they're having fun, they're trolling, they enjoy the getting a reaction out of people. So anyway, I just wanted to get it out there. Otherwise, if you had have said no, I am laughing as a flat earther online, I would have said, well, see you later. Why am I bothering with this? Goodbye. So anyway, I'll get on there. And sort of cover on something. The reason why it's getting a bit boring for me because you guys, and don't take this as a criticism, you guys are not going to change. You guys are absolutely sure the Earth is flat. Nothing I can do is going to change that. That seems pretty certain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. So and part of the reason is definitely Flatzoid. It's a religious thing for you. So you're a Christian who believes in the Bible, and you believe the Bible isn't wrong and it cannot be wrong. And that's fine. I understand that. But
Wait. That's also false. That's also false.
So you think the
first of all,
Bible can be wrong?
Super chat, then I'll explain to you why. Miss Mod Queen B, thank you for super chat. Said, I love for Andrew and his sad little friends to leave me the F alone. They're all mentally unstable.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thanks, Miss. Thanks, Miss Mod, for speculating that I might be gay because that's going to make the Earth flat.
But thank you very much.
Yeah, that's not the point, dude. That's not what you're trying to do.
Yeah. So
anyway,
why even speculate about my sexuality?
Okay, but based on what you just said about my Christianity, you do know that the Christianity is just validation of our observation. That's all. It's not the other way around. I'm not a flat earther because of the Bible.
It's okay.
It's just
so whatever it is, you're not going to change because
what I observe in reality.
Yeah, because you see the Earth is flat. You see the Bible says the Earth is flat. If you were to ever change, you're going to have to change. You're going to have to throw away the Bible or admit you were completely wrong about what the Bible says.
Well, then I'm happy both of them are true.
Right. So that's a very big hurdle for you to jump over and change. And I don't think you're ever going to change that way unless you have some amazing...
No, wait. You see, the premise
you don't have to throw Bible away. You just have to come to understanding that your interpretation of creation in Genesis is wrong. You won't have to throw the Bible away. That's silly.
Because you guys have had a go at other Christians at saying that. I think even Toon says that. I can't remember, but saying that that you would have to do that. You would have to realize that you're interpreting the Bible wrong, and you've called out Christians for that and saying that the Bible definitely says it's flat and they're wrong. Anyway, we'll get on with some other things. We'll get on with some other things now. Okay. So I want a quick follow-up to the inverted cylinder that I did the other night. I had some contact from one of my subscribers called Harry Callahan. Everyone's familiar with Clint Eastwood, so Harry's not to be messed with. And he provided me a video of something he did a couple of years ago, which was basically the test that I was talking about. Now,
No.
how do I go about sharing my
You can
screen
see
here?
at the bottom. Yeah, is this like a little?
Share screen in the bottom. Yes, there we go.
Remember, I asked you, what is the size
Yep.
of the container?
It doesn't. I told you it doesn't matter. The bigger the container, the bigger the.
No, it definitely matters. There's a reason why I asked what's the size of the container, but we'll get to
Well,
it.
yeah.
Show now.
So a small container will have a small vertical pressure difference. A large container will have a large vertical pressure difference.
Volume is inversely proportional to pressure, mate.
And that's
I'm talking
also
pressure difference.
that's a claim that you're making, like when you did with your cylinder. Hold on a second, like you did with your sealed off cylinder. You claimed that it would do something inside, but gave no verification that it would.
I predicted that it would do that.
Well, it doesn't matter what you predicted. You don't have any. I predict that my dog's going to turn into a cat.
Yeah,
it
great.
isn't going to make it
I
so.
predicted that the pressure difference would be maintained.
Okay, so how did you validate it?
Well, Harry has a video that validates that.
Okay, good.
Solved.
We want to see that.
We want to see that. So now you are seeing my window with it.
We also want verification that it was done by gravity. Echo as well.
Well,
he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. So don't worry about it.
Wait. There's an echo.
Sorry, is that okay?
It's echoing through your screen share.
It's probably because you're sharing your
Yes, turn it off, dude.
Maybe okay, hang on, how do I go? Oh, good question.
I can't hear it.
Hang on.
I can. My bad.
I had to remove it because it was echoing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, then I'll do window. I'll do window only. I'll do window only. There's no sound on this anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's now showing yes, it is.
That's
now, Sob says you have to prove it's gravity. Well, I made a prediction based on gravity of what I thought would happen, and Harry's test here confirms that prediction. It worked exactly as I expected it would. So at the moment we haven't falsified the gravity because I've found something that matches the predictions of gravity. Sob said it would equalise the pressure. That was his prediction based on whatever he thinks.
I'd like to see how this apparatus set up, anyways.
Yeah, I can show you that in a minute. Now, this
don't worry about what people have said. Show the demonstration, and then we'll discuss it.
Going ahead to do that. So this video is a bit rough. This is not any sort. Harry doesn't have this listed on his channel because it was just a bit of a quick test of the apparatus, and he never got around to doing any proper tests and doing any presentations with it. So it's a bit rough, but I'll explain this. What you're looking at is a screen that he's got a microcontroller. It's showing the pressure of two sensors that he's got at the end of a plastic tube that's been capped off and siliconed over. So he's got a pressure sensor at one end and a pressure sensor at the other end. Exactly the sort of thing that I was talking about the other night. And at the moment, you can see that the pressures are pretty much the same, 971 hectopascals 0.41 and 971.42. They're essentially the same pressure. And that's because the tube is currently sitting horizontal. Now, what you'll see, and again, the video is not great, is over the next minute or so, he's going to pick up the tube and rotate it vertically one way and then vertically the other way. And he's going to move his camera, his phone, back to showing this screen. Okay, so it's a bit rough, but here we go. So this is the setup. Inside that, there's a plastic tube. He's just put cardboard around it to make it handleable. And he's holding it up one way. And then he's, like I say, the video's rough. He's then turned it up the other way. And there's the pressure readings. And he's turned it up the other way. And there's the pressure readings. Now, it doesn't matter if you're not following this, because I've got a little...
I'm following it, dude.
just 1 minute, so we don't get to see this plastic tube inside them, no?
Yeah, I can show you that later, but he's put a cardboard thing around it so he can handle it and not bump things. But you can see there's electronics, there's a sensor in each end and wires running out to it, to a microcontroller in that box.
You know what I find really interesting about this? It's all contained.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, this is not a demonstration about containment. This is a demonstration about
right.
effect.
Well, also, I'd like to point this out as well, too. So the pressure on the outside of that is matching what's on the inside, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's all. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you. That's
You see
Okay,
the point
so-
when-
so not gravity.
remember when I asked you what's
Yeah.
the size of the container? Size matters as well. What's
Oh,
the
it's a meter or so?
temperature matters as well. What kind
now,
of gas did you stick in that container though?
It was just normal air. I
Just
mean,
normal air.
you didn't ask any of these
You're
questions the other
assuming.
night.
Wait. You're assuming.
It is air. He put this thing together in his house or something like that, and it just had normal air in it. If you think that's going to make any difference, then by all means tell me why. Now,
Okay, let me ask you. Let me
No,
just ask you something.
No,
Just
wait, wait.
With the pressure the same on the inside of that tube as on the outside of the tube, right?
I don't know. He didn't measure the outside pressure. So
Well,
this
if he
was-
just
it's
capped
a-
it off, hold on. If he just capped it off, if I took
Yeah,
the
but
tube
if
and I like this right here, and I just cap it off, right? The pressure inside here is going to be the same as out here, right? Of course,
Yeah.
absolutely, 100%. Okay, so this right here is just a microcosm of what's outside of it.
Yes.
That's all. Okay.
Yep.
And it doesn't have anything to do with gravity. Now, the way to do that test would be now put the object in a vacuum. Okay.
That would definitely do it.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put
Yeah,
the
I
tube
understand.
in
I
a-
understand.
put-
So I'm going to keep pressing on here because you're just going to spend time talking about.
Okay, wait a
things.
second. Wait a second.
No.
No, the reason it takes me the time it does to say anything is because you keep going in the middle of while I'm talking. Okay, so I'm going to briefly explain that.
People ask me to show what the apparatus is.
You're doing it again.
People ask me to show me
There you go.
People ask me to show you the apparatus, and I've now. So, Flatzoid, are you seeing me wanting to share something?
Just let Dave make his statement finish, then you can show it.
Okay, so the
Okay,
proper
so,
way to
no,
do that,
I will
so that
answer-
it's not
No,
reacting with the outside
understand.
mimicking the pressure of the tube, put it into a low pressure chamber with that sealed inside and do the experiment that way. Because all that's being
So
done
I will
is
answer
you're
that in a
just-
moment. I will answer that in a moment. Trust me, I will answer that in a moment. So,
Well, you don't
so
even know
getting back
what
to-
I asked because you were in the middle of trying to figure out what
No,
to
because you were
answer while I was telling it to you.
Right, because you're asking me to take it into a different outside pressure system and see what happens to the inside pressures. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what you're
That,
asking.
that would improve your gravity, dude.
Wait.
Yeah.
I think you're missing the whole premise here. Your premise is you're going to demonstrate gravity holds gas down because you don't need containment to have gas pressure.
This
But
is nothing to do with containment. This
showing a
is air.
demonstration. Wait, you're literally showing a demonstration showing a contained gas with it keeping to the gas laws, which I provided to you the last time you were on.
Right, now,
There's a
Flatzoid,
reason
that is
why I'm
completely
asking
irrelevant
what
because the whole
container
reason
was- what's
the
gas?
whole reason this subject came up is because Sov asked me to demonstrate gravity affecting a gas. And
Yes,
this is
gravity.
about gravity.
Gravity.
This is gravity.
How did you determine that gravity was affecting the gas?
I made a prediction on what would happen
It
in this
doesn't
sealed
matter
tube
about
based
the
on the.
prediction. How did you verify
Show
your
it.
prediction was
Okay,
due
Sov,
to
close the mouth.
the-
Listen to
Shut
me answer the
up,
question
what-
instead of asking the question 10
Holy
times.
fucking
How do you know
God,
it's
will you
gravity?
shut up for a moment?
Sov, can I just ask you one little question?
No,
one
you
quick
can't.
question.
Let me finish with mine.
Okay, well, make it 30 seconds, please.
No, you don't tell me what to do either. Okay? No.
Hey, I'm gonna drop out.
You
I'll be
verify
right back.
that gravity and not the outside pressure was the determining factor in the observed effect. I don't give a shit what you observed and predicted. Oh, I think it was a magic council of leprechauns that did it. Therefore, I'm right. No.
So I've
How did
had enough of this.
verify
I've had
its
enough. You
gravity?
ask me a question, you won't let me answer it. I
All
try
right,
to answer it.
answer
You
it.
ask me a
Answer
different
it.
question. You
Quit
are
bitching
deliberately
and
winding
whining
me up.
and answer it.
I've got just one little question for you first. Just a
Just
different
answer
question.
my
aside.
question.
Answer,
Stop
Andrew.
bitching and
Well,
whining
you know,
and answer my question.
Answer this one question. I will move on.
Answer
I was
my
going.
question
already answered your
first, and then I
question.
will.
So, are you a Christian?
I will answer your
No,
question
he's not a Christian.
once
Answer
you
it
have
before we go.
answered mine.
Okay, that's funny because Sov uses Jesus and God and the Bible for a lot of his proofs. So it's really
Okay, but
weird
what's
that he
that got
claims
to
to
do
not
with
be a
your-
Christian.
The
what's that got to do with
fucking
you answering the
question.
I'm just if he says he's not a
Answer
Christian,
the
fair enough.
question, Andrew. I don't give a shit about none of the rest of that. Answer my question.
I've been trying to solve, but you keep
No, you're
interrupting with
not.
more
You keep
questions.
wanting to ask me a question. You keep doing this other. Answer my question.
Oh, this
How
is the
you
same situation
verified?
as the other night, where you just
How
keep talking
did
and
you
talking and talking
verify
and talking
that
and
it was
talking.
gravity?
If you don't answer your
I'm
question,
in the middle of
Wait, guys.
I'm
Okay, you know what you should do? Let's all keep quiet. Sov asked you a simple question, Andrew.
Yes,
So
he asked me
we want
lots
to
of
move
questions,
on.
and I'm trying to answer some of them.
No,
And
not
in the
talking.
process of trying to
Sov
answer some
asked
of
you a
them, he
simple
asked me
question.
more questions.
No.
Okay.
He asked you one
Okay,
question, and you were asking different
Right.
questions. Just answer it. How do
There's
you
been
know
lots of
it's
questions
gravity?
along here, and I'm trying. If you let me get through the process, it will answer a lot of those questions, and you can ask new ones later. The reason why I asked whether Sov is a Christian is because, and this will only take a few seconds, is because you gave him a pass on blasphemy the other week. Now the other day he was
He's
blaspheming
not a
to me.
Christian. It's
He's
I
his
throwing
own.
don't
his head up.
claim to be
I
a
know.
Christian,
Nothing.
That's
Andrew.
right. So
Okay?
you
Now
use
that's
the
off
Bible
the
and
table.
Jesus and
Answer
God
my
as
question.
in a lot of your proofs. So I
Now
just find that
answer
really
my
weird, Sov.
question.
Okay.
Okay, not a
I
problem.
never
You say you're
claimed
not
to
a
be a
Christian.
Christian,
Not a
Andrew.
problem.
I never
Okay.
claimed to be a Christian,
Yeah.
okay? All
Okay,
right.
great.
I don't have
Right,
a problem with Christians. I'm not abhorrent to it. However, I have never claimed to be a Christian. Now that
Okay.
you've obfuscated off of the subject, will you please answer the question as to how you verified that gravity was responsible?
You can stop. I know what the question is. Okay. All right.
How
I'll
did
leave the
you
Christians thing
verify?
aside.
See, because you won't let me finish asking the question. You go on
Okay.
with
So
something
here's
else.
the setup. Here's the setup which people ask me. Okay. Here's a little the micro sensor. It's a tiny little pressure sensor, the sort of thing you'd find in a smartwatch or your phone or something like that to measure absolute pressure. Okay. And he stuck them into the end of the tubes here, siliconed them all up, sealed them all off. There's the tube. All right. You're getting all that, aren't you? I don't know, about a meter long, and there's a sensor in the other end. He's then wrapped the thing in a bit of rubber and padding and that to stop it bouncing around, keep it all safe, put it in some cardboard so he can lift it and move around. And there's all the wires leading into the microcontroller that's reading, I think that's the end of it, that's reading all the sensors. Right. Now, I will move
That
over
doesn't
to...
tell me how you verified that gravity was responsible for the observed effect.
I was answering the question that was asked to me before. Is people were saying I want to see the setup,
Okay.
right? And so I showed
and
them
you're
the setup.
conveniently avoiding answering my question.
And see, so what I do is I answer one question and then I move on explaining other things to answer the next question. That's how a
because
conversation
you never answered the
progresses.
first
You know,
question.
you are not letting me
Okay.
do that.
Okay. Can you just tell us now how you know it
Now,
was gravity?
I am going to move on. I'm just showing you the results of the... Now, are you seeing a very big block of numbers there now?
Yeah.
Sorry, are you seeing a table of numbers?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, so this is what he did in the test. He held it horizontal, and that was the pressures next to that in sensor 1 and sensor 2. And then he tipped the thing up six times, one way and then the other. And as you can see, the pressure changed a very small amount every time he tipped them up. And every time he tipped it up, one of the sensors had more pressure and one of the sensors had less pressure. Now, I don't know which one was the top and which one was the bottom, but I can make a prediction of which one was the top and the bottom. And every time he tipped it up and down, it changed instantaneously. Well, not instantaneously. It changed very quickly. He tipped it up, waited a second for the readings to settle, and looked at his display. So as you can see, every time he tipped it up one way and the other, it pretty much got the same readings top and bottom. So
I can tell you why.
Sov's prediction that the pressure would equalize in the tube was wrong. And
actually,
my prediction that
Andrew,
the
that's
pressure...
false as well. You know why that's false?
Did it equalize?
No,
Did it
because
equalize?
it's called error of time.
And Sov said that by tipping it upside down, I was mixing up the gases and the pressure would mix up.
Look what's happening in this tube. Look what's happening in this tube when I flipped it upside down. All of the little globes are starting to reverse position again. Isn't that something? It's different now. Oh, and I went up again right here. Right here. We're getting a different fucking result, aren't we?
Andrew, I'm going to end this quickly and tell it to you. It's gas behavior,
So-
mate. That's the reason why we
Yeah,
see
but
what it is.
the other night, I asked
okay, I'm
Sol
gonna
what
explain
his
to you
prediction
why
was. I asked
gas
you what your
behavior-
prediction was. Michael even put a prediction in it, and you all predicted that the gas
Andrew,
would equalize.
Well. This is why we call you guys dishonest. Okay, I'm trying to tell you now why
Me
it is what
dishonest.
it is.
You made
I can
predictions,
prove
and
to
I've
you
got some
why
data
it
that
is
says
what
your
it is.
predictions are wrong. I made
Hey,
predictions based on my
listen.
understanding of gravity,
Hey,
and now
Andrew,
you're inventing
listen.
new things.
I'm not. This
Wow.
ain't the Psychic Friends fucking network. Now, how did you
With the
verify that?
swearing solve, that
Shut
really.
the fuck up for a minute. How did you
Okay, I'm muted.
verify that gravity was responsible for the observed effect that you demonstrated?
Okay, wait. Solve, I've muted him because he loves to just overtalk the whole time.
He's an
It's not
idiot.
how it's working, okay? Andrew, I want to unmute you. I want you to act like a grown-up, please, and stop over-talking me. It's my show. I'm talking to you. Stop over-talking me, okay? Can I unmute you? Is that fine? Okay, great. You made a
So I'm
claim
trying
that
to answer this.
gravity... You again
Good
talking
God,
while I'm
he can't
talking.
fucking
Great,
do
wait.
Well,
it.
you unmuted me. I started talking. I
Okay,
didn't
he's
realize
gonna-
you were going to talk.
Okay,
Go on.
okay.
Go on.
Let's
Flat,
try
talk.
again.
Right.
You made a claim that gravity's the cause for this, okay? Literally, your guys' claim is you don't need containment to have gas pressure. You demonstrating contained pressure. I can tell you based on gas law why we see this the way we do, okay? Your claim is gravity's causing this. We ask you, now, how do you know it's gravity doing this and not known physics that dictates this would happen based on gas laws?
Awesome. It is known physics. It's the known physics of gravity. I made a prediction based on the
Oh my
understanding of
fucking
gravity.
God! It didn't go at 9.8
Solve,
meters per second,
solve.
dude.
So let's
Sorry.
mute solve while I'm answering the question. Right. I made a prediction of what would happen based on my understanding of gravity, of what would happen in that tube. Solve made his prediction based on his understanding of whatever he thinks goes on. You made your predictions as well. And what do you know? I've got some data that matches my prediction. Therefore, we haven't falsified the predictions of gravity. Great. I can't
You
prove
haven't
it's
proven
gravity,
them.
but
You haven't proven
I
them. All you've done
I
is
haven't-
say, I predicted it was caused by magic unicorns that live in the middle of the earth. Now,
Solve,
prove me wrong.
solve,
Prove me wrong.
solve. You made a prediction, and the data
I
didn't match your
predicted it
prediction.
was, I predicted, well,
That's
so
also
what?
false, Andrew. Wait, that's
So-
also false. He didn't.
No,
his
Sol
prediction was it would equalize. He didn't say instantaneously. This is
No,
what I'm
but
saying.
he-
When it comes
no,
to
no,
gas,
I-
you know
I
what
stood-
the arrow of
I stood
time
here-
is.
I stood
You know
here
what
with
how long-
a tube
how
on my
long did-
whiteboard, and I said,
how
I'm going to do
long-
this,
how long-
this. And he said, it will equalize. And then he
Yes, it
refined it by
will.
saying it'll
I
take a bit of
agree, it
time.
will
He never said
equalize.
how much time it would take.
Wait, Andrew. Do you know what
So-
the arrow of time is?
I know that this is just getting stupid. You're not accepting that
Do you know what the arrow of
weren't able
time
to
is,
make-
Andrew?
Okay, so solve. So just answer this very quickly.
I
How
asked
long
you
would
a
it take?
question. Do you know
Well,
what the arrow of time is?
I know what the arrow is. Time is, Flatzoid.
Okay.
But one of you,
What's
please,
the arrow
answer
of
this
time
simply.
then,
How
Andrew?
much
The arrow
time?
of time debunks your whole argument. What is the arrow of time, Andrew?
It's time what moves in one direction. Now,
Right,
I
so
want-
gas
I want you to
will
make a-
equalize over
No, no, no.
time. So the gas will
Okay.
equalize over time, Andrew.
okay, so you make that claim. So
Will the
now
gas
I'm going to
equalize
ask
over time, Andrew?
it won't. That's my prediction. Your prediction is
so
it will.
don't.
So now,
Can you ask
so now
this
I'm
guy
going to.
again to do the demonstration again and to
So,
leave it
yeah.
overnight, please?
Okay, Flatzoid. Now let me answer that question
Okay,
and tell you something. Okay, so firstly, so you guys are now claiming it'll equalize over time. You've been shown that it doesn't happen fairly quickly, and you
Gas
say it will
behavior.
equalize over time. Okay, fine, whatever you say. But now I'm asking you, what is your prediction for that tube that's, I don't know, a couple of inches wide and a meter long or whatever? How much time will it take for it to equalize? You know, an hour, 10
Then
minutes,
what gas
5 hours,
is in there?
7
You know
5
what?
days?
Temperature
I'm not
is-
the Psychic Friends fucking network. It will take
Well-
a period of shut up. It will take a period of time, but it will happen. All right. Now,
So if I do the test,
shut the fuck up. Back to my
keep
original.
swearing, Sol. Keep swearing,
Holy
keep
goddamn
getting triggered and swearing,
man,
because that
what
really
the
helps
fuck?
your case. The
Why
earth,
can
the
you
earth is
not
flat
just
because you
shut
swear your
up?
head off.
Why can you
Andrew.
not just shut up?
There you
Holy
go.
I'm
crap.
answering questions, and I'm asking you
You're
guys
not
questions.
answering
No,
anything.
you're
I
Oh,
said,
you're trying to put pressure on them to do it.
How did you verify? And I'm going to ask
I've told
this.
you. I've
Don't
told you the answer.
interrupt me again.
I've told you the answer, Sol, and you pretend that I haven't told you the answer.
No, you said because you predicted it. Okay, well,
I
I
made a
predicted
prediction
it was
based on
caused
gravity,
by
and the observation
leprechaun.
matched gravity, and therefore,
Hold on,
well,
wait, no,
I
no,
made a
I
prediction based
predicted
on.
it was. I predict it was because of a
Well,
leprechaun.
Sure,
So
fine.
how
So,
do
but
you wait? No, shush. How do you now prove that it wasn't because of leprechauns?
So
And it
you've
was
modified your
said.
prediction. Yeah, you've
What?
modified your prediction to say it'll happen over time. So my question
Yeah.
for you is, for a tube, for a tube that's 1 meter long, and I said a couple of centimeters, a couple of inches diameter, right? At those 971 hectopascals, how long is it going to take to settle? So, because if I do this test and I have it sitting there for 10 days and it's set at vertical for 10 days and it doesn't equalize, you're going to say, well, you haven't set it long enough. So you need to give some sort of an idea. Is it going to take seconds, hours,
will it
days?
match the millibars that are occurring on the outside?
No, that's a different question, and I'll get
All
to
right,
that
now
as well.
hold on.
You're not. So
You know
so
what?
pretty
You need to
basically,
stop smoking meth. Stop smoking
that's a
meth.
lovely
You're like
accusation.
talking
So
to
I'm gay and I'm a
fucking
meth addict.
You're like talking to a meth head. I swear to God, you are.
So
You
we've
do
been going
talk
on
at
here
like 10
half
miles an hour,
and
dude.
I haven't got through a 5-minute presentation of this because you guys.
All right,
just
so
keep changing
here
your
is the
predictions.
question, and this is what was posed to you.
Are you going to ask it again?
This is what was given to you the other day.
The original question that had me talking about this. So
Are you
what was
done?
the original question? No, but
Are
I
you
just want to
done?
say, I'm expecting you
Can
to tell me.
you prove that gravity has an effect on air? Now,
Right, and
you
as you
showed. Shut up.
You asked the question. I started answering.
There you go.
Still talking, dude.
I'm not done.
Well, you paused, and that gave me
I
the
paused. When I'm
No.
done,
wanted me to start
listen.
answering.
When
and
I'm
then you
done, I will
kept
say
talking again.
over. When I'm done, I'll say over. Okay, just like a radio.
Over. Roger now.
Right. So now I'm going to start again because you fucking idiot. You can't
Okay,
let
before
me
you
finish.
start, Tav, I just want to read
You've
the
asked
super
this
chat.
question 10 times.
Thank you, Godzilla, for your super chat, man. He says, how freaking hard is it to shut up till someone's done talking? For if it
Hey,
is
by the way,
no
Godzilla,
wonder
thanks for the
and he
membership.
talks over me to reading a super
Eh,
chat.
of course.
Thanking
Dude,
Godzilla.
just kick him out of the room, dude.
You
Seriously.
rock, man. Thank you very much.
I'm thanking Godzilla because Godzilla has gifted memberships to your channel, and I've received a couple of them on a couple of
You shouldn't
occasions.
have to talk me reading his super chat out, man. That's a bit
Well, I'm
rude.
sorry,
Come on.
because if I waited half a second, Sov would
Or you can just shut up.
And I want
Or you can just
I
shut
wanna
up so he can finish his statement. Then you can
well,
answer like a
he's
normal
already
grown-up
asked this
person.
question to me 10 times in
And
2
you can
days.
stop over talking
And I
me
was
while
just-
I'm talking as
All
well.
right.
And right
And I was
now.
just-
You seem to
I was just
interject.
showing my
The only
I was
thing
just
I
showing
want
my
to hear
appreciation of
out of
mute
your
him.
face,
generosity.
the only thing I want to hear out of you, I don't want to hear about your prediction. Because there again,
That's how
you're
science
assuming.
works.
Shut up!
Oh,
Because you are there again assuming causality. I want to know how you verified your claim of the causality. There you go. Over.
Thank you. I got the over signal. Well, as I've told you many times, I made a prediction based on gravity. The observation matched the prediction. My hypothesis of how gravity works hasn't been falsified. There you go.
Okay, so
I've asked you your prediction.
wait a second. Gravity is defined as an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. Why did it not go at 9.8 meters per second squared? Why did it not automatically just drop?
So I've explained that to you before, and that's the same reason why there is all the air in the atmosphere isn't stuck to the Earth. It can't all stick to the Earth because it'll want to repel itself, and so it ends up forming a graduated air column. And that's what the same thing happens.
No, we don't have
inside a
columns.
sealed tube.
You can't have a column of air. You don't have.
where?
Okay, you don't have columns.
Here is a contained column of air. Out here is an uncontained column of air.
Contained. That's contained. Now, my prediction is
Still a column of air. You said that there can't be a column of air. That's a column of air.
He's still talking over,
That's a
dude.
column of air
Stop.
here.
Hold on, my prediction. My prediction was that it was caused by.
Long enough, so.
My prediction is that it was caused by a magic leprechaun that lives in Ireland. Okay, now. Do I have as much proof of that as you do as gravity being the causality? That is the issue. Now, can you contain that? Now, listen to me, can you take that container away and maintain that what you had? No, you can't. Why? Because you need containment to have a volume of gas. That's all.
Right.
Over.
So I'll continue on and just explain that I've been in touch with Harry Callahan about his setup, asking him about it. It's actually some fairly cheap sensors, and I may look at making one myself and doing some problem tests and video on the problem, and doing what Solv suggested earlier is take the thing, seal it up here near sea level where I live, at a certain pressure, whatever that's 1,000 hectopascals, and moving it. I haven't got a vacuum chamber, but going up a mountain and measuring what happens with the pressure and see what happens with the pressure inside when the outside pressure is lower. Do the same thing, turn the thing upside and down. I'll sit it vertically for a day if you want me to, and see if anything happens about the pressure.
You can measure pressure differences all day long. How did you verify that gravity is responsible and not other factors such as composition of composition of the mixture, temperature, dispersal area? Those 3 things alone can greatly affect air pressure, right? And what do we notice as we go up away from the source of gases? Where do we go? What happens? We get a larger dispersal area. We start losing some of the elements, primarily water vapor and dust. We start losing those things.
Water is an
What
element,
also
dust isn't
happens?
an
What
element.
also happens? Hold on. We start having not only a larger dispersal area, but we got cooler temperatures, which also causes a pressure to do what? It goes down. That's right. So we have also a gradient of temperature. We have a gradient of compositional mixtures. We have all of these things, none of which point to gravity. None of those do. Because you know why? You've never,
not over.
there's never any verification of gravity, much less that it is the cause. You realize in order to have a gradient, it's a pressure gradient, you have to have pressure. And in order to have pressure of a gas, it must be contained.
Okay.
That's
Okay. So now we can go on to the gas laws. Do you know the different gas laws, Andrew?
Are we going to get on to Cleethorpes, or is Sob going to keep just interrupting me? Because just simple.
We just want to get this done first because I'm seeing you very ignorant to the gas laws, and that's why you're thinking this is gravity when it's literally just gas behavior.
Well, I asked you guys to make a prediction and tell, and Sob says we have air pressure changes, we have temperature changes, there's seasons, there's summer and winter, but there's no prediction. Okay, and again,
right.
I predict.
Listen. Science is not about being psychic. Science is not about being a psychic. Okay, science is understanding. Shut the fuck up. Science is about. Science is about understanding how things work. Not about magical predictions. Okay, it's not about making.
So science works on making an observation, making a hypothesis, making a prediction,
one more time. Because no. You're obfuscating from what I asked about the gas laws.
You haven't got an answer for this.
No, you're obfuscating from my question. Do you understand the gas laws, Andrew?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what is Boyle's law boiled down to?
It's irrelevant. I mean, that's all part of the ideal gas law.
It's not irrelevant.
It's all part of
Do
the
you
ideal
know
gas
what
law.
ideal gas law is, Andrew? Do you know what the ideal gas law actually is?
It's an approximation of how gases behave.
It's combined gas laws. That's all it is. It's literally just combining all the gas laws, which makes it ideal.
Sure.
Do you know your atmospheric
how are you going to use
pressure? Do you know your atmospheric pressure is based on ideal gas law?
Flatzoid, the question is, what is going to happen inside a sealed tube away from all
yes
the
or no
dynamic
question.
effects
It's a yes or no
pressure
question.
gradient?
Wait. It's a yes or no question. Do you know that your atmospheric pressure for your globe is based on ideal gas law?
Who's going to win?
No, the atmospheric pressure is measured, and there are different laws. There's what's called barometric laws or something like that. It's called.
That's Boyle's law. Barometric law is the Boyle's law.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. But anyway,
it's irrelevant. It's
ideal gas law.
What's going to happen in this tube?
You know what I mean?
And you've made a wrong prediction of what's going to happen in the tube.
I'm going to try again. You know what a meteorologist is?
Flatzoid, are we going to get on to Cleethorpes, or are you going to run?
I'm going to show you that you're ignorant. As the whole time I've been keeping quiet, and let you
predict the weather.
Exactly, and they use the ideal gas law to do that. Do you know they use the ideal gas law to predict weathers based on a reference datum of horizontal from the ground as well?
No, that's not.
Do you know that all this is predicted using a volume, which means containment?
Volume doesn't mean containment. Volume doesn't mean
It
Doesn't
containment.
mean
certainly
containment.
does.
Oh my fucking God! Oh, holy shit!
Flatzoid, let me
my
explain.
God.
This is an open container. Do you agree that this is an open container?
It's
Yep.
a container. Great. Yeah.
It's an open container. It's open on the top, right? You agree?
Great. I agree.
So you say it's not a gas container because I haven't sealed it off. Within
There's
this
gas
container
inside there,
is
isn't
one.
there?
Yeah, and within this container is 1
Huh.
litre of air. Yes.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
And
Now, I take
is
it
that
that-
contained in a boundary?
now, hang on a second, Flatzoid. So just imagine the 8 points of this container, of this cube, well, rectangular cube,
Mhm.
right? Right. If I move this away, within those 8 points, there's still a litre of air. There's no container here, but there's still a litre of air
Great.
within this space.
Sorry.
No,
So
there
you don't need
Okay,
a
I'm
container.
going to do it
There's
another
not
only
way.
a
volume.
liter of air if you separate a liter of air from the
I'm going to do it
existing
another way for
medium.
you,
Oh, it's-
Andrew.
He doesn't understand how volume works, dude. He doesn't.
Oh, guys, okay. Let's do it another way. Let's take a fish tank. Okay. Now we fill that fish tank up with water to the brim. We've put another container in there, your open container, inside that fish tank. Okay. So that means the same pressure water that's in that whole fish tank is inside that open lunch tin inside the fish tank. Now you remove that lunch tin. Still got the same amount of water inside that space that was there, correct?
That's my point. You don't need a container to define the
Oh,
volume.
no. Is the fish tank a container?
Yeah, but the litre of water itself that was inside the lunch
No, sorry.
container.
Is the fish
Don't-
tank
just-
holding that water
listen
in?
to me.
You have that.
That's irrelevant. The litre that was
That's
inside the lunch
not
container
irrelevant. You need
no longer has a
Because-
containment around that exact
Just
litre.
because
There's
you
a
make an
containment around the whole
arbitrary-
fish tank, but that
make
exact
an
litre
arbitrary-
doesn't have a container around it. It still exists
Okay,
as
I'm
a
going to ask you
litre of
another way
water.
then.
there.
I'm going to ask you another way. If you have that arbitrary boundary there, is the gas physically still moving through that boundary in real life?
Doesn't matter. In bulk, it's staying in the
It does
same
matter.
place.
Just because you're calculating
No, in bulk, it's not moving.
No, just because you're calculating an arbitrary boundary in a physical container
Oh,
doesn't mean
physical,
it
it's not an
isn't a
optical container.
physical volume based on containment.
It's
Can
a
you show
physical
me? Wait. Can you show me anything in reality, a volume that has no containment, please?
the universe.
The universe.
No, it's reality, though. It's
Guys.
So
reality.
anything I say, if I put a lid on this and say here's a contained litre, right, and then I open the lid and say it's not contained, well, you're going to say it's contained by the dome.
Contained.
So I can't win that argument.
You
against
contained
you.
in your room. Your room is contained in the earth is contained in the system.
Right. Okay.
By
Okay.
proxy, this is the whole point. Wait, by proxy, your demonstration shows our point that you require containment to show gas pressure existing. You're supposed to be
Flatzoid.
proving that there is no containment for gas pressure to exist, but in fact, you're using containment to prove our point.
Now, the reason why I brought up this whole cylinder experiment the other day, right? And Sov didn't answer this before when I asked him, when I expected, right? The original question was, show me gravity affecting gas. And that's what I did. I made this experiment.
No, you didn't.
No, hang on a second,
You
Sov.
didn't.
Hang on
You
a second.
didn't. You
made a
hold
prediction.
on.
Say I did.
Hold on. Wait a second.
made-
We're right down. You watched and observed. You observed an effect and claimed that it was gravity. Now,
Consistent with gravity.
It's your claim.
Well, can you say that it's not? Can you say that it's not consistent with the prediction of gravity?
Yes,
Tell me why it's not consistent with the prediction of gravity.
because it's not falling at a 9.8 meters per second
No,
squared.
that's not the prediction of gravity. The prediction
Yes,
of gravity
it
is
is.
that the same pressure difference that occurs outside here in the
wait a
atmosphere
second.
will
How
occur in the
fast does,
bottle.
wait a second. How fast does air accelerate downward then?
At the moment, the air
No,
around me is essentially still.
How fast does air accelerate downward? If it's not
In what situation?
9.8 meters per second squared and there's a gravitational constant to it. No. That's a contained volume. How much? What is the rate of fall for air
So
due to
right here in
gravity?
this container, right here in this container and in the air around me, the air is essentially still. It is not falling down. Yeah, the particles are bouncing around, but
Well, wait a
essentially
second.
it
It
is
has
still.
to be falling
So
down or gravity.
no,
Wait a second.
no,
Then
you're
gravity
strawmanning
doesn't have an
gravity.
effect.
You are strawmanning gravity.
If
Okay,
it's not
so
if it's not being pulled down,
yeah.
then it can't be held to the earth.
So I explain. You're strawmanning how gravity works.
I'm not strawmanning shit. You said that gravity pulls air to the earth.
Let me explain, Sol. So if
Go
I have
for it.
air particles here, right? And now
Yeah.
gravity wants to pull them down here, down to the ground. Yes? Okay. So the
Well,
problem
that's what
is,
you say.
well, that's the prediction of gravity, is that
Well,
if there was...
right. It's not happening, though. There is no downward acceleration of
So
air.
I get 2 seconds into this and you start arguing against me. How am I supposed to explain it if you won't keep your cake hole shut
Well,
for a minute?
stop using fairy tales.
See, anything I explain, you're going to say, that's all fake, that's not real. So you're not giving me a chance to explain.
All right, go ahead. Explain what you got there, bro.
Right. So if there was nothing here, if this was just a vacuum and I introduced some air particles, whatever, nitrogen, N2, right? Gravity will want to pull them down to the ground. Boom, down to the ground. Now, if I'm up here and I start introducing more and more and more and more air particles, they'll all want to be, and I'll bring up there, they'll all want to hit and be right down here on the very ground, okay?
What's stopping them?
Well, what's stopping them all collecting on the ground? The fact that they've got kinetic energy.
Ah.
Right? So there's a resistance to them all piling up together and creating an infinite pressure down here on the ground.
Okay, so wait a second. So we should be able to easily introduce, hold on. So if we introduce a small amount of a gas into a vacuum chamber, it will eventually all collect down at the bottom?
Well, the problem is that you...
Wait a second. No, will it or not?
I'm answering it, Sol. If you were to cool that gas down to absolute zero or near absolute zero, so had very little...
You can't. You can
get it down to micro...
If a bullfrog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass. Okay? You can't cool the gas down to absolute zero, so get off of that.
I didn't say, I said near absolute zero. And in laboratories, temperatures of microkelvins are easily achievable, okay? Microkelvins. So think about that compared to 300 kelvins out here in the real world in normal things, right? Microkelvins, very little kinetic energy. So if you were to do that and let go of those ultra cold atoms, they will drop down in a vacuum at a rate of 9.8. Okay.
Well, guess what? Hold on, Andrew. It's 73 degrees Fahrenheit where I'm at right now. That's a long way off from near zero, bro.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
What you're talking about, your theoretical nonsense that you're putting forth right now, is not theoretical. Is not demonstrable reality. Now, once again,
are you denying that microkelvin in laboratory equipment is unobtainable?
What you're claiming is that if I release a small amount of gas into a vacuum,
talking.
Well, if I release a small amount of gas, when will these particles all pool up on the bottom?
Okay, your simulation doesn't simulate gravity. It is just an ideal gas law simulator.
That's because there is no gravity. Gravity doesn't affect gas.
So there you go. There's the problem solved. Every time I say this is how it works with gravity, you say gravity doesn't exist, therefore I'm wrong.
What I witnessed around me does not match what your hypothesis is. You should be able to show a downward force of air due to gravity.
So if you ran that simulation in the version that includes gravity, you'll see what happens. Right now,
you mean wait. You mean the one that FTFE and then bring up that means lots of gravity?
It doesn't have units. It doesn't have units.
You know why it
doesn't exist, dude?
If you read, it's hypothetical.
Right.
No. It's a high school demonstration of. It's a simple demonstration of how the ideal gas law works. The simulator doing that, and they've got another version.
This is ideal gas law. Okay, but anyway, thank you. There's cause and effect. Headache, Andrew. Thank you for your super chat, man. You rock.
Awesome. Thanks, Roger. You're the smartest guy in the world.
Okay. So you see what's happening here? Do you see if it bounces out? Is it going to ever return?
I see that you and Sol keep coming back to the same thing. You don't want me getting on Cleethorpes. You won't let me explain how gravity works.
Wait. We'll go to Cleethorpes now. As soon as you just concede that you are wrong, you have not been able to prove your point, gas pressure without containment.
Right. The question wasn't gas pressure out the container.
That was it the whole time.
No.
man.
You
Let
go
me
back
go.
to the live stream and see when I started talking about this, right? It was because Solve wanted a demonstration of gravity affecting gas. He denied
And it
that gas
doesn't.
had mass, and I've explained how gas has mass. I mean, it's ridiculous to say that gas doesn't have mass. And then I hypothesized an experiment where you could show
So
how
gas has resistance to inertia.
So that doesn't make sense. Resistance to a change in inertia.
Great. So gas can stop moving then.
If you cool it down, yeah, sure.
It never stops
That's
moving.
temperature, dude.
You
Temperature.
can't get
Well,
to
sure.
0 Kelvin. He said
No, I
that
can't.
to
But
you
it can get to microkelvins. So let me explain again.
You
Let
can't
me
get
finish this
gas to
explanation.
stop moving. As soon as you phase change it, it's no longer a gas.
Yes.
Is a gas at 1 microkelvin still a gas, or is it something different?
If it hasn't phase changed, it's still a gas, but it still moves.
Okay, but it doesn't move very much. So the problem.
It still moves.
I was trying to explain the situation of what happens in a vacuum if you start introducing particles of gas. Now, the problem is particles of gas are moving around all over the place, okay? So
At
it won't
different
just
speeds.
instantly fall down. Yeah, that's fine.
At
right?
different
So
speeds.
one gas particle in a vacuum is going to move around all over the place. There is a bias towards it going down, but it moves around so quickly.
There's no
that
bias at any. What do you do by bias going down?
well, I'm explaining how it works under gravity, Flatzoid. If you don't let me explain gravity by using
Gravity-
gravity,
Well, how's it work
I'm
in
not going to be able to
reality?
explain anything.
How's it
No,
work?
well-
It did what I said with the vacuum chamber and releasing a small amount of gas into it and giving the error of time, we can have it pool up at the bottom of the chamber, right? Because it has this downward bias, and pretty
Glenn
soon it's
says
going
gas
to
has
lose
mass
all
and weight.
that and
Awesome,
want to
Glenn.
go, right?
Okay, so I will continue with this explanation, okay? So if I
Alright.
release a gas particle that has lots of, 70 whatever Fahrenheit, 300 Kelvin, whatever, it has lots of kinetic energy moving around. Well, actually, in this case, it won't bounce off anything. It'll move somewhere. It'll get bounced like an old breakout video game, if anyone's old enough to remember that. And it may come down here, and there's a tendency for it to come down, but it'll bounce all over the place, right? If I cool that down so it doesn't have as much kinetic energy wanting to move around, it will essentially fall down and stay there if I can cool it down to microkelvins. And that's what happens inside cold atom gravimeters. They cool things down to really, really small temperatures so that they can just drop atoms within a vacuum and measure them falling. Now, if I introduce one, it'll fall down, it'll sit there on the ground. If I introduce another one, it'll go down and sit there on the ground. If I keep introducing billions and billions of them, they'll down on the ground. But eventually, though, these atoms, of course, if they have a little bit of kinetic energy, they keep bouncing off each other and bouncing themselves all over the place. So you can't infinitely just keep adding atoms and have them pile up here down really low. They'll want to stay apart because they're bouncing into each other, pushing each other away. And so for that reason, a new particle, I've got billions down here, and I introduce one more. It comes down here, and it encounters other particles and starts hitting it. And so it has a harder time getting to the bottom. The end result of that is you get a pressure gradient column going on. That's
So not
how it
gravity.
works.
Dude,
Okay, great.
that is
You
so
do
I just explained they fall down here at a rate of 9.8 because of gravity. And when they start piling up,
Can you show us a demonstrable experiment proving that?
Anyway,
I can show you how that
Show
works
a
in the real
demonstrable
world
experiment. I don't want
inside
to hear
one of
about
these.
your stories.
Well,
I don't want to hear your
I'm
stories.
starting with
I don't care about your story. Dude,
I'm starting
show a
a gravity
repeatable and demonstrable experiment that actually proves your hypothesis. Now, you claimed that it
you
was
don't prove
gravity.
hypotheses. You either support them or you falsify them.
You claimed that gravity pulls a particle of gas, even though I'm at 73 degrees Fahrenheit here, it's still dropping to the ground for some reason.
okay.
The gas is somehow dropping down.
It's very simple. There's a simple reason why this happens, Andrew, and it's not
gravity. It has a tendency to want to drop towards the ground, but there's all these other particles below it.
No,
that
it doesn't
resisting it
drop
doing
towards
that.
the ground. It gets hit towards the ground. It has
Whatever.
a collision.
No.
It changes direction based on collision. Okay.
Yeah,
so when
there's also a force field forcing it downwards.
It takes more energy for a denser gas to move.
That's irrelevant.
Than it does for a less dense
Let's move
gas.
on to Cleethorpes.
I just want to first explain this to you 2 seconds. 2 minutes. I'm going to make this closing statement on this, then we can move to Cleethorpes, okay?
Awesome.
So, okay. The fact is, you don't understand that a denser gas requires more energy to move than a less denser gas. Temperature changes the kinetic molecules' movement, and thus some move faster, some move slower, and that's why you have denser gases taking a longer time to rise, because they are forced down, as you put it, because of its collisions, because it takes longer, arrow of time, to equalize. Okay? This is all based on gas laws. All the things are inversely proportional. Volume, temperature, and pressure all go hand in hand. It has nothing to do with your beloved gravity that you make.
Thanks, Miss Marquis V. I'm demonic.
Okay,
What
now
a
again.
lovely woman.
So when you're making a claim that gravity is the cause, you haven't even shown gravity to be there. You are just using it as an assumption based on your belief system while showing containment, which you claim shouldn't be there. Thank you. Now we can move on to your next one.
I will finish with
Well,
a
I
statement
want to know
myself.
who the hell ever watched an atom drop in a vacuum chamber. That's what I want to know. How the hell anybody ever saw an atom drop in a vacuum chamber? Nobody's ever even seen a fucking atom. And yet this guy's claiming that you can make one really cold. And if you make it really, really cold, it'll drop down to the bottom. Yet he still hasn't shown proof of a downward acceleration of air or a downward force of air. Not being able to conceive the idea that in order to have any kind of a gradient of pressure, that the gas must be contained in order to have that pressure.
Okay, so are we done? Okay, my time to finish off. So the question again was, show gas affecting air. Okay, air has mass. Of course it has mass. I started with a sample of the column of air outside here, and I made a prediction that the gradient would be maintained. Now, Flatzoid's talking about composition of gases and denser gases and whatever. When I took this sample of air by having this lid open right here, is the composition of gas between here and here actually any difference? Is there actually any?
You have Dalton's law, man. It's called Dalton's law.
No,
it's comprised
the percentage of nitrogen and oxygen and carbon dioxide and helium.
Wait. Do you think that all the gases are just sorted out in layers as columns, like you put it, and they are not mixed?
No, Flatzoid, I'm saying the direct opposite of that. I'm saying that there is essentially no difference between the composition of air between here and here, percentage-wise.
Yeah,
it's slightly denser here.
Because it's Dalton's law. It's comprised of the different gases. But there are denser gases. There are denser gases and less denser gases in there. And when you leave it long enough at constant variables, it will equalize.
Can I ask Andrew a quick question? Andrew, you said that about being demonic when she said that but she was agreeing with someone else. It's funny that you just noticed her comment.
So who was she agreeing with? No, she said, I agree someone said I was demonic, I guess, yeah. And then Vicky said, I agree he's demonic.
So why didn't you pull the guy first then instead of
I didn't see that comment. I only saw her comment. I'm not standing here looking at the comments all the time. I just happened to notice that one. Okay, right. Great, I'm demonic. So what? Does that make the earth flat? No, it doesn't.
No, but it makes you demonic.
So just to get this straight, I got to go take a leak. So just to get this straight then, Andrew, you don't have any...
Can you make that leak take an hour, please?
God damn it, shut up. What the fuck is wrong with your mind?
Oh, swearing.
God.
Hey,
now listen to me. So you don't have any verification that your observed effect is a cause of gravity. It's not, you don't have any way to verify that. You just assume the cause of the observed effect. Is this what I'm to understand?
I made a prediction based on gravity.
I don't give a shit about your predictions. I predict that the Knicks are going to win the fucking game. We're not talking about predictions. We're talking about the cause and effect. How did you verify? Shut the fuck up. How did you verify? How did you verify that the effect was caused by what you say? Just because I predict, how is that any different than me predicting it being done by a leprechaun?
Because you don't have any plausible mechanism defining how leprechauns make gas move.
You don't have one. You don't have one for gravity either, bro.
Absolutely, I have a prediction about how gravity works.
I have as much proof for a leprechaun as you do for a fucking gravity. Okay,
there's an equation about how gravity works.
Hold on, if you're going to cite, just a second, if you're going to cite Newton's principle of mass attracting mass, then I want you to demonstrate a mass of air being attracted to another mass. You haven't done that. No, you have not done that. You assumed.
Right.
Again,
Okay, so
assumed.
I'm going to ignore everything you said because I've answered it a million times. I'm addressing for the final
Of course
point
you're
on
going to
this.
ignore it because your answer was horse shit.
Yep, swearing again. Good on yourself. That'll
Fuck
prove the
you.
Earth's flat.
How about that?
Yep, there you go. Have a pee. Now, Flatzoid has brought up the idea of different compositions of gases. Now, there is essentially no difference between the composition of gas between here and here. None at all. Now, I could, if I wanted to, get some nitrogen, some pure nitrogen, and fill this just up with nitrogen. Okay? Composition of gas, exactly the same all in here, but there will be higher pressure down here, lower pressure up here. So Flatzoid, your idea about composition of gases doesn't hold, and the idea that there's different temperatures up here. You said, oh, it's because of Dalton's law, and there's denser gases and less dense gases. Well, I'm going to fill it with one type of gas.
You were talking about that bottle you have there now. You don't have nitrogen in there. Just
no, but
nitrogen.
if I was to fill it in, just to prove it to you, if I was to fill it with one type of gas only, right, I can fill it with air because air is, and amongst at this height of a few centimeters, the air is the same composition.
What happens to compressed gas? Goes through phase change.
Well, I'm not.
Have you ever used a compressor before?
God damn,
no.
no.
When you use a compressor,
and this guy's never had a real life experience.
And you have to end up draining
Absolutely,
it.
I've used a compressor and
draining.
Absolutely, I've used an air compressor and had to drain it.
Why you have to end up draining that compressor?
Yeah, because the water comes out of suspension.
And
right, but why are you even mentioning that? Who's talking about phase changing the gas in here? No one's doing that. You've just invented something there because you don't have an answer.
I just
followed the scientific method.
We've all made it very clear that he either doesn't understand how gas behavior works or he doesn't.
Keep clinging to that, Flatzoid.
Move on to strong talk so we can laugh at that some as well.
I'm just going to finish with one sentence. Scientific method. I observed that there's a pressure column in the atmosphere. I predict that it behaves on the basis of how gravity works, Newtonian gravity works. I made a prediction on what would happen if I put some in a cylinder and turned it. Let me finish.
You're claiming science, but it's not science.
Just keep saying those aphorisms. So,
I'm going to tell you.
Ron, what was your independent variable? What was your independent variable? What was your dependent variable? And what were your control variables? That's science.
Close the hole for a moment. And so I made a prediction, a hypothesis, and I made a prediction of what would happen if I bottled some gas and turned it upside down. I now have Harry Callan.
Predictions don't mean shit until you verify the results.
Sob can go on denying
I predict that the fucking Giants are going to win the Super Bowl. Did I just do science?
I don't care.
Did I just do science? Did I just do science? I predict that there's going to be a civil war in America. Did I just do science? No, I didn't. Did I?
So I made a prediction of what would happen if I bottled some gas and turned it upside down based on
what caused it.
So I made a prediction.
What caused it? I don't give a shit what your prediction was. What caused it? What was your verification of the cause?
And I now have
verification of the cause. I don't care about your prediction. Verification of the cause.
So Sob is not letting me finish this with 1 minute so we can move on to actually...
Because you're not fucking answering. You go and answer something else that wasn't asked. How did you verify that the cause of the observed effect was gravity?
So Flatzoid had his final remarks. I'm having my final remarks, and you keep butting in with more questions. Actually, not more questions.
The same question that you haven't answered.
Exactly, it's the same question over and over and over and over again.
You haven't answered yet.
Observation.
Observation is not science. How did you verify it? You can't see gravity no more than you can see my magic leprechaun. How did you verify that gravity was the cause of the effect that you saw?
Shut the cake hole. I made an observation that there is a vertical pressure gradient in the air, and I believe that's caused by gravity. And gravity has a formula. Gravity has predictions about what will happen. And then
What's the formula for that? What's the formula for gravity? What's the gravitational formula for your air?
Okay.
Do you have that?
This is nowhere though. Wait. This is going to get nowhere because he doesn't know what science is at all.
I'm trying to make some closing statements, and you keep butting in. and I'm going through the scientific method. I made.
You're not.
You're claiming. Wait. I'm stopping you there.
Yep.
You're trying to claim science where there's no science. Okay.
I'm taking you through the
No, it
scientific
doesn't help.
method,
No,
which
it
you
doesn't
say
help.
is absolutely the thing we must do.
No.
Yes.
I
no.
made an observation.
Experimentation.
Made a hypothesis. I made a
Right.
prediction. I had an experiment. I have results. It matches my hypothesis. My
What was
hypothesis is not
Hold on.
falsified.
All right. Well, what was the dependent variable, the independent variable, and what control measures did you use in your experiment?
So the independent
No,
variable of the direction that I had the the cylinder turned. The dependent variable is what the pressures are at the top and bottom. And I
Okay,
predicted
so not
if I
gravity.
change-
Not gravity.
Well, the independent variable and the dependent variable don't have to be gravity. But I say that the
Wait
that
a second. If you're going to, if
That's
you're
not
going
science,
to
man.
demonstrate the
Oh, yeah.
cause,
there you go.
if you're claiming a cause, the independent variable would be that cause. So your
that's not how it
dependent
works.
variable is your
Yes,
bottle.
that is
That's how
how
it
it works. The
That
independent
is how
variable
it
is the
works.
thing you
I'm
manipulate.
I'm looking at how gravity behaves. I don't have to vary
No,
gravity. to
you're
look how gravity
assuming that
behaves.
it's gravity
It's
causing
correlation.
the behavior.
Right. If
Okay,
I've got
I
two
just want to say
magnets,
thank you, Roger Ledwell, for your $2 super chat. He says, Vicky, the demon thinks the Earth is a ball. Thank you
if
for the
I
super
have
chat.
if I have two magnets, they're going to want to pull together, right? The
Yeah,
further
so
I pull them
what?
apart, the less they're going to be pulled together, right?
Yeah,
So
okay.
if they're close together, I have a strong force between them. If I have them further apart, I have less force. Okay. So here it is. Independent variable, the distance they are apart. Dependent variable, the amount of force I feel them pulling together. Right. So
Yes,
I'm exploring.
yes,
I'm
yes.
exploring how magnetism works,
Yes.
but I am not varying magnetism. Magnetism
Okay.
is still the same thing no matter what.
Right.
But by
Yeah,
doing
wait.
this, I'm seeing.
But we
I'm
can
not doing-
manipulate. Hold on, wait. We can manipulate and modulate the magnetism. We already
Yeah,
know
but I'm
that
not.
by
In my
increasing.
experiment
Shut
here,
up! By increasing or
experiment
decreasing
here,
voltage
I have Yeah.
incurred in the magnet. Now, in your experiment, your independent variable is gravity because that's what you claim is the cause of the
No,
observed
it's not.
effect.
No,
Okay.
no, that's enough. I've had enough of that. In my experiment,
of
you
Of
just
course you
changed my
have,
experiment
because
by
you
saying I'm going to
can't,
use.
because it shows your failure.
Oh,
Well,
yum
you just
yum.
changed
This
my
is
experiment.
boring.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know,
I'm
because everyone keeps interrupting me. I would have done
No,
50
dude,
subjects.
I know what you're saying. I'm going to quickly give you. I'm going to give it logically on why it doesn't work because you're doing correlation, and this is exactly why the globe
I'm just
sits
going.
with
That's right. Can
pseudoscience.
you please just let me
I
finish this
understand
one?
what you're saying. I'm going to explain to you why
Right.
it's pseudoscience.
I have here
correlation.
permanent magnets, not electromagnets. Flatzoid. So I've changed this to electro.
Okay, I muted him again because he seems to not be able to grow up and actually talk. Let me
Yeah.
talk. Okay,
Babe,
I'm going
we
to unmute
asked-
you again. I'm
Sorry.
going to unmute you again, but let me finish talking, Andrew. Then you can go. Okay, just let me finish. It's not hard.
Hold
You're
on, just
grown up.
babe, me asking him to read the comments from the man ain't gonna make a difference. He'll pick and choose what he wants to read.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
I'm not.
so-
I'm just glancing on the occasion.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is he's basing correlation. This is exactly what the globe does, unfortunately. They take correlation and they call it science. Just like what he did with the magnetism and taking the distance apart. Fine. You can have a hypothesis saying the strength of the magnetism is due to location. Okay, great. But you are able to know what magnetism is. So a different hypothesis is let's actually Violet, I mean, just now my head's going. Let's actually go and manipulate what magnetism is. You can actually go and manipulate the independent variable to figure out what magnetism is. This is scientifically valuable, validated. When it comes to gravity, all you have is correlation. I have the distance, so therefore gravity. You can't do that. You can't just claim it's gravity without being able to go and say, great, now I can say the distance gives this weird force between the two masses. Let me go now and say what that force is validated. You can't. You can't validate that force because you can't manipulate that force. You can only manipulate the effect. You get it? So therefore, it's not science. The independent variable is the cause for the effect manipulated. So when you are you saying gravity is the cause and you are going and manipulating the effect, not the cause, you are not validating your claim.
Nathan, taking me out of context. Fantastic.
I'm not. I am
Sorry,
explaining
Flatzoid.
to you why it's pseudoscience correlation.
It's nice to see Nathan. He's only got one quote that he
Thank you,
quotes from
Austin Murphy,
out of
for your
context.
$5 super chat. Really appreciate it. It says Andrew's being intentionally dishonest. Much love, Flatzoid. Appreciate all the super chat, man. You rock. Hey, Nathan, if you can see, we're going to talk about it now. Andrew wants to talk about measuring Earth flat.
Right, now I'll finish with this. I have two permanent magnets. I move the distance, that's the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the amount of force between them, right? And
No,
and
the
I have
distance is. The distance
the
is.
distance is the independent variable is the distance between them.
Whoa. You said the distance is the independent variable.
Yeah, the distance between is the independent variable. It's the thing I'm changing in this
You
experiment.
don't have two independent variables. Independent is singular, man.
Yeah, the distance between them. At the moment,
So
there's an
that's
inch between them.
independent variable then.
It's
So the distance is independent variable.
The distance between them is the independent variable. It's the thing I am varying in the experiment and measuring the force.
But what's the cause?
Right?
But what's the cause?
And the dependent variable is the amount of force I feel between them. Okay. Now, I hypothesize that there's this thing called magnetism that varies with the inverse square of the distance.
What's magnetism in your hypothesis? How do you know it's magnetism? How do you know it's magnetism in your hypothesis?
This is totally wrong because he's not following cause and effect.
No, he's not. That's my point.
Sure it is. A change in the distance causes a change in the force.
Really?
All right, so your correlation thing, I'm going to give you an example, right? Monday through Saturday, listen to me, Monday through Saturday, about the same time of day, a little red car goes by my house. Shortly after that red car goes by my house, the mail shows up. Now on Sunday, that little red car doesn't go by my house. And you know what? The mail doesn't show up either. Therefore, I have scientifically concluded that the red car causes my mail to arrive.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that's a great hypothesis, and you don't have any evidence that falsifies it. But one day you might see the.
That's why we test it.
Yeah.
That's why
we test it. That's how hypothesis works. It is supported as a hypothesis until it is falsified. One day you might see the red car go by and no mail turn up. Well, one day, even better, you'll see mail turn up without the red car going by, and you falsified your hypothesis. Fantastic. That's how
great.
Okay,
great. That's nothing.
I've got some evidence for the hypothesis. It's still supported.
What evidence?
Great. And let's put that into practice now. Can you show us a validated scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity, please?
Not a problem. But anyway, we'll get on to Cleethorpes because you don't want it debunked.
No. Can you?
Oh, let's not move on to Cleethorpes.
We're going to, but you made a claim now. I just want to hold you on the claim for 2 minutes before we go on to Cleethorpes.
Well, anything I say about gravity, you're going to say is wrong, so it's not worth it. I've explained.
Okay, so then we can concede there is no scientific hypothesis and experiment.
We can concede. Okay, cool. We can concede, just like I said.
Okay, Andrew, your measurement for Earth curve, please.
No. I'm debunking Cleethorpes.
Yeah, you're claiming it's measuring Earth curve, so go on.
So, two things. One, I am claiming that Tinfoil Hat Man made a stupid mistake that none of you are willing to admit to. I reckon Nathan knows what the mistake is, and that's why he played down this Black Swan 2 thing. I might be wrong about that. But anyway.
Nathan is defining the motives, man.
Well, I'm trying to guess. Why is he playing it down? If this is Black Swan 2, he should be pumping it up. So, Tinfoil Hat Man made a stupid mistake. None of you see it. None of you can see how dumb a mistake it was. I'm going to show what that is. And secondly, I think, now it's hard because I don't have all his observations, but I think it actually is great evidence for a curved Earth. So I'm going to start with my whiteboard. Now, this is not exactly what Tinfoil Hat Man's situation was, but it's trying to explain what he did wrong, okay? So we have a person, Tinfoil Hat Man, standing in a swimming pool. And on the side of that swimming pool are marks that are, I'm going to say, are 1 foot tall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foot tall, okay? Understand that? Yep. Okay, I'll keep going. Right. Now, I'm going to say that my pool has a standard water height of 4 foot. That's where I want the water to be because that's where the little intake box is that takes the water to the pumps. So I will always have my water level at 4 foot, okay? So that's my standard level. Now, based on how you think water works and pools work, Flatzoid, can you tell me what on the far wall, which I'm covering up here with this sponge, can you tell me what point on the far wall Tinfoil Hat Man can see? Can he see the 5 foot, the 4 foot, the 3 foot, the 2 foot mark? Which one can he see?
How big is the pool?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
We're just good. No. This is just a small pool with a flat bottom.
Small pool, then he can see everything because the pool's small. Remember?
Now we're going to assume that he can't see through water, right?
You said he's standing in water. Did you say that there's no water? He's standing in water.
He's standing in water. His head's above water. The pool is filled up where he is standing to the 4 foot level. So On the
Okay,
opposite
in a
wall.
small pool with water. Yeah, why would he see through the water? Okay, go on.
No, I'm saying let's assume that he can't see through the water. Okay, so I'm just asking. On the opposite wall, can he see the 5 foot mark, the 4 foot mark, the
Depends how
3 foot
far
mark?
it is, and if it's refracted or
I
not.
don't know. No,
Yeah.
5 meters away.
Okay, you should see it at 5 meters. Okay, yeah,
He should see the 5 mark. Should he see the 4 mark?
probably.
Yeah, because that's where the water level is at the 4 mark where he is. So sure enough,
Mhm.
the water is at the 4 foot mark on the other side. That's pretty simple.
Do you know
isn't
he
it?
can? Do you know he can see that 3, 2, 1 as well because he's only 5 meters away. He can see the 0 as well.
No,
Do
but
you know
I'm telling you that let's assume he can't
He can
see
see
through
all
the
of
water.
that. Wait. Can he see all those marks, Andrew?
No. I'm going to put some dye in the water so he can't see through it.
Oh, okay. So it's black water.
Yeah, sure, black water. Why not?
Okay,
So he
great.
can-
So
he
is
can see the
that
5 and the 4.
water? Is that water? So the opacity is not able to be. Is that water earth curve or is that water just level substance?
No. Flatzoid. This was supposed to be a simple question. You're making it far more difficult.
I'm showing you. I'm showing you your idiocy, because I know exactly what your straw man is.
Right. So, all right. Well, I'll continue while you do your best to deflect. So,
Do you know that water's level, Andrew?
Yeah, this is not the point. I'm not talking about earth curve. I'm talking about this stupid mistake that Tinfoil Hat Man
Yeah,
made.
no, you
and I'm
can't
showing
talk about earth curve because it debunks your claim.
No, I can talk about earth curve. We'll get to that.
Yeah, he's got it on screen. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever.
So,
That's what. This was a very simple question. You make it far more difficult than it needed to be.
I told you
if the
it. We
water-
can see it.
Okay, so you can see the 5 and you can see the 4. Pretty simple, isn't it? Right? Yep, easy done. Okay. Now I'm going to turn off the pumps because I don't want to ruin them, and I'm going to get another pump and I'm going to drain some of the pool.
Okay.
So now I've drained some of the pool. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cover this up again.
Notice this guy's still at exactly the same level.
Yeah, it actually doesn't matter where he is as long as he's above water. That's all that matters in this situation.
Sorry. Is he still standing at exactly the same level, Andrew?
It doesn't matter. Wait till I ask you the question.
Is he standing at exactly the same level, Andrew?
So it's a simple question.
I
And you're
know
trying to
you're
avoid
straw
answering
man,
it.
and this is exactly why I'm doing it this way. Is he standing at exactly the same level, Andrew?
It's somewhere above the water.
It's a yes or no question.
It doesn't matter to the question I'm going to ask you.
I know exactly what you're trying to say. Now you can see more because there's less water.
Right.
Is he standing at the same level, Andrew?
Keith, just let me ask the question, and you can then work out whether your question
Flatzoid,
meaningful
he's
or not.
standing at the same level.
Sure,
So
he's standing
now,
at the same level.
because there's less water, he's able to see more that the water's not blocking anymore because the water has receded.
Great, awesome. So the question is, Flatzoid, and you're doing your best to avoid it. On the opposite wall now that the water is at the 2 foot level on his side of the wall, what can he see on the other side? Can he see the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, the 1, or the 0? What can he see?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Well done.
Andrew, do you know why?
Because the water level dropped, exposing more of the other wall.
Yeah. Great.
Right.
Can I also ask you something very important there? Is the guy still standing on the same level?
It doesn't matter. He's standing at one side of the
And
pool.
let me ask you another
important
question. Is that water level to the floor of that pool?
Yeah, we're considering it a simple situation.
And when it comes to horizontal, is it easier to see further distances?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Flatzoid. So
in other words, if that pool floor was curved,
no, we're not talking about the floor.
Would it be easier or more difficult to see?
Let me just try and clear this up. You've just shown a flat Earth observation on your board, mate.
No, Michael. What I've done, I've showed a simple situation, and I'm about to explain.
You've just shown a flat Earth observation. That's all you've done.
I've just shown you what the stupid. I'm about to show you what the stupid mistake that Tinfoil Hat Man made, and that you guys don't want to admit to.
No.
Admit what?
You know what? This insults my intelligence, to be fair. To be honest. And because the thing is, you really think that we're so numbskulls to actually know what's going on, because I've literally been playing you this whole time.
Listen,
Go on,
pal.
tell me.
If you need to
Tell me.
debunk an observation, get your centre cleave-outs, get your centre scope, and debunk it properly, mate.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
drawing a
it's nice,
stupid
Mark.
flat
And you
earth
said I
observation
couldn't.
on a
You said I
board.
couldn't debunk. What's the name? What's that? That
You
horrible
didn't.
seaside place. The wind farms. I've got the
Oh, the wind
not
turbines
Scunthorpe.
are like 30 miles away, and I were like 5
Yeah,
foot
yeah.
high.
And your
Yeah,
argument was that I have to be on your side of the world at the beach to know it. Well, same deal here. I've got the data. And if you guys will just answer a simple question,
Neither you
about
or
Springville,
Wally place me in right place on that beach.
No.
you were on the south side of the pier.
You also had me looking in the
You're-
wrong direction.
No, you were on the south side of the
What
pier.
you don't
in-
realise is when you sat on your
Oh,
little
dear.
armchair trying to debunk things,
Yeah.
you weren't
Come
there,
on,
mate. You don't
Yeah,
know
I
what's
know.
going on.
But you know what?
You got,
know what,
you
Mikey?
see, Andrew, you and yourself and Wes Wally looked in the wrong direction. Then
Your
you're telling
armchair
the guy that
debunkers,
was
mate,
actually
and you
there.
crap at it.
Yeah, telling the guy that
Best
was
thing you
there.
could do, mate, is like you said, you're going to guilt whip flat. I'd pack it up, mate, because you're not very good.
Yeah,
You're
so
laughable.
So you were on the south side of the pier near that little metal hazard marker out in there, and you were looking out to sea, and the substation was slightly to your left, slightly to the north, of looking
How
straight
can I
out.
be south at pier when it went beach runs east to west?
The beach runs north to south.
No.
The beach runs north to south.
Oh man, this is funny. Do you know,
What's the
Andrew? Do you
name?
know
So
he has?
what's-
Do you know? Wait. Do you know he has more than one video on this observation?
And you kept saying that you were going to present a second video, and I don't think we ever saw
You
that.
didn't need to.
I ain't got round to it, like, because
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
waiting
But you're
till
on that
next
beach
time I
looking
go
out
with my
eastwards.
drone.
He's doing more than one observation, Andrew.
Uh-huh.
It's weird. You guys just expect he must
Oh,
just
man.
jump to
No,
your
but
command
what
just
these
because you
people
guys
do is
are.
they jump
Yeah.
both feet in, trying to debunk something because they can't handle that it disproves their earth. So he jumps in feet first. Him and Wally had me both looking in wrong direction.
No.
He got me at wrong side
Yes.
at pier.
They got the wrong wind turbine farm.
You're like, you can't debunk an observation, mate, from your armchair in 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 miles away. Get your centre, get your
Wasn't it? Was it?
places, get your own scope, and then debunk them. That's debunking, mate.
Oh, it was Skegness, wasn't it? Yeah. So Skegness, the beach runs north and south.
Yeah, Andrew's Australian.
Does
Anyway,
it not
Andrew,
run
so you're
north
going
and
to
south?
carry on telling us how Tinfoil Hatman's wrong?
But you've just claimed that the beach in Skegness runs east to west. It runs north to south. It's east out to the sea.
Not. It depends how you stand, man.
That's how I got it wrong.
Anyway,
That's how I got it
No,
wrong.
no, no.
are you going to say? Are you going to say that how Tinfoil Hatman was not minus 2 meters below mean sea level?
There's Skegness for you.
I got
Are
it
you
wrong,
going
so
to
what? I
answer
got it
me or
wrong.
not?
There's Skegness. The beach runs north to south.
The problem is, no matter what direction that beach runs in, right, you got me looking the wrong direction. Do you understand?
Not at
that?
all. No.
Yeah,
You were looking out to sea. You were looking out to sea, and slightly to your left of looking straight out to sea, which is slightly to the north.
No,
To get
I
that,
was looking straight out to sea and slightly to my right. I pumped it right with my camera, mate.
Wait, I want to know what happened to Andrew.
All right,
no,
you
direction,
can just
dude.
keep wrong.
You had me looking in the wrong direction, dude. There are metal things stuck in
Alright,
sea
you say
straight in
so.
front of pier, yeah? I panned right from that. You tell me I was
Exactly.
going
Yep,
left.
exactly. Yeah, but we're
Yeah, I panned
Do you know
right.
the
you
difference
went left.
between
Substation.
right and left, Andrew?
What do you mean if he says so? He was the one there doing the observation. Of course he said so.
sure. Where's the substation? Where was the
Straight in
substation?
front. Straight in front from where
No,
I was.
well, it
at
wasn't.
pier. Yeah,
Oh, well,
yeah, it
yes,
is,
it
mate.
was.
You
Oh
go
my
stand on that
goodness.
beach,
It was
dude, and then
straight in
tell me
front of
I'm
it.
wrong. Yeah? Have you ever been to Skeggy?
It doesn't really matter.
Have you ever been to Skegness,
Because-
Andrew?
No, he hasn't.
Well,
Andrew,
well,
yes
well,
or no?
well,
Have you
Michael-
been to Skegness?
Michael,
Andrew,
Michael,
Andrew,
you win.
have you been to
Michael?
Skegness, mate? Andrew, simple
Michael.
yes or no. Have you been to Skegness, mate?
Michael, you need to tell the wind
Andrew,
farm
have you
authority
been
that
to
they're
Skegness?
charging
You're not deflecting from this, dude. You're going to answer. Have you been to Skegness?
It's irrelevant. It's
Have
irrelevant
you
because
been
there are
to
maps showing
Skegness,
where those
yes or
wind
no?
farms are.
Have you been to Skegness, yes or no? Have
Yeah,
you
of
been
course I
to
haven't. You know I
Skegness,
haven't.
yes or no? Andrew, have
No.
you been to Skegness? No.
I've just
Then
answered that.
pack up and get lost, pal.
Right, so all the maps
Okay,
are wrong.
so anyway,
the
Tinfoil
charts
Hatman.
show the
Are you
So the
are you
charts,
claiming
the
Tinfoil
chart
Hatman
showing
was
where the
not
wind farm
minus 2
assets.
meters? Are you claiming Tinfoil Hatman was not minus 2 meters below mean sea level?
So I just want to say, Michael is claiming that the charts of the wind farms are wrong. He wants to probably get on to
Again,
the authorities about
are you
that.
claiming Tinfoil
Okay.
Hatman
All right,
was not minus 2
we'll get back to
meters
this.
below mean sea level?
No, let me get my explanation in here because we've got an hour and a half, and this is as far as I've gone
Does
into it.
Does this guy really think everybody's so dumb? We know what you are arguing for. You're saying the water's out, therefore you see it. But you are too
Right,
dumb to
so-
understand. He literally was in a hole lower than every Earth curve calculator you guys have, which makes it worse. He was in a
Okay,
hole
so
in your
if you'll let me
curve.
talk, if you'll let me talk. So in my example here of the swimming pool, the datum for the swimming pool is the 4 foot level. The datum is the 4 foot. But in my second example, the water was actually at 2 foot, right? When the water's at 2 foot, you could predict you could see the 2 foot. When the water's at 4 foot, you'd predict you
This
see
is
the
a
4
straw
foot.
man,
Pretty
mate.
simple.
This is an
Yeah,
absolute
but that's
straw
it. Was
man.
he at the
Not a
same?
problem,
Wait,
Michael.
wait. Did I say he's at the same elevation, guys?
Straw man, he weren't in
Did
a
I not-
swimming pool. He were on a beach, dude.
Exactly.
Not just that. Did I say he was at the same elevation? Yeah.
In this example, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to show you the mistake, and I'll get on to the actual real example of what happened. So when the water is at 2 foot, you do not apply the 4 foot prediction, do you? When the water's at 2 foot, you applied the 2 foot prediction to what you would see down here. You didn't apply the 4 foot. That is correct. Will you agree with me?
The water's
Flatzoid,
physical,
agree with
Andrew.
me?
The
No,
water's
no,
physical.
that's a simple question. When the water
It's
is
very
at 2
simple.
foot,
Can you see through black water or not? No, you can't. So therefore, you can't see it. Point still is, you are making him
Flatzoid,
stand in a pool at the same elevation, 5 meters away.
Flatzoid,
Compared to compared to him with his scope minus
Literally
2
showing you what
meters
the
in a
fuck
hole
he's talking about right here.
6 miles away.
Okay, now that you'll let me ask you a simple question. When the water is at the 2 foot level, which prediction did you use? The 2 foot or the 4 foot prediction?
The 4 foot would still be because you haven't changed any variable besides the water.
Oh, so you're
He's
saying
still at the
that,
same elevation.
No, hang
Is
on,
he,
wait a
wait,
sec,
is he not at the same elevation?
Flatzoid, I'm not getting, this is not about his actual observation. This is about the mistake he made. So again, I ask you, I asked you a 4 foot prediction and I asked you a 2 foot prediction. So when the water is at 2 foot, which of those predictions do you use to predict what he can see? When it's at 2 foot, you use the 2 foot prediction. When it's at 4 foot, you use the 4 foot prediction. Is that correct?
There is no prediction there. He is in a swimming pool with
That's
water.
what you've already said it. You just don't want to admit it.
Okay, you know what? Let's put it this way. What are the claims that the swimming pool has made? What's the claim that swimming pool's made?
Flatzoid, you've already said it.
There is no prediction. You don't listen. Your straw man is not helping. There is no prediction here. You literally say, "Look, pool full, we see to the water. Pool level less, we see to the water." Wow! Nobody claims you can see through water.
Right.
So now again, get to the actual observation of Tinfoil Hatman, and show how him not staying at the same level you claiming shows the same straw man argument.
Okay, Flatzoid, let me just repeat this and I'll move on. When the water is at 2 foot, you make a prediction based on 2 foot.
There's no prediction. He's standing in a pool.
Prediction.
The water got less.
Flatzoid.
You guys are obsessed with predictions. Like you want to
don't interrupt here.
There is no prediction.
Well, you did the prediction and you got the answers right. I asked you what is the prediction at 4.
There are no predictions. Water level.
You made a prediction.
You can't see through. No, there was no prediction. I just told you what you would see in reality.
I asked you what your prediction was when the 4 foot level, and you said 4 foot. You made a prediction and you got the right answer. I asked you what the prediction was when it's at 2 foot.
Because that's what the observation would do. You can't see through water. You can't see through black water.
Right.
Now get to Tinfoil Hatman's observation,
Right.
please. I don't care about your 5-meter swimming pool. We all get your argument. Now get to how this pertains to Tinfoil Hatman's argument. Because I know exactly what you're doing, and this is why I'm laughing, and this is why we're all laughing at you, because you really think you're so smart. In the meantime, you've been making yourself look like a fool. So go on.
Okay,
get to Tinfoil Hatman's observation, please.
Now, I just want you to admit that when the water is at 2 foot, you make a 2 foot prediction, and when the water is at
No
4
prediction.
foot, you make a 4. But you did.
No,
you just
there's
did.
no
I asked you to
prediction.
make.
There's no prediction. What's the prediction?
I asked Flatzoid when the water is at 4 foot, what's he going to be see? That's a prediction. I asked when it's at 2
No,
foot.
that's not a
what's the
prediction.
It is. I asked you what would happen, and you gave an answer. You made a prediction, and I reckon your prediction was correct.
Okay, I'm going to play. Wait, I'm going to play around with this. Okay, cool. Let's make a prediction. You're going to say it's prediction at 2 meters water level. You'll see it at 2 meters, just because that's where the water level is sitting. Correct?
Look, that's what you said earlier ago. You got the answer right. Well done.
Right. Okay, cool. So now put that into terms of tinfoil hat man's observation, please.
I will, but I just need you to admit when the water is at 2 foot.
So
you make a
did the
prediction of a
water
2
level? So with tinfoil hat man, the water level receded, correct?
No, that's all.
So now
Well,
you're
answer
saying
this
you should see
question,
more.
and we'll-
Wait.
Answer
So you're
this-
saying we should see more. What
Answer
is the
this
level?
question.
What is the elevation level of that water at mean sea level when it's at high tide?
That's what you've moved on before you've answered this question.
No.
Just answer the question. I've
What?
answered that many times. Now,
At high
why
tide
won't you
at
answer the
Soundtop.
question, Flatzoid?
Wait. What is the elevation at mean sea
Please
level
talk.
at high tide? What's the
doesn't make sense.
elevation be of that water? Be at zero.
Flatzoid,
Okay, cool.
Flatzoid.
Let's say 0 meters. Correct. We can
Flatzoid,
agree with this. Wait,
Flat-
Andrew.
Flatzoid,
Okay, Andrew.
Flatzoid.
I'm done with that straw man. We are moving on to the actual observation.
Flatzoid, I
Because
just need
we're all too
I just need
smart.
you to admit.
We're all too smart for
Just-
this little
Flatzoid.
kindergarten argument you're trying to make. We're getting brain
We
damage
can
here with
move
the
on.
CDC. Anyway.
We can move on.
No. We're moving on now. We're moving
on.
on now. We know your argument, and I'm not going to sit the whole night listening to you trying the same argument over and over. We've answered it. Now I'm going to tell you again.
Okay.
Does
the
water at high tide,
Flatzoid,
is it 1 meter or higher than 1 meter sometimes at high tide at Scunthorpe?
Flatzoid, Cleethorpes, not Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe is.
Well,
Epping Shire.
sorry about my pronunciation.
No, different town.
Does
Okay,
the
you got the
water
name
rise and
But Flatzoid-
does the water rise and please, does the water rise and lower? It's a simple question.
Flatzoid, I will move on to
Does the
this
water rise and
once you
lower?
answer this. Well,
Andrew,
no, Flatzoid, you've moved
Mr.
on
Turn off
without
your phone.
admitting that.
Andrew, die
Flatzoid-
water. Gaan hy op of gaan hy af, Andrew? Ek wil weet wat is die altitude van die water? Gaan hy op of af? Sê net vir my asseblief, ek smeek jou. Hou op so 'n dom kop wees. Is that better?
You call me a dumb
You
cock,
understand?
thank you. Right.
Yeah,
Now,
it means that.
Flatzoid,
Dumb.
answer. I just need you to admit that you said what you said. When the water is at 2 foot, you make a prediction based on 2 foot. When the water is
Physical
at 4
water,
foot,
yes.
you make a prediction.
Physical water.
I just want you
Yeah.
to I'm just going to state this. When the water is at 2 foot, you make a prediction of the water being at 2 foot. When the water is at 4 foot, you make a prediction of the water being at 4 foot. Correct?
Physical water.
Just correct.
Physical
Is that correct?
This
Yes.
is a lot of garbage, man.
But he doesn't understand that the guy's standing at exactly the same elevation for both of those observations.
Really
Yeah,
bad.
in this
First of
one-
all, no one was predicting where water was.
Nope.
Yes, tinfoil hat one was. But just admit this.
well.
In this situation,
No, we weren't.
In this situation,
No, we weren't.
oh yeah, absolutely. So
No,
just
we
let me-
weren't. No,
in
we
this
weren't.
situation, the height of the
No.
height of him doesn't really matter as long as he's above water both times.
Your little
okay? 'Cause
swimming
it's not
pool
about
drains
looking
are
over curves.
strong, man.
I just want you.
Okay, you
to
know what?
understand-
Okay,
I
you
just
know
want
what?
some-
It's fine. Andrew, take that same guy, nah, and I'll put him underneath that 2 meter water level. Please tell me if you'll see the same.
So just get this right. In this situation, what level is the water at? For that you're just trying to hypothesize
2 meters.
with me. What
It's at the it's a 2 meter mark, and now he's going to go and he's going to swim underneath the water.
he's going to squat down, right? So that
He's going to
is
squat down underneath the water. What's he going to see, Andrew?
he's here under the water now. Well, he's going to see nothing
Okay. Well, what's he going
because
to see?
because he's under the level of the water. But
Okay. So
What
he's
if he
changed his
was-
elevation now. Has he changed
what
his
if he was
elevation?
here? Right. That's it. These are simple questions, and you're doing your best to avoid them. I'm going to say it
We're
one
not
more
avoiding.
time.
We've answered it
right?
many
And
times.
if you're
We're
not
trying
going to
move on
answer it,
the actual observation because you're too scared to
will.
move on to it because you don't want
no, I'm happy
topography.
to.
coming to
I'm
play.
happy to move on to none of this. If you
Remember that
All
tool
you did was change. Are you just changing elevation angle? And like the diagram that I just put up there, you're going to get the only thing obstructing your view
I'm
is
just
your
asking a
field of
simple
view
question
being
about a
compromised.
simple swimming
See,
pool.
you can't
About a
just
simple
let a
water level
This is
motherfucker
painful,
say
guys.
It
This is very
you
painful,
can't
guys.
just let somebody
Okay.
say something. All you're doing by
it's an
increasing
absolute
and decreasing.
misrepresentation. You want to get that stick man's head below bottom of that swimming pool, mate. That's what you want to do.
I haven't. You won't let me get. If the water is at 2 foot, you make a prediction of the water being at 2 foot. If the water is at 4 foot, you make a prediction of the water being at 4 foot.
No
You make a prediction
That's you
based
make
on
a
where
prediction.
the water
I'm not
level
making
is.
predictions.
Oh, this is your straw man,
I
mate.
asked.
Okay, let's
This
do
is
it
your
this way.
straw man.
Okay, let's do it this way. Andrew, based on the Earth curve calculators, which reference datum does it use?
Oh wow.
Well, I'm talking about curve here. Okay, just
Yeah.
Which
admit.
reference
Admit
We're
datum
what
never
do
you
the
talking about
said, what
calculators
you
curves,
use?
said
it doesn't
earlier.
exist.
What reference datum do the
Admit what you
calculators
said
use,
earlier.
Andrew? What
When the
reference
water is at 2
datums do the
feet,
calculators
you-
use for your Earth curve,
That's what.
Andrew?
That's what. You just got to. You
I
just got
can
to
tell you
agree
guys,
that
mean sea
you
level.
just got to agree that you said
So
what you
when
said
we
you
have
said,
mean sea level,
and we'll move on to the
and
actual
mean
observation.
sea level is what
When-
gives their zero reference datum over a ellipsoid. That means it will be curving.
I'm not
though,
even listening to
apparently.
you, Flatzoid, because you need to answer
You
this.
can't listen because
When the
it's
water's at 2
demolishment of
foot,
your argument.
We need
That's
to
all
accept
you-
Andrew's straw man. Come on, let's just
Of
accept
course.
it and move on.
There's no ways.
Michael, PJ,
So all
whoever,
you've
Ryan,
done
even
is
speak up.
increase and
When you-
decrease your field of view. That's
geez.
all you've done,
It's
Andrew.
nothing about field
Andrew.
you don't. It's
You,
not.
yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's all about your field of view
So,
because, as I showed in that diagram that I put up on screen earlier, you had plenty of time to look at it. As the ground rises up to relative to eye level, your field of view becomes compromised by the horizon line itself. Okay.
So I'm just talking
So
about a
when
pool
you
that's a few meters
increase,
across.
listen. When you increase your elevation, you increase your field of view and you're able to see much more. Okay? There's nothing magical
so-
about it. It's not due to an earth curve. It's merely your field of view being compromised by the horizon line. That's it.
Okay, so will someone on the panel answer? When the water is at 2 foot, you use a 2 foot prediction. When the water is at 4 foot, you use a 4 foot prediction. Do we agree with this?
Okay,
Does anybody on the
entertain your
panel
straw
agree
man.
with this?
Okay, just whatever you say, Andrew. Just move on.
Level.
Yeah, we accept what you say. Just move on, Andrew. So
Well,
we can get off the straw man.
But the thing is,
Roger
when
Lidwell,
you
thank
did it,
you.
Flatzoid, I asked you what the
Andrew
prediction.
answered the question. Is his angle higher? There we go. Thank you for the super
What's the
chat.
distance
Well, in this
to the
situation, it
target?
doesn't matter. As long
What's the distance to
as,
the
long as he's
target?
above water, at 5 meters. As long as he's
5
above, his head's
meters?
above water, in all situations, he will be able to see down to the water level on the opposite wall. Right? It's a very simple, small scale thing, and you guys are making it a massive,
We'll
massive
move on
problem.
to what's
So
next.
again,
No, it's a very simple, small
Yeah, I just
scale
wanna say, when it-
misrepresentation.
yeah, fine, Michael, but I'll get to it. But the thing is, when the water is it's at this level, you make a
You
prediction
need
based
to
on
at
the water
least
being
put
at
that
this
stick
level.
guy's head on the bottom of that swimming pool, and that's being generous.
No, hang on a second. We'll get to that. So when the water is at this level, we make a prediction based on the water being at this level. And when the water is at this level, we make a prediction of the water being at this level. Correct? So if the water's at 2 foot, we wouldn't make a prediction based on the water being at 1 foot.
Andrew, try and carry on for the next 10 minutes without saying prediction, mate, because nobody was making any predictions of water levels in that observation. I don't know what you think you're doing with this straw man argument, but it's feeble, mate.
Well,
feeble.
Michael, Tinfoil Hat Man did make a prediction. He made a prediction on the globe, and he said his observation didn't match it. So there is a prediction involved here.
It don't match
so
it.
just want to say, yeah, sorry. When
No
the water
matches
is,
globe,
you
mate.
make a
No matches
Don't-
globe,
don't-
does it? 'Cause it doesn't exist.
I mean, if you got 5 more hours, I might actually get to that point. You know, I could get through this very quickly if you guys just Simply said, when the water is at this level, I make a prediction of what I can see based on the water being at this level. If the water is at 2 foot, I wouldn't make a prediction of the water being at 1 foot because I'm not going to get the right answer. All right. So if the water's at 2 foot, I use a 2 foot prediction. If the water's at 4 foot, I use a 4 foot prediction. Okay. Do we agree with this?
Go ahead.
No, it's quiet.
We're just going to entertain your straw man so we can move on.
Straw man or not? I'm asking for a simple prediction.
Just entertaining your straw man so we can move on.
Well, if the water's at 2 foot, why would you make your prediction of what you can see based on the water being at 3 foot? Because the water's not at 3 foot, it's at 2 foot. Okay, it would be stupid to make a prediction of the water being at a different level to the level it's actually at. Right, and that's basically what Tinfoil Hat Man did. He made a prediction based on him being at a certain height in reference to a datum, not in reference to where the actual water level was. And everyone admits, the water wasn't up at his feet. The water wasn't lapping up at his telescope. The water was way off down the beach,
Andrew,
probably 3 or 4 meters below where he was.
Andrew, what datum does Google Earth use?
The datums don't matter. What matters is how far he is.
Of course it matters.
No, they don't.
Datums don't matter.
Yeah.
No,
I want to point out to you something, Andrew.
datum-
You see where he's standing here, okay? You see where he's standing, Andrew?
You're like trying to switch from sea
Did
level
you say
to
the datum
water level.
doesn't matter?
No, we're going to play with his straw man here. We're going to play with his straw man here.
You're going to let me
Andrew,
explain why
based
datum
on
doesn't matter.
prediction, based on your straw man prediction, okay? You see this whole area. You see this stuff. That's a hole that he's standing in. That's -2 meters, okay? You see this sandbank here. That's higher than him, okay? Okay, that would be, let's say, 0. How far would you say from there to there is?
I'm not paying any
few
attention
meters?
because I need to explain why datum doesn't.
Wait.
Why his height above
I'm
datum.
trying to I'm using your straw man.
All
for you.
Andrew's interested in doing is trying to force feed his
You
bullshit
need to
knowing
really want
banner.
to.
But it's okay. I'll do this for the audience then. So, Andrew, you see the distance from there to there is a few meters, okay? He is -2
Just tell me when you're
meters
done,
in
and
the
I'll explain why
ground.
datum doesn't
In
matter.
the ground, okay? This sandbank thing here in front of him is 2 meters higher than him. Get it? So let's just say with his scope, he's a meter lower than what the sandbank is here. When the water would be in. Now the water's gone. It's still physical sand there. The water's no longer there, but it's physical sand. He's lower than that physical sand. Now let's take your pool analogy. His head is a meter below the top of that empty pool, and you're expecting him to see a man 6 miles away beyond his eye line. Get that?
All right, Flatzoid, I'm going to ask you a question here, and I'm
So
asking
this
one of you
sandbank, whoa. This sandbank on your model should be blocking him. This should be your horizon line. And what do you know, if you look at the Earth curve calculator, it says it's only a few meters away. Where is that horizon, guys? Past the second lighthouse, which is even further than the 6 miles, just about, a few, I'd say 6.1 miles away. Weird. So why is that physical sand heap that's a meter higher than him, Andrew, not blocking his line of sight? There's your prediction, Strawman. Come, answer it.
There's no sandbank that's a meter higher than him. I will
There's
get
a
to that in a
sandbank.
moment.
He's in a big ditch. You see this colorful? It's a big hole. This is
Flatzoid, I have the
hole.
harbour charts. Which
I have elevation. Yeah, we got the elevation charts as well. That's a hole. Okay.
I don't believe you do. I don't believe you do have the harbour charts. So, you might have Google Earth, but Google Earth doesn't go below the sea
You
level.
have you have a whiteboard in your hand, man. So anyway,
I have a whiteboard in my hand 'cause I'm gonna ask you a
is in a
question.
hole, wait. If he's in a hole, okay, and he has a sandbank that is a meter higher than him, should he see anything past that sandbank?
flat or curved, he wouldn't see anything past it, yet he does. So obviously the sandbank wasn't above his
No. That's your problem. That's why you guys struggle with curve, because you need that curve bulge to block his view. You do know.
There's a
Wait. You do know he can see over that beloved curve you're claiming.
Now, Flatzoid, you've just said that
there
there's a
is
sandbank
no
height.
curve. I'm just using your straw man. I'm using your own straw man on you. You like it? Do you like the straw man? Do you like the straw man, Andrew? Do you like it? What was your prediction, Andrew? We shouldn't see it, but we do. So therefore, globe debunked. Do you like that straw man? Should we go on with it a half an hour now, just like you did with the pool? Come on, grow up.
Are you done, Flatzoid, with the childish slow talk?
I'm going to teach. I'm going to talk to you like a child because you're acting like a child. You're childish. You won't move on. You won't have a big adult conversation.
I'm asking you simple
and I'm
questions,
getting
and you're
pissed off
making
and
them difficult.
frustrated because I have to talk to you like I would talk to a 5-year-old child.
You don't ever answer any questions. All you do is you come back and let me ask you a question. Why don't you ever answer the questions that are given to you?
So I've answered plenty of your questions, and you come back and re-ask them to me, and I start explaining them.
You never did tell me where your verification came from, other than you made up a prediction. I predicted Magic Leprechaun.
That's what you just mentioned. Flatzoid just claimed there was a sand that was higher than the observer height of Tinfoil Hat Man. I got the harbour charts that says that there isn't. If there was one that was higher than, like 100 metres further out, well, he's not going to see anything past that, is he? And he could. So you're obviously wrong about there being a higher sandbank. Now, back to datum.
Can you show the data? Can you show the data, please?
I will get to that in a second. I'm just going to take you through this quickly, and I will show you the harbour chart. Right.
Go ahead.
In a moment, because
I'm not interested in your whiteboard. Show us the data, please.
I'm trying to show you why datums don't matter.
I don't care about your whiteboard. I care about the data. You just claim data, so show us the data, please.
Datums don't matter, so you could never measure elevation.
No.
Datums don't matter.
No, Michael, let me specify what I mean by that. Your height in relation to a datum is not important. It is your height in relation to the water that's important.
No, that's what your globe's based upon.
Right. So I'm going to show you why your height above that.
Wait. Andrew, are you throwing away your Earth curve calculators, man?
Andrew's just denying mean sea level, mate. That's all he's doing.
No, I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that. Flatzoid?
Yeah, you are.
Can you put me full screen for a second? And I'm going to ask you a question.
You're dodging mean sea level like it's...
No, I'm not. I know what mean sea level is. I've got harbour charts to show you in a moment, but I'm just trying to explain why datums don't matter. Okay? Flatzoid, can you put me full screen for a second? So you can see
don't matter. Okay.
Your height above the datum, your height in relation to the datum is not important. Okay? Flatzoid, can you put me full screen, please? This should only take a minute, and I'll get onto the harbour charts. Right. Okay, diagram here, where we have, down here, we have sea level. All right, here's the water at the sea level. And we go up into the mountains. And way up here in the mountains, we have a massive lake, an alpine lake, that is 1,000 metres above sea level. Okay? And we have the water level here.
Meters above. I don't know, because you can't use these data, so I don't know. Oh, no, it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say you can't use data.
You're going to claim an elevation. You're going to be using a datum, mate. So there's no point in waffle around like that.
Okay.
I cannot believe you just said that, Andrew.
Andrew, mate.
I clarified to mean that I said that your height above a datum, your height in relation to a datum, is not important. It's your height in relation to the water level. I don't care if it doesn't matter.
How do you get a height above?
You cannot reference height to anything, mate, because you can't use a datum.
I could get through this in 10 seconds if you...
You can't get a height screen again without having a datum, mate.
Yes, and in order to calculate what you're going to see over
so therefore your argument's mute. Well done.
The word is not mute, it's moot.
What kind of tape measure did you use?
Thanks, Roger. That was really well. Flatzoid, please put me full screen again.
That wasn't Roger.
That was Ryan.
Whoever it was, I don't care. Ryan. Okay.
You got very bad resolution at the moment, dude.
Yeah, put
and now we can't hear you either. We can't hardly see you very. Your resolution is very bad. You might need to check your Wi-Fi connection. Man.
I haven't done anything. It's not Wi-Fi. Put me full
Well,
screen.
you got very bad connection because you're very blurry. We can hardly see you.
Well, I can't do anything about that. Can you put me full screen?
Well, then it's not going to help me making you bigger because it's even going to be worse resolution and no one can see then
Well,
what's
put
going
it
on.
full screen and see what it looks like.
It's going to be worse.
Well, just do it, Flatzoid.
It's going to be worse. There we go. Can anybody see anything? Not really. Okay.
It's not
So
too
there we
bad.
go.
It ain't too bad.
When you did that, I was seeing full resolution there.
Well, that's you,
And
not the
just-
rest of us. So can you go on, please?
Okay, so my example here is sea level's down here. This lake is at 1,000 meters above sea level.
Oh, what's
And you're
sea
making
level? What's sea level?
Flatzoid, stop distracting.
No. What is sea level?
Yeah, your datums don't matter.
You said there's no reference datum, so why are you taking sea level?
I didn't
That's
say.
a reference datum.
I didn't say that. I said your height in relation to a datum is not important. It's your height in relation to the water that you're looking over that's important. So the question is,
That's
I've
a
asked you this in
That's a datum.
So I'm gonna.
You do know that you're going against your own pool analogy you used the whole night.
That's why. Stop deflecting. Stop making this difficult.
Did he
It is
not?
a very
Did he
simple
not
question.
tell us which reference you would use?
Projection.
Yeah, it's weird because you were moaning with us the whole time. When the water's this level, which datum would you use? Now you're telling us
No, I didn't
datums
say.
don't matter.
No. I didn't say which datum. I said which water level, which height would you use of the water to make a prediction. I didn't
Mean
mention
sea
datums
level
in the
is
screen call.
always the datum for your calculator. If you haven't
Right,
realized that your globe requires mean sea level to be your zero datum.
Right, a datum is just a reference point. So in the question here,
And
I
your
have an alpine
reference
lake.
point shows no curve.
I
So
don't care.
flat Earth,
We're
well
I'm
done.
gonna keep asking you this question. I am looking across a very big alpine lake that has a water level that is 1,000 meters above sea level, and I'm standing here on the side.
You can't
and
say that,
my
mate.
telescope
You
here.
can't say that.
Can't do that.
You just said
What, you can't have a lake 1,000 meters
datums are
above sea
useless.
level?
There's no need for them. You don't need them.
I didn't
You
say
can't
that.
reference
I
any
didn't say
height
that,
or
Michael.
anything.
Are you
You're
going to
referencing
keep
something
straw manning
that
what I
doesn't
said?
matter.
No, mate. You are a
I
walking straw man.
Yeah.
I said that your height in relation to a datum is not important.
And then
Okay,
you've just
that's what I
referenced
said.
it.
And then you
And
referenced
then
height.
you've just referenced it, mate. Do you
Your
not
height for
understand
making
the
a
words that are
prediction of.
coming out your own mouth?
Okay, Michael, stop twisting my words and making me say
I'm
things
not
that I
twisting words,
didn't
mate.
actually
You're
say.
speaking them. I'm just
I
pointing
said,
out where you're wrong.
and what I'm getting to is that in order to make a prediction of what you would see over the curve of the Earth, you need to be referencing your height above the curve, not the height in relation to any datum.
And height above
So,
the curve
I have-
is
No.
above mean sea
No.
level, a reference datum which you are saying you don't need.
No, I didn't say you
Elevation
don't need a
angle,
reference
mate.
datum.
Elevations
elevation
come
angles, we're not we're not-
literally from a reference datum.
Right, so I'm going to ask the question again. I have a lake here that has a water level that's 1,000 meters above sea
Even if
level.
we give him his globe Earth, right, that
He's still
curvature,
wrong.
you'll still be referencing mean sea level, mate.
Exactly.
Do you
It's
not
just a
understand
reference point. You don't have to reference anything against mean sea level. It's common to do it, but you don't have to do it. So I've got a lake here that's 1,000
So what
meters above
reference do
sea
you
level.
use? No. Let's keep on this point. So, what are you referencing elevation and depression?
In this diagram, I am referencing to mean sea level.
In reality, mate, not in your stupid whiteboard.
I'm
What
asking a question.
What is
about how-
elevation
I'm
and
asking-
depression referenced to?
It can be referenced to anything you like.
No, it can't.
Yes,
Otherwise,
it can.
then your Mount Everest will be a different height to my Mount Everest, then, won't it? And that's stupid.
Of course.
No, well then the question is what is 8848
Andrew,
meters
mate, listen
referenced
to
to
the words that are coming out your mouth.
It's referenced, in that case, that 8848 for Mount Everest is referenced to mean sea level. Now, it could be referenced to something else. There's no reason why it has to be mean sea level. That's just a convention. And I will show you if you just get past this question, I will show you the harbour charts, and harbour charts are not referenced to mean sea level. Anyone who's involved in any sort of nautical activity, PJ, you go fishing. You must deal with tides. You know that tides aren't referenced to mean sea level, are they?
I don't. I haven't
You get some rate
I
tags
haven't
on
fished in the
local
sea. I've only
ponds.
fished in the rivers and canals. I ain't fished in the sea yet.
Oh, you
I'm
don't
from
do
the
the sea.
seaside.
Well, if you
I am from the seaside, though. Yeah.
right, but if you fished at the sea and looked at your tide charts, they're not in reference to mean sea level. They're in reference to something else. So you can have your heights in reference to anything you like.
What?
Well, Admiralty datum is what it's referenced in the UK, and I'll get to that in a moment. But I'm just trying to probe how you think the Earth curve calculator should be used, and I'm asking. When I have a lake that's got a water level 1,000 meters above sea level, and I've got my telescope 5 meters above the
Can you read these words on screen, Andrew? Just for shits and giggles, will you read these words on screen, please?
Oh, the usual datum used. It says the usual datum.
Read the words. Read it word for word, quickly, just for shits and giggles, quickly, please.
Oh, it says the usual datum is used, so it doesn't have to be. It's just conventionally that's the common way.
Read what it's read it word for word quickly.
I'll read it out. It's pretty small, but I can probably read it. For the purpose of measuring the height of objects on land, the usual datum used is mean sea level. This is a tidal datum which is described as the arithmetic mean of the hourly water elevation taken over a specific 19-year cycle. So they establish mean sea level by getting an average of where the water level is over a 19-year cycle. And heights on land.
So when we take the height, wait. So when we take the height of that lighthouse,
heights on land are usually.
Is that lighthouse on land?
Well, this is the thing, though.
Are we getting through this question? I'm asking you simple questions, and you're making it difficult.
Really weird.
I'm going to try for about the 10th time here.
Mean sea level doesn't matter, but literally everything is based on mean sea level.
Right, and mean sea level is just a hypothetical height of an average of something. It's just a datum. It's just something you reference things to.
Oh, so your whole Earth curve is hypothetical. Guys, congratulate Andrew.
Of course it isn't. Well done.
The Earth curve is hypothetical because it's based on mean sea level. Well done.
So,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, so I have a lake here that's 1,000 meters above sea level, and I have my telescope 5 meters above the surface of that lake. What height?
5 meters above what?
Above the surface of the lake. 5 meters above the surface of the lake.
Is it low tide, high
tide? It's a lake. It has a constant level.
Okay, so it's mean sea level.
This lake, its mean sea level?
What reference? I thought you have no reference to say it's 5 meters above. How are you going to know it's 5 meters above?
Flatzoid. This lake has a water level 1,000 meters above sea level. Yeah, I know you're just playing with me here. This lake has a water
so he has a
level
reference. So he does have a reference. Okay.
Flatzoid. Here is a lake that is 1,000 meters above sea level.
So he has a reference.
My observer. Okay. It's referenced to mean sea level. Fine. Here is my observer who is 5 meters above the surface of that lake. Okay?
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Right. Now, if you were looking at, this lake needs to be pretty big, but if you were looking across this lake and wanted to make a prediction using Walter Bison's calculator, what would you put as your observer height?
5 meters.
Exactly. You wouldn't put 1,005 meters, would you?
No.
Well, who said they would?
No. Well, no. I'm just making sure.
Let me ask you a question based on that, Andrew. So, what happens if he decided to dig a hole, make almost like a submarine or something? Okay.
So up there next to the lake, you decide,
and not be 5 meters, make it minus 2 meters.
Right. So
what would you type in? What would you type in Walter Bison's calculator then?
Well, according to the way you do it. Now, first of all, let's say you got the right answer saying it's 5 meters above the surface of the lake. It's not 5. You don't put in 1,005 meters above mean sea level. So well done, you got that right. So you admitted that the number you put into Walter's calculation for height, the number you put in is your height above the surface, not your height above some other data.
Above mean sea level. Yeah, you do know Walter Bison's calculator works on the ellipsoid being the mean sea level reference.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
A geometric. No, hang on, Flatzoid. It's just a geometric calculator, right? And it sets the radius of the curve as 6,371 kilometers. And you are required to put in your height above the curving surface, not in relation to, and this curving surface has a 6,371 radius. It is not your height above mean sea level. It is your height above the curve. Just like you admitted with the Alpine Lake, you need to put your height above the curve, not your height above some sort of reference datum. And that's what Tinfoil Hat Man did wrong. He put his height in relation to the mean sea level datum, not in relation to the actual water level. So let's move on.
Okay, I want to ask you then, based on that, wait.
Oh,
Does your water follow the same curve as the ground?
what? Ground is all sorts of shapes. The water is
If you're
genuinely
claiming the ground is curving away and the water is following an equal distance above that,
the actual height of the ground has nothing to do with the water level. The water
It's called Earth curve, dude.
The water what? The water what? Wait a second. The water what?
Level.
The water level? Did you say water level? You want to define level as a curve? How can you define level as a curve? Wait. You just said you don't need a datum. You just said you don't need a reference datum.
I said your height in relation to the datum is not important.
Wait a second.
I said your height in relation to the datum is not important.
Okay, so are we dealing with level water or are we dealing with curved water?
Well, of course we're dealing with level water. Now,
level water. So how can level be curved?
Because it is. Look, we're not going to deal with that.
No, not just because it is. That's like saying water can be dehydrated. Can you have dehydrated water?
Yeah, you can. It's nothing.
Right, that's right. Okay, so how can level be curved?
Because that's how it's defined in.
Great.
Well, show me it defined that way. Show me it defined that way. Show it to me.
So
show me how it's
more
defined.
distractions.
Show me how level
and more distractions. Right.
Okay, great. So you see what I've got on screen? It's from Walter Bislin, Andrew. Do you know what this actually means, this whole thing I've just actually highlighted there?
I can't read that terribly well.
Okay, note the water level at elevation of the lake decreases about linearly with increasing distance from the observer. At the last target, the water level elevation is about 25 centimeters lower than the observer with respect to the reference ellipsoid. That's mean sea level. Due to variations in the gravitational field of the Earth, this means...
like Pateron.
Listen. This means that mean sea level is also 25 centimeters lower with respect to the ellipsoid. The geoid defines mean sea level with respect to the reference ellipsoid for each location on Earth. The obtaining elevations... So in other words, your mean sea level dictates your elevation. So if the water... Listen, if the water is, let's say, at high tide, that would be, based on this calculator, that would be its curve point, its tangent. And if it was low tide, that would be its curve tangent point again. That's what I'm saying. The calculator's broken. Okay? So in other words, your radius, your radius changes value because it grows and it gets smaller depending on mean sea level. So because of the water level in reference to the mean sea level changing, your curve radius changes. You live on a breathing Earth.
Moving ball, dude. In and out.
So what? It's not physical curve then. And this is
your model's dead, dude.
It's showing Walter Bislin's advanced Earth curve calculator is redundant and broken. This is why he's not able. This is why he's not able to make a minus on his calculator. So when we do take it as okay, the water has gone out and he's sitting now 1 meter above. Even based on his calculator, he shouldn't see what he saw, and yet he did.
Right. So the problem he made, and I keep saying this, he is putting his height in relation to mean sea level, which is a datum, doesn't matter. He's putting his height in relation to mean sea level, not his height in relation to the actual water level. The water level was about 3 or 4 meters below him. So why would you put a height of 0, which says I am at the water level, instead of putting a height of 3 or 4 meters, which is I'm 3 or 4 meters above.
Because he wasn't 3 or 4 meters high.
He was 3 or 4 meters above the sea level. I can
No,
show
he
you that in a
wasn't.
moment.
No, he wasn't, dude. He was below sea level.
No, wait. Let's put it this way again for you, Andrew. The scope is a meter high.
This is why he wants to throw away this mean sea level and data, right? Because no matter whether it tides in or out, that doesn't change his height above mean sea level.
Yeah, but his height above mean sea level. I keep saying this. His height above sea level is not important. His height above the actual water level is important, and he was 3 or 4 meters above the actual water level.
No, he wasn't.
So
no, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Prove it.
I can show you that.
Prove
I can show. I can show. So, and again, I'm going to repeat that the height you put into Walter Business calculator.
Wait. What elevation is that car park that was there where he was? What elevation is that again? Oh, was it 7 meters above mean sea level? Or was it 4? 4 or 7? I can't remember. But anyway, he walked down to where it's -2. Okay? And he went into a divot, a hole, in other words, where it was -2 meters. Okay? So that means he's lower than your ground of your Earth curve. It's like you look at it this way: like you have a golf ball, and you have those divots in the golf ball. Okay, those holes.
Stop.
And he would climb in one of those holes.
Dude, stop talking.
And he would climb in one of those holes, Andrew. Does that now change the radius of that golf ball because he climbed into the hole?
Okay, Flatzoid, I'm going to ask you again. Was he above the level of the water? Was he above the level of the water?
There was no water there.
The water at the time was out. Yep, that's fine. Was he standing? Was his observer height above the level of the water?
Yes, obviously there was no water there. It was low tide. He was
awesome.
He was -2 meters below mean sea level. Listen, listener. -2 meters below mean sea level.
Dude, be quiet. Let Flatzoid finish.
His tripod
he's going to just say the same thing again.
Was only a meter high. Okay. So that would make his observer height -1 meter compared to mean sea level. Now we took it to your calculator and it gave you, if you checked my other night when I showed different observer heights, we even went up to a meter above mean sea level. And it still showed he shouldn't see what he saw. Do you understand that? That's above
the hidden value of his calculator. Yes.
So even by putting him 3 meters higher than he actually was, he still shouldn't have seen what he should have seen based on your globe idiotic model. Now, you trying to put him even higher than that means you are dishonest. So we can, from now on, guys, do the same with any globe observation. When they claim, look, guys, I am 50 miles away, I don't see this, we can say, bullshit, because there's water. Show us when there's not water.
Flats, Adam Meakin's asking if you can have the link. It's up to you, obviously. It's giving them out tonight, so
yeah.
I want to ask
okay,
Andrew, how did you you said something really confounding. You said that level is curved. Well, how?
We're not going to get into that. That's just pointless semantics. So I'm just going to ignore that. Flatzoid?
No, it's not. Wait a second. It's not pointless semantics at all, because the behavior of water is exactly what goes against. Is one of the things
you're going to
you're not listening. You're not listening again. You're talking and not listening.
Well, I'm not getting a chance to explain my situation
because I haven't asked you to yet. Okay.
Okay. So,
man, I don't understand how you don't know how this works. Okay. So level.
I'm just ignoring yourself. I'm just ignoring yourself. I'm going to get back to Cleethorpes. So, in the example,
Adam, what's up, man?
Hello.
We got a special guest in, Adam Meakin. How's it going, man?
Hey, Mr. Meakin.
Good evening, everyone. Evening.
I say evening too.
I need to keep going with this.
You have to ignore me. You have to ignore me because you can't justify that ridiculous statement. You can't. There is no way for you to justify that ridiculous statement.
Right. So In the example I gave of the Alpine Lake, Flatzoid correctly said that the height he puts into Bisland's calculator is his height above the actual water level, not in reference to a datum. Now, when Tinfoil Hat Man was down
is
on...
the reference datum. Didn't you read what I read out to you? The geoid is
No,
the
but the
reference
height-
datum. Didn't you understand that? He
Yeah,
doesn't
but-
get that.
No.
He's not going to get over the water level thing.
In the example of the Alpine Lake, you said the height you put in is your height above the lake, not the height above mean sea level, which is the correct answer.
His mean sea
So the
level
same thing
is
should
based
happen.
on the geoid ellipsoid model.
None of this
mean
matters.
sea level, Andrew.
The thing that matters is what height Tinfoil Hat Man was above the actual water level of the day. Now, he was 3 or 4 meters above. He was 3 or 4 meters above the actual water level of the day, and I can show you that. Right, do you want me to show you that?
Thank you, Miss Smart Queen Bee, for your £5 super chat. Thank you, Andrew, for all the new material. Keep smashing it, Keith. Thank you very much for your support. You rock. You know what? I think let's give Adam 2 minutes because Adam's going to explain to you what we've been explaining to you for the last
Flatzoid.
No, you don't want to talk to Adam, huh? Go ahead, man.
Right.
Come on.
Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, because it's just going to deflect even more. So, Adam, I'm just going to ask you a question, Adam, okay? Because you actually seem like one of the smarter guys out there. So,
Every
listen
fucking
in your
time
pocket for a
somebody
second
wants
here.
to talk to you, all you do is ask questions.
You won't shut up, dude. You don't shut
Because
up, man.
I'm going to ask Adam a question.
No, shut up.
You are a meme. I
I'm
swear
going
to
to ask
God, you're a
Adam a
meme,
question.
dude.
Because if he starts talking, he's not going to stop talking.
about
So I'm going
Andrew?
to ask Adam a
Just
question. And the
Well,
question
how
is
about
to
just let
Adam.
Adam talk? How's that sound? Adam?
No, I'm just going to
There you
put it
go.
to Adam before he starts talking about
He's got a better
something else.
voice, too.
I'm just going to put Adam.
I just say good.
I'm just
good
going to put it
evening.
to.
Okay, I've muted him.
Can I
How's
say
it going?
evening? Yeah, there you go. Evening, Adam. How are you doing today?
Evening, everyone. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good show. Always watching, if not here. Life is a little busy at the moment, but yeah. Good evening, Andrew. And just should we let Andrew run? Because
Yeah.
You've been
That's
running
all
all
you
night.
I know, but like I've had the opportunity, thanks to you muting him, to just say good evening to him.
Well, he took his earphones out like a little child, so.
Yeah, he's deafened. Yeah.
Oh, well, then he might have missed me say good evening to him, but
I'm muting now. So be prepared to be overspoken to the whole time. There we go.
Good evening, Adam. I actually said good evening to you before when you joined. And I'd just like to ask you a question. G'day. In Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator, the height you put in, is it your height in relation to a datum, or is it your height in relation to the curve you are looking over?
it's neither, is it? Because
no, it's one or the other. It's one or something else.
No, dude. I got 3 words out.
Oh man, Solve and Flatzoid have been doing interference and obfuscation all night. Now you're
because you talk.
Quiet, Andrew.
He has got verbal diarrhea, hasn't he?
Yeah.
All right. So Adam, what is the height in Walter's calculator? What does it represent?
Breathe.
What does it represent?
Yes.
Deep
No,
breath,
no, stop,
deep
dude.
breath,
Stop.
deep breath. Because I know you're running at this rate, yeah, but I'm not. So let's just start again. Deep breath.
Then it's a simple question. What's the answer?
Right. Dude, I've not finished. Come on.
I swear to God.
Well, I've already asked the
Just a little
question.
bit. Just a little bit. Okay. So
Pathetic.
ask the question again, right? But don't phrase it in a way as such that it's a false dichotomy. As I try to respond, you instantly over. Come on, dude.
Okay.
So that you
So the
don't
question is.
Oh my God.
Wow, let him freaking talk.
Control
Mute
yourself,
him
boy.
again.
Okay. Dude, ejaculate away. Off you go.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry if I jump in like 2 words before you finish, but I feel like you've asked your question, and it's my turn to respond. And because of delays,
I know you felt like it, but in reality, I hadn't. I know you felt like that, but for everybody else other than you, everybody else recognised that I hadn't finished asking the question. But carry on, please.
Okay, and the problem is if I let someone have like half a second or a second of empty space and then start talking, they often restart talking and claim that I'm over talking them. So
let's
all right,
let's
okay,
let's cut in here.
Yep.
Let's just cut in here,
Okay.
dude. So what I don't
Okay,
want,
I'll ask.
no. What I don't want is to be subjugated to your previous experiences. So if I say to you, me and you are going to talk now and engage in conversation, and we're going to give each other enough respect that we'll let each other finish our point. Can you do that for me? I commit to doing it to you.
I'm happy to have civil conversations.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I shall ask you a question.
No, he isn't.
See, there you go. See, I'm not going to complain, but I was still talking and you started talking. And partly you were just agreeing with me, and that's fine. But don't complain when I kind of do the same thing. So I'm just going to ask.
Is that all you do is bitch and ask questions? That's all you've done so far is bitch and ask questions. Would you get to the fucking point?
I love your swearing, Sol, but it really makes a point. So
And he just
I'm going to ask the question to you,
Get
Adam.
to the fucking point, bro.
Well, I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me, Sol. So the question is that I asked you originally, Adam, in Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator, now I'll phrase it so you're a bit happier, what does the height parameter represent?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so let's realize that, first of all, if we're going to go to Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator, first of all, we're assuming something. But whatever we take as flat Earth elevation angle measurements, or how we view these things, whatever we're viewing is respect to a flat plane.
Sorry, Adam, it was a simple question.
I'm going to answer it if you just mute for a second so that you can't get too excited when something triggers you that I'm saying, because there's going to be a few bits that will trigger you. So we're dealing with Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. Yeah.
Roger, you've got Walmart in the background. Can you mute, please?
Sorry, I thought.
Okay. So, what am I dealing with it? Well, let's look at the Earth curve calculator and not worry about it's assuming the consequent, but look at what it's describing. What are the units? What are the units described in relation to? They're described in relation to sea or level. Would we agree with that, Andrew?
No, no, it's not.
They're not. So the units aren't sea level. No.
No.
Well,
Look,
you used that vernacular earlier.
No. Units of measurement are one thing, but what datum they are referenced to is another thing. Like 5 meters is a length, but 5 meters from the corner shop is in reference to a starting point. So that's the question with Walter's calculator. The unit of measurement doesn't really matter, meters, feet, smoots, whatever, I don't care. But the parameter you put into his calculator of height, what should you be putting in there? What should that represent in the prediction of your observation?
Whilst I appreciate that you don't care what this unit of measurement of height is above, I think actually that's the pertinent point for your understanding. So
no, that's what I'm asking you. What is that unit of measurement?
Well, are we discussing a meter or what this meter is above? Which would you like to discuss?
Well, the question was
derivation of the unit, the meter, or how this meter sits above some form of datum and what that datum is. Which would you like to discuss?
Well, I don't. Like I said, the actual units you use, whether it's meters, feet, miles, or smoots, I don't care. That's not the question. The question is that height, whatever it is you put in whatever units, what is it in reference to, according to the way his calculator is built.
Ah, lovely. Well, what does it say? Height above what? Height above the sausage? Height above the pizza? Right. What's it saying? Height above a ball? What does it say?
It doesn't actually say specifically, because it certainly doesn't say height above mean sea level, right? But no. So hang on a second.
It doesn't say that. No. Is that how we would actually all in reality understand what that means? When we talk about this mountain is 1,500 feet high. What is it 1,500 feet above in relation to? Just because I don't want to descend into retard here. So this isn't a point of argument or discussion, is it? It's a matter of fact what the height of something is above. So can we just get to that point so we can get to something that's worth discussing rather than what height means, which is like a little bit childish, dude. So what's the height above? So if I've got a mountain that's 12,000 feet and I've got a hill that's 5,000 feet and I've got me that's 6 feet stood at the beach, what am I 6 feet, 5,000 feet above? What's it with reference to? Just so we can proceed.
So in that case, you are referencing mean sea level. But if you look at what if you look at what
didn't have anything to do with height.
I said earlier in terms of the Earth curve calculator and tinfoil hat man, is that his height in relation to a particular datum, such as mean sea level, wasn't important. What's important is his height above the water that he's looking over. Now, if you look at what I'm sharing on,
are we on a lake in a mountain, or when we say reference to the water, is that synonymous with the term sea level?
So just be clear that mean sea level and actual sea level are different things. So I'm going to use
the mean.
Yeah,
and one is the different sea levels. That's why words have meaning. So when you say mean, so I'm not a retard, am I? So
no, you're not. But allow me.
Dude, you're trying to patronize me, and I'm pointing out to you that your patronization just shows your level of ignorance of my understanding. Mm-hmm. So let's move forward. You assume that you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. Maybe work with the premise that I'm slightly more intelligent than you. Yeah? And move
so you're a super genius. Awesome.
With your explanation without the assumption that I need you to explain basic premises to me. Because we've spent the past 10 minutes so far and you've not agreed that a height of something is in reference to sea level. You seem to be fighting this like it's a problem for you. Like it might, as we go down the line in future discussion, prove an issue. So you don't want to admit what height is, but we can't proceed, can we, until we agree that the height of anything is in relation to what? So is it in relation, whenever we say a height of something, it's in relation to sea level, yeah? Come on, dude, because this is really frustrating.
Okay, are you done now?
God,
you answered
the question. No, clearly no. No, I'm not done.
Well, because you're going on and on and on, and I'm trying to get you to answer. Most of your whole debating tactic, Andrew, is not listening to what the other person is saying. Busy thinking about what you want to say because you're just anxious to spout your bullshit. Nothing that anybody's given to you is going inside at all. You proved that one because you didn't want to listen. You acted like a little child and pulled your fucking earphones out. You see, you're not interested in anything except your fucking broadcast. That's all.
Okay.
The trouble is suffering. Suffering. Andrew, take a chill pill.
I'm not being given a chance to speak. I started talking for 5 seconds, and you monologued for a minute, and then Sov came in for another minute.
Andrew, I just want to bring the audience up to where we're at, because Sovereign recognises it. You want to monologue and you want to move forward, but at the moment, for us to move forward in a Socratic method, so the discussion can have some merit, we still have to, because of your objectionality, be able to define the term sea level and more importantly, what height even means. Because for some reason, you've taken objection that the term height should not be related to the term sea level. So let's define height. What's it in relation to? And then after we've defined what it's in relation to, we can define what that thing it's in relation to is. Then you can get into your monologue. But you will not be allowed, certainly if you're discussing with me, to try and straw man me into a nonsense of the term height and a nonsense of the term sea level. So it would be more expedient if you stuck your flag in the ground of those definitions, and then we can move forwards. But if you don't, we'll end up continuing in this do-si-do, because I won't let you strawman me. Are we clear?
I understood you, Adam.
Have you finished, Adam?
So just worried about whether.
Okay, Adam, you finished. Great.
Wow.
Okay. So before I got interrupted for 5 minutes, I was trying to make it clear about the terminology I was going to use, because there's a difference between mean sea level and sea level, which I know you understand, but I'm going to use some slightly different. I'm going to say mean sea level and actual water level on the day when he was there. Okay. So mean sea level is one thing. It's a theoretical average of something, and the actual water level on the day when in this case, the tide was out. So the question still comes back to you. In Walter's curve calculator, the height you put in, what is that in reference to? Over.
So it's in reference to the things that you've just tried to grey the waters with. So
you can't give a simple answer.
Right. Yeah. So it's in reference to a level plane, the height above a level plane. So whether
Adam,
that level plane be the average of the different heights of the plane of sea level, meaning just sea level where it is one day as you try to mitigate for, or the average of those different heights taken at different times, the mean sea level. So we now realize that the term height is in relation to the surface of the sea. You've realized that there's tides and that this level has different heights throughout the day at a particular point based on the tides. The point I want to take you to now is the word level.
Okay, you're done.
Does level mean curved, or does it mean level?
Now, Adam, I started with the question, what is the height parameter in Walter's curve calculator?
I know.
And I just want you to answer. It's a simple answer. It's
not a simple answer
height?
because
if
you
I
want
put
to mean that height means distance from the centre of a pre-assumed ball. And I'm trying to get you to, before we can analyse Walter's.
So if you wanted to put in your height above the centre of the Earth, you would put your height of 6,371 kilometres and 5 metres. You don't put that in. You put a height like 5 or 10 or 20 metres in. So what is that 5 or 10, 20 metres in Walter's calculator? What is that 5 or 10
It's the geoid.
above? Well, where on Walter's calculator does it say that your height should be in reference to the geoid?
I just showed the source code.
Does it say level?
We don't care about level at the moment.
Can I say something, guys?
What do you mean we don't care about level?
Because we're concerned about what is the height parameter
is in reference to the term sea level. Right?
Well, height can be in
reference
to many data.
You're saying we don't care about the term level. Why? Is it because the surface of your geoid can't be level?
It's a simple. I've been trying to ask some simple questions, and no one can just provide simple, straightforward.
Yeah, can I dumb it down for Andrew right quick? Can I say something to you, Andrew?
Give it a go. What would you put in as your height?
I'm gonna tell you what you're basing it on a radius value that is based on the center of a sphere. Yes, you are.
I'm not even getting to that point. I'm asking you, what is the height parameter? Right? There's all sorts of other parameters that you put in to Walter's calculator, like the distance to the target size. You can change refraction. You can change your zoom and field of view. So what is the height parameter?
That's what we're asking, Andrew. What is the height? The height above what, Andrew?
Well, I've got an answer.
Height above a level, an average level, or a particular level at that point. But it's a height above a level, isn't it?
Adam,
above the surface of a geoid, is it?
So you're claiming that Walter wants you to put in.
I'm not claiming anything.
No, I'm asking you what that height parameter means, and you're saying.
I'm trying to get and that's where we
height above a geoid.
Height above what? A level plane or the surface of the geoid?
It's neither. It's your height above the curve you are trying to predict your
height
view
above
over.
A curve.
Well, it's
That's what I was saying.
Well, that's
It's just
nonsensical.
Walter's calculator is just a geometric calculator, right? If you factor out refraction, it is just doing simple geometry on curves and tangents.
We've not mentioned refraction. We're still
No,
on
I'm
height,
saying,
Andrew. You're
Wal-
struggling
Walter's-
with the term height.
No, I'm not.
It's pathetic to
It's
hear.
If Flatzoid would show what I'm sharing now.
If you could just describe the term that you're referencing, height, don't ask Flatzoid to help you.
No, because I'm trying to show a diagram.
Term,
I'm
height.
trying to show a diagram of how Walter
reference to.
You can't add him because as soon as he does, it's game over for him.
Exactly, it's brilliant, isn't it? Watch him squirm because he can't because of his inherent ball belief. He's unable to define the term height like the rest of us could. Because if he does, he knows he's lost instantly, which is why we've got this do-si-do. Because the second he determines height and then affirms that it's in reference to a level, he's done. Because in the diagram that's on screen, there's only eye level that's level, isn't there? Because the surface of which height is supposed to be related to isn't the level that is above sea level. He's done. And that's why we're witnessing, audience, this nonsense. Because a grown man, can't define the term height with reference to sea level. Dude, you can't get past this. It's embarrassing.
Are you done, Adam? Are you finished?
I'm not done. You are.
You're done. No, because every time
level.
Completely done.
Every time you start going on, you go on for like minute or two, and you're not answering a simple question.
Format. I'm long-winded, right? But the point about if you're going to
repeat the same thing,
you're going to have to because you felt the need as mitigation for your argument to talk about how I present my argument, as if in some way it undoes my argument.
You're going off another
that I'm
tangent
long-winded. So I'm just demonstrating to you that my long-windedness shows that you have no argument.
Okay, Adam. Looking at the diagram here of how Walter's Earth curve calculator works, the geometry of it, that height level, that height parameter that's on the left of the diagram, what is that height in reference to?
That height level. Oops, you slipped there, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, I know. You bummed yourself, didn't you? One finger firmly up your bum.
Whatever. That height distance
whatever.
No. That little.
What level? What level?
Well, there's no such thing as height level. I misspoke.
Isn't there?
So that little
height level. There is.
Height level. That doesn't mean
height
anything.
above sea level. It's exactly what it is. Height above a level. That's
right.
What
so,
is.
Adam, that little word that's height is in reference to a little vertical black line on that diagram. So, what is that height in reference to?
So, what are we doing here? Are we discussing Walter's imaginary world or reality?
I'm discussing how Walter's calculator works.
I don't know. It's a web program. You need to speak to a
right.
web program.
But, I mean, you can see the diagram.
Web program works.
Oh,
well, his source code. His source code was very explicit that the radius requires level. So
that's irrelevant. The question is,
it's not irrelevant.
He's irrelevant with this guy.
Okay. The question I had right from the start to Adam was, what is this height in Walter's calculator? What is it in reference to? And after 20 minutes of him rambling on, he's eventually said, I don't know what Walter's calculator does. So
that's not what I said. Don't try and straw man.
That's not what he said.
You kind of said, I don't know. It's a web program. I don't know how it works, right? So here is a diagram.
No, dude. So now I'm going to ramble back at you because you tried to straw man me. So unfortunately for you, because you're a lying deceiver, you're now going to get the full meeking ramble back at you, son. So no, I asked you, what were we trying to describe? You said to me, we're not interested in describing a level. We're interested in describing how Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator works. And so I said to you, well, you need to speak to a web programmer there. However, we're still back to the point. Yeah. What is height described in reference to? Now, you know, and I know it's described in reference to sea level.
Height can be described.
If we could get an agreement that height is described with regards to sea level, even in Walter's, little web page there. Yeah. Then we could move on and argue about what sea level means, which will destroy you even more. But you seem to still be struggling to admit the obvious and well-known fact to children at kindergarten age that the height of a mountain, its height is described with regard to sea level. Sticky point, I know, Andrew, but maybe we can get past it with a little bit of, I don't know, what is it? Humility? Is that the word from you?
Okay,
before we go on, I should say thank you, Tony, for your super chat, man. He says, Andrew, your mate Neil claims a pear shape. So what is geometry? You're going to throw Neil under the bus. Thank you for the super chat, Tony.
No idea what that super chat means. You realize the pear shape of the Earth is like literally a couple of meters difference between the northern and southern radius. Anyway, that's irrelevant. So the question is again,
it means your radius value is based on a level horizontal equator, mate.
The radius value is based on it being measured. But anyway, we'll get back to the point here because Adam just keeps rambling.
The ellipsoid would mean there is no R value.
Adam, please. No, the radius is variable depending on your latitude.
Anything pear shape means there is no R value, though. You agree that, yeah?
No,
there is no.
It's just different in different places by small amounts. So the question again is,
and by consequent,
Adam, we're going off to a different subject.
And by consequent, there can be no definitive R value. Every R value is different.
That's right. It varies between the polar radius and the equatorial radius.
R value,
and there's an average value of 6371 is generally used.
Just for the record, you've now just denied the R value. You've just said there is no R value. They're all just
I didn't say there is no R value. It's an ellipsoid, which means has a slightly different radius depending on where it's going. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but they're all R abouts, but none of them are R. So now R's just an imaginary concept, almost like an average, like an R average value, but not.
Well, use an average unless you need to use an exact value.
Because the R moves about every day, but like the sea does. Yeah.
It doesn't move. Well, it does because of solid Earth tides. But we're getting off into a completely different subject. Adam, you've done a great job of distracting for half an hour. So the question again is, when you put your height into Walter's calculator, what is your height in reference to?
I don't know. That's why I keep asking you.
Yeah, right. You're the one saying there's not. Wait, Andrew, you're the one saying there isn't one. So how do you get a height without having a reference? That's what he's trying to ask you.
No, I've got an answer, but I want to hear what you think you should put in there. I can tell you what I think that should be put in there.
Don't reverse the burden onto us. You're the one making
the claim. No, I'm trying to, because the problem with Tinfoil Hat Man's observation is his prediction for the Earth was wrong. He put the wrong figures into the curve calculator for his prediction. So I'm trying to ask you, what figure should he put in here for the height? I think he should put in about...
So he wasn't minus 2 meters below mean sea level?
Well, he was minus 1 meter below mean sea level, but that's not the height you should put in. He
was right then. Okay, cool.
No, because I'm asking you what height you should put in. Is it your height in reference to the mean sea level datum, or is it your height in reference to the actual surface of the water?
Right. You got to be shitting me here. When we're looking at Tinfoil Hat Man's stuff across the sea level, why would this level bend?
Yeah. Well, that's the prediction of the globe. That's the prediction of the globe.
Because I know we're on a worldwide platform. So is English the native language?
Yes.
Lovely. The word level. Why are you perverting?
We're not going to get into the semantics about this.
Bullshit. That's your kryptonite, buddy.
Because we've
not got to that point. We haven't got to the point yet where you're going to say what the height should be.
But I'm going to carry on, Fundy Muir. The word
right. You're going to go rambling for another 5 minutes.
I'm going to carry on if you're going to carry on. I'll just keep going. Because I've dealt with daft lads like you for many a year. So. Okay. So you may.
Adam, I asked you a simple question, and you spent half an hour not answering it.
Dunning-Kruger desperate attempt and use the word semantics like you know what it means. If you did,
because you're arguing over the definition of word rather than the concept of what it actually means.
The mute button. I'm so good at this. I can keep going so much longer.
It's great that Nathan sent one back in, but I'm trying to have a discussion about what Tinfoil Hat Man did wrong.
So long. Okay. So have we done? Right. So the issue is the word level. and you've just
We
said,
haven't got to that point.
Here we go again. Look,
point.
trigger monkey.
We haven't got to the point of you answering the
word
question.
level. That word level, it's messing with your melon penchant, isn't it?
Thank
It's
you,
messing
Ms.
in your head, because the word level, even though you know what it means, you have to try and pervert it. That's where we are
in reference to the globe means a curved
right,
surface.
there you go again. There you go. Look, hey,
You can't.
ejaculatory ball monkey. What's
Thank
the
you,
word?
Ms. Martini, for your £5 special. She says, Adam, Andrew's face says it all. Well done, guys. Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, you're really annoying me by your long-winded talks about irrelevant
you
things
can't
and
get
not
past
answering the questions
the
I'm
word
asking you.
Level.
Andrew, you talk about us annoying you.
Wow. Wow.
Adam has spent 40 minutes not answering a simple question.
He's answering all the time. We're waiting for you to tell us how you can have a height above no reference.
So, okay, so I'm going to move on then. I'm allowed to move on to actually show you what his height is above the actual.
We can't.
So we're going to reference these tide charts, and we're going to reference the harbour chart. Adam, I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
Andrew, I know intelligent discussion is beyond
you guys want to answer simple questions. You won't get on to me showing what was wrong and proving how it's right, how it matches the globe.
When a term of reference has not been agreed upon. This is the Socratic.
I haven't talked about level yet.
Welcome to the big boys' playground. Okay, so here, if there is a point of reference that has not been agreed upon, then to move forward, the point of reference has to be agreed upon. Now, as you make quite clear, 40 minutes we've spent upon the word, of which, in your common tongue, as you've admitted, which is English, the word level seems to be evading you. So, let us move on in the big boys' playground so you can make the point after we all agree what the word level means. Now, Andrew, does the word level mean curving at a rate of R?
Okay, Adam, I'm done with all your talking. I'm going to show what height.
It was a yes
I'm going
or
to
no.
show.
It was a yes
I'm going to show
or
what
no
height.
answer. Not
yes
your
or no.
You absolute mom.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the height value parameter.
Does the word level mean curving at a rate of R, Andrew?
So your condescending talk is pretty pointless, Adam.
Does the word level mean
Adam, you won't let me talk.
At a
so
rate?
The height parameter.
Yes or no, dude.
The height parameter that you put into Walter's calculator is your height above the curve. It doesn't matter what datum it's in relation to. It's your height above the curve you're trying to calculate.
Flatzoid, maybe you could mute us both and get us so that we can define the word level and then move on in an adult way, yeah? Because this is ridiculous.
Okay, I'm going to mute you guys quickly. There we go. Okay, Adam and Andrew's muted. Andrew, Adam is asking a very simple question. We want to move on, but we can't move on unless you just answer the question. So the question simply is level in reference to a curved datum? All he wants to know. It's a yes or no question. Then, once you've answered that, we can move on to your data, because that would determine what your data actually shows. Okay, so it's up to you. There we go.
So the question was, is level? So just say it again, nice and short.
Okay. Does the word level mean a rate of curve based on an R value?
Level is in reference to the shape of the Earth.
Cool.
Okay.
I agree with that. Yes.
So I say the Earth is curving. You say it's flat. It's in reference to the shape.
How can it be level and curve at the same time?
No. So now you're having to invoke a belief to change the definition of the term level. Could we maybe
that dotted line is level to that?
I want to ask you a question. Andrew. Could you maybe, if you're going to reference so-called reality outside of the shape of the Earth, could you show me something that is level? If you were to pull up, like, I don't know, a snooker table, what would be level the table or the ball? Which is level?
But that's kind of meaningless. But in
No, it's
definitions
not
of the
kind
way
of meaningless.
level
It's the whole point of the
Great.
discussion.
I get three or four
The
words out, and you jump back in.
of the term. So let's keep it to an actual real dichotomy for you. In the game
Miss
of
Mod,
billiards,
you're lovely.
is the table level, or is the
Level to what?
surface of the balls on the table level? Which is the level surface? The
surface.
table.
Well, it depends.
or the
You've got to
surface
define
of
what
the
your
ball?
reference is. You've got to find which one is the
The
reference.
reference is level, and the meaning of the word
No,
level.
it's got to be in reference to
which
something.
is level? The billiard
Right.
table or the surface of the billiard ball on the table? Which is the level surface?
Well, you have to tell me what's it in reference to.
Balls or surface or level surface?
Level. That's his
No,
reference to
you're saying
level.
is the table
Level is a
to the balls,
reference.
or is the ball? Sorry, I'm trying to restate this to make sure I understand the question. So you're asking, is the table level to the balls, or are the balls level to the table?
No.
Is that what you're asking?
Wow.
No.
Wow.
He's asking
No,
which
well,
one is level, the balls or the table?
Grown-up land. You know this, Andrew, yeah?
Well, I mean, if you're
Shall I ask you again? Because you
right, no, hang on a second. No, okay. Then
He's confusing perpendicular with level.
No.
He's confusing
No.
concentric with parallel. He doesn't understand that one deals with arcs, the other deals with lines.
Right.
A line
So-
is not an arc.
So
An
you're
arc is not a line.
so
No,
you're
it's
okay.
really
So you what you're
struggling
asking?
by
What you're asking is,
struggling
are the
with the
table and the
basics
balls
of reality,
level in reference to the
isn't it?
surface of the Earth?
No, I'll
You
ask
are
you
asking-
again, Andrew, because this a 3-year-old would understand and be able to answer this question very simply and succinctly. So if I ask the 3-year-old, dear 3-year-old, when we look at the billiard table, is the surface of the billiard table level, or is the surface of the balls that is on the billiard table, the balls level? Which is the level surface? The surface of the billiard ball or the billiard table? And a 3-year-old,
Level in relation.
Andrew, calm down. I know you've had
level in
your head in pain, and I know it hurts this, but listen.
level in relation to what?
No, because we've been
Level in relation to what?
and
Level in relation to level.
I'm not
Andrew.
going to ask you to answer anymore.
Andrew, I got it. Wait, level as in to level. Level doesn't. It's not in relation to anything.
Level is in relation to something. It's a reference.
Level is
no,
level.
it's not. Level is level. Plumb is plumb. It's not because it's following a curve. Nothing like that. It's a measurement level. Okay, and what's it in reference to? It's in reference to level. Okay,
well,
and
let's
it's
just
going to
put
be
it
the
this
same
way.
everywhere.
Let's put it this way: if I hold up a spirit level,
Yeah.
and that bubble sits level to what, Andrew?
Okay, it sits. Well, the spirit level, if it sits out like this, it's level because it's perpendicular to vertical. So it's in reference to vertical. It's in reference to your local horizontal. So it's in reference to something. So this. Oh, here's a spot.
Hold on, Andrew.
Hang on, Adam. Just let me explain what I mean here. Adam, just hang on a moment.
Talking out your arse, son. So
Absolutely.
when a spirit level makes itself level, what does it do? The bubble. What does the bubble do? Find a perpendicular to level. Are you? Have you heard yourself? No, that's
Adam,
not how a spirit level works. It doesn't know where up is. It knows the level.
It knows level.
It knows which way up and down is because of the way gravity works.
Spirit level aligns itself to a perpendicular. You absolute retard, dude. Listen to what you're saying. No.
So here we have what we'll imagine this is a spirit level. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Turn it the other way round. Turn it the other way round. And what you're saying is the spirit level aligns itself by when you've got a perpendicular, you rule a perpendicular to that. So you're absolutely nonsensical, dude. Listen to yourself.
Adam, will you let me say more than a few words before you jump in?
Beyond retarded.
There you go. You've been spending almost an hour jumping in all over me and not letting me explain things.
Well, it doesn't really matter because what you're about to invoke is a level by the correct definition of a level.
I take back my little compliment to you when you first joined.
That curves at a rate of R.
Now,
it's
a
really
spirit
quite
level
weak.
here.
You're a grown man.
There's a spirit.
you're doing
If this
this.
is a,
Imagine
if
your
this is
mum listening to you try and tell other people that level doesn't mean level, and that you dodged the question about which was level, the billiard ball or the billiard table. A grown man. You should
Right.
be ashamed
Adam,
of yourself.
Okay,
You're
Adam,
a
you can stop
grown
talking
man,
now. You've made your
Andrew,
point, and you'll not let
and
me
you're
talk.
doing this. Why?
If this was a
Because
spirit,
you've got
if this
a
is a
funny belief that you live on the outside of a spinning space ball. It's the only reason you would descend to this level of retardation, to argue the term level, because you have a fundamental belief in a spinning space pair. You honestly, dude, get a grip.
Okay, you'll be done. I can now explain what a spirit level does.
No, get a grip.
So imagine this is a spirit level with a little bubble in it. Now, at what point does that bubble sit in the middle of its
when it's on the edge of the pair?
pile?
When it's level.
When it's oriented like this, okay? So when it's oriented horizontally,
put that on a ball. Put it on a ball.
Adam, jeez.
We know how spirit levels work, mate. You
control yourself for a second.
Dunning-Kruger patronizers. It's
okay.
pathetic.
All right.
Explain chuffing spirit level. Have you ever used one, Andrew?
Of course I have. Flatzoid, can we please get on
do
to
you think we may have used
No,
one?
we can't. We can't.
Do you think that we could have used the spirit level, Andrew? Maybe in our lives have we engaged with this strange alien device that you refer to as, what is it, spirit level? The spirit level. What is the spirit level you speak of? What is this strange device?
I've got a 6 foot level. I've got a 4 foot.
Thank you, Roger Little, for your $2
I got a
right. This is all very relevant. We know how spirit levels
level.
work.
I've got a laser level.
When they're horizontal.
You know what they all measure? You know what they all measure? You know what they all measure? Straight lines that are level.
Level.
So level with the direction. Level with horizontal. So level is in reference to something. So
yes, thank you, Roger Little, for your surface level are in reference to sea level. Thank you very much, for your super chat.
Flatzoid, can we get on to showing what height Tinfoil Hat Man was at above the surface?
Brian's Lodge Jussi here. What's up, Uncle?
Yeah, Brian.
Oh, great. You sent someone else in to do more distraction. What's it called? Running. What are they, American football? Running interference.
Can I ask Andrew one question, please?
We had Adam for now. Now we've got Brian. Brian doesn't know how pitch angles are calculated.
I know all about pitch. Don't worry about pitch angles.
Can we please get on to me showing the height above the surface of the water?
So could I ask you one question?
No, Brian, I'm not going to listen to you because it's now come up on 3 hours and they're not letting me get anywhere.
Andrew, you've just made fun of him and you ain't letting him ask a question.
I don't care. I've dealt with Brian. He's going to come in and ask something completely different.
No, it's about level. It's only about level.
Brian, the trouble is, right?
Oh, and Adam's going to go and talk for another 2 minutes.
This guy
and nothing's going to happen
got no reference for the pitch data because he's honestly, right, he's a grown man. I don't know how old he is. He's certainly over 30 and he doesn't know what the word level means. So as he moves forward in life, right, I don't know how we could even look at a bit of pitch data and mean anything to it. He doesn't know what the word level means. See how he can't even let me speak because what I'm highlighting, Brian, is that a grown man, right? My wife just came to the shed. She just said, keep it down a bit. I said, I'm sorry. She said, sounds like you're having an argument. I said, I'm not. I'm trying to teach a grown man what the word level means. She says,
of course I know what the word level means, but you don't seem to be able to accept it's in
unless you hold a religious belief that you live on a ball, in which level only means level when you're talking about everything but where you live. Then level can't mean level because level can't mean level anymore because you live on a ball. And
none of this matters. I just want to ask you the question that I asked you about an hour ago. The height value that you put into Walter's curve calculator. What is that height in reference to?
You see how he can't even let you talk, even though I was talking to
Adam,
you,
you're the one who keeps interrupting me. So
see, I was talking to you, Brian.
Yeah.
Interrupted. So
thank you,
Tony. I thought I was on here to present my debunk of tips.
Anyway,
Brian. Everyone's mates can come on and just have their own little chat.
Brian, anyway.
Well, I had to mute him because he doesn't stop talking. I'm just going to read out super chat, then you can talk to Brian quickly. Thank you for your £10 super chat. Nottingham rocks. Thank you, Tony. I don't know what it's in reference to, but
I only have one question to ask Adam.
Anyway,
Go on.
Brian. Anyway, Brian.
Sorry,
Getting past the point of what level means, then we can move forwards. Don't ask him any question, because honestly,
level.
we've had an hour and we've not
level.
got past the word level. He shouldn't be allowed to go past the word level.
I'm not. It's about the word. It's about level. I'm trying to ask him one question about level. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, well, I'm Newton. There you go.
Okay, Brian, ask me a question.
Okay, Andrew, is level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Are you talking about level on a 2-dimensional or a 3-dimensional
I'm asking you,
object?
is level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? It's a very simple question.
Well, because you need to know.
It can't be both. It can only be one.
Well, it depends on the object you're referencing.
I don't need mitigation. It's a very simple question. It can either be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional according to you. So which one is it?
If it's a 2-dimensional object, then level is 2-dimensional. If it's a 3-dimensional object, then level can be extrapolated in 3 dimensions.
It can't be 3-dimensional because what you're claiming is the surface of a sphere. And every point on the surface of that sphere will have a drop value in relation to every other point. That's 3 dimensions. That's not level.
So a concentric sphere, the outer concentric sphere is level with the inner concentric sphere.
No, you just got done saying, you said concentric. Concentric is different than parallel.
Never mind.
Concentric is just another circle. It's just another arc outside of an arc, okay? Arcs are not lines. Level is a line, Andrew. Level is a line.
Don't take the red herring, right? Andrew, if you're claiming that level is involves the surface of a sphere, then you're claiming level is 3-dimensional, which it can't be. Level is no point higher or lower than the other. It's 2-dimensional. It's a horizontal plane. Right? Level is horizontal, horizontal is level. Level can't have a drop value in relation to another point. That can't be level. You can't have a position where each point has a drop value to another point. That's not level. I'm sorry. There's no getting past that. That's just geometry, end of story.
So if you're talking about being level with a sphere, then a concentric sphere outside that divisional sphere is level.
Have level with a sphere. And equal distance from a center
level with a
is not
sphere is
level.
equal distance from
Equal
concentric
distance from a
sphere
center
is
point is not a level. That's
an outer concentric sphere is equal distance from the inner concentric
not
sphere.
a level. That's
not level. That's a circle.
We're dealing with the surface of Earth. We don't deal with the center of the belief, Andrew. We deal with the surface of Earth, right?
All right, whatever, Brian. I don't care. This is all irrelevant stuff.
Right? It's not relevant. It's 100% relevant. 1 second. It's 100%.
So we've now spent an hour talking about the definition of level.
You can't have a point.
I want to talk about
at a different degree another point and that be level. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's all I wanted to say.
Brian,
Thanks,
I've got a question
Brian.
for you.
Yeah, he talked right through it though, so he couldn't hear what you were saying.
Well, because I get
he
talked
does
right through
because
as
he
well.
can't shut up, Flats. I'm listening to him earlier. He doesn't know what about gas. He doesn't know anything about gas. He's referring to Harry Callahan, who's a proven complete fraud. I showed him what to be a fraud 3 times. I've proved he completely and utterly, totally lied. I have screenshots of his absolute lie. I saw what Harry Callahan was coming out with. The whole lot is a complete fraud. Him and Harry Callahan maybe has him fooled because he makes him think that Harry Callahan did something. Right, Andrew.
All he did was show containment.
Yeah, it's complete nonsense. I laughed when Harry Callahan showed me that, or when someone showed it to me from Harry Callahan. Andrew, you cannot have 2 points on a sphere be level when 1 point will always be at a different drop value to the other. End of story.
White knight with a gas pressure, white knighting. Can we get back to the word level, please?
He was talking about the geoid now.
I'm just
saying,
talking about,
because it's geoid, you can't have the same radius. So therefore, it can't have these level planes.
That's all I wanted to say to Andrew. Thanks, Andrew, for answering.
Okay, Brian, can I ask you a question, please?
No, you've got to define the word level.
We have to define level. You can't refer to level if nobody knows what you're talking about. And if what you're talking about is not level, then how can anything you say after that have any relevance?
Okay, Brian, I've got a simple question for you. I'm just going to put it to you because Adam has spent an hour not answering it. In Walter Bison's Earth Curve calculation. Well, because I want someone to give an answer.
Ask me one question. He answered one of my questions. Go on.
Right. So
I tried to answer, Brian.
Please,
right.
Adam, please.
The
Brian,
definition of the word level became pertinent.
That's what happened here as well.
And he's just not told me what level means. Once he tells me what level means, then I can answer his question. I just needed a qualifier to be able to answer his question. It's rude of him to pretend that I've not answered his question. That's disingenuous. Yeah. All I need to answer his question is so that I can answer his question, understand what he thinks the word level means. Then I can answer it.
Dojo, no, she doesn't. So level
You
is in reference to
you
surface.
cheeky baldy twat.
What was that? Sorry. What did you say? I was answering Dojo here, and I said no, she doesn't. So level is in reference to a surface, and it's an equal distance away from a particular surface.
Level is defined, Andrew, as no point higher or lower than the other. That's two dimensions. That's a horizontal plane.
Equal distance.
That's level. That's what it is. It's not something else. I won't be accepting some other level that you're making up, or some people with some crazy belief in heliocentrism made up. I won't be accepting any of that because that's not level.
Okay, so Brian,
in the real world, when they're actually measuring and doing things, they refer to no point higher or lower than the other, 2 dimensions, horizontal plane. That's level. End of story.
In reference to the.
So what's your question for me, Andrew?
Okay, Brian. So Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator.
That has nothing to do with level. That's part of a belief.
Well, that's right, because I wasn't talking about level.
Even within, and it doesn't even adhere to the belief that it's part of. Yeah, okay. He tries to insert perspective and stuff. That's not part of your paradigm.
Whatever you say, Brian.
I don't care what paradigm. Ask me a question about reality, Andrew.
No, this is the question I asked Adam about an hour ago, and he's obfuscated and moved on to talking about levels. So I'm just going to ask you a question, which has a simple answer, but none of you want to give the simple answer. So, Brian, you're familiar with Walter's calculator. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you've used it.
Yeah, it's fraudulent within the globe. It's even fraudulent within the globe.
Brian, I don't care whether you...
I corrected it myself. because I'm an expert on that stuff.
I think, so, Brian, what we're supposed to say here is, yes, I am familiar with Walter Bisland's perspective hijacking, proof of nothing, Earth per curve calculator. Yes, we are familiar with that web page, Andrew.
Okay,
yeah,
Dojo,
he doesn't get we don't ascribe to that straw man nonsense.
Yeah, Andrew, why are you asking me questions about Walter Bisland?
Brian, well, because this is the question I'm trying to be asking them, and so I'm just going to answer Dojo again. But
ask me. I'll be quiet.
Give me a second. I'm just going to answer Dojo. She doesn't love me anymore because she's dead. Okay, all right. So Brian, I'm going to ask you the question. I don't care what you think about Walter Bisland's calculator. I don't care what you think it does and the answers it gives. I don't care. I'm just asking you. In his calculator, there's a parameter you input called height. Now, what is that height you put in? What is it in reference to?
A 2-dimensional plane. That's what it's actually in reference to. Because it can't be in reference to anything else. Because it can't be in reference to anything else. Because it's in reference to mean sea level, which is a 2-dimensional horizontal plane.
Okay, so Brian, you have said
level is no point. Level is no point higher than the other at 2 dimensions. Whereas within your paradigm, each one of those points, if you were to try and make mean sea level around the surface of a sphere, each one of those points will have a drop value to the other point. So that's not level. That's an equal distance from the center of a sphere.
Okay.
So no matter what, his calculator is based off of flat Earth measurements. It's all based off of flat plane. Every part of the radius that you're going to refer to, that's all based off a flat plane. Every part of your paradigm starts and ends with a flat plane. You just try and add a sphere in the center. So no, his height within his calculator is based off of a 2-dimensional plane. That's all it can be. Mean sea level can't be anything but a 2-dimensional horizontal plane.
Okay, Sandra, the reason why I can look at chat occasionally is Brian and Adam just ramble on and I just ignore them. So, Brian, in amongst all that...
I answered your question there, Andrew.
What?
Did I not answer you? I was quiet. You asked me a question. I gave you my answer.
Brian,
you gave me an answer.
Did you hear how disingenuous that guy is? So, once again, you presented to him perfect answer. Yeah.
I'm not even listening.
What he did was refer to chaff and misdirect, and then just offer a cheap thing. Andrew,
okay, and this doesn't matter because I'm going to respond to what Brian said.
Child.
Your mum.
I did listen, but I was able to.
You weren't listening.
The thing is with Andrew, he doesn't want to accept your answer because it's not the answer he wants to hear. So therefore,
no, Brian actually did answer the question. Brian did actually, in amongst all that rambling, Brian actually did answer the question.
Rambling, I didn't ramble at any point.
Oh, whatever, Brian. Don't worry.
You can refer to this live stream. At no point did I ramble. Everything I said was geometric.
Okay, Brian. All right.
Brian, what he actually
can I respond to what Brian said?
And then what he
thanks,
actually
Adam.
meant
Adam, please.
I'd
like to respond to what I'm supposedly was invited on here to do a presentation and talk about this, and you guys are just talking.
What he's got is a written script that he's going to try and present. Yeah, and look how desperate he keeps attacking me for just spending 40 minutes to define the word level. Now,
yeah, because we shouldn't need to do that.
Why do I keep pulling him back? I'll tell you why. Because if he would ever have the cojones to define the word level correctly, as everybody understands the word to mean, it would destroy his argument. But the script he's got in front of him doesn't allow him to do so. So what he has to do is chaff and misdirect, and then try and get you to go past this point, which is where he's at now, trying to get you past the point of the definition. No, okay.
Are you done, Adam? Are you done?
Are
you done?
Yeah. I'm not done. The clue, Andrew.
Okay, because you're just talking on about the same things over and over again.
Andrew, just for your future comprehension, the clue that I've not done is the fact that I'm still talking.
Yeah, but you just bring up the same things over and over again.
Comprehend in your retarded world, but if noise is still coming.
Oh, Derek, you're lovely.
You don't know. He's gone past you, hasn't he? Still not figured it out. Noise coming from this end means you shut up. It means I am still talking. Yeah, right. So we've not got past basic comprehension. So no wonder we're struggling with the term level, Andrew.
Okay, Brian, did you answer my question?
Where we're at? No, Andrew. Did you want? No, I was. See, you've not grasped. So, okay, let's forget the term level. Let's go back to what's called civil discourse and comprehension. Andrew, are you hearing sounds right now?
Okay, I'm not going to deal with
it. Are you hearing sounds?
Brian answered my question then. In amongst all sorts of other irrelevant stuff, Brian actually answered my question.
He's just a troll. He's just a troll. That's it. He's just a troll, dude.
Brian said during
level, Andrew.
So in amongst that, Brian did actually answer the
level, meaning no part higher or lower than the other. Is that what the term level means? Brian tried to answer you with a fantastic description. Would you agree or disagree with level meaning no part higher or lower than the other? Andrew.
Okay, so in Brian's talking there, he did actually answer the question. He did give an answer to the question, what height should you put?
If you're going to disrespect me and not address what I just said to you, I'll disrespect you back like that, bro. So I'll ask you again.
Level is no point higher or lower in relation to a surface.
With the term that Brian put to you, that the term level means no part higher or lower than the other. Do you agree?
I agree in reference to a surface.
You
just ended your claims, Andrew.
All right, that's fine, Brian. But let's get back to you answering my question.
That means those two points can't be higher or lower than the other.
In reference to the surface,
that's
not in reference to some sort of global vertical horizontal.
No, what you're trying to infer is a situation where you have a tangent and a drop between one point and the other.
Only if you've got a universal up and down.
That's not level.
If you're referencing into a shaped surface,
no, you've ended your claims. You've ended your claims because you've just admitted.
No problem. Let's just get on to how you answered my question.
We won't get on to any begging of the question of any.
You answered my question before, right?
Because you obviously want to pervert reality and make level 3 dimensions.
This guy.
Okay, Brian. So you did answer my question, and I think your answer is incorrect. So I'm going to tell you why. So
I don't care what you think. You don't know what level is. You're trying to make level out to be three dimensional.
So my question to you wasn't anything about.
Is level 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions?
My question to you was about height parameter in Walser's calculator.
Is level 2 dimensional or 3 dimensional?
I answered that. I answered that before.
You said, it depends on. You didn't answer it. You didn't actually.
It depends what's in reference to.
Is it 2 dimensional or 3 dimensional?
It depends what it is in reference to.
It doesn't depend on anything. It's either one or the other.
Well,
and whichever one you say, you've got to support that there.
It's in reference to whatever you're trying to reference it to. So if you're referencing it to a 2-dimensional object,
level is the reference, bro.
Yeah, level is
level has to be in reference to something.
No, level is
You really don't want me doing this, do you?
Just answer that question. Pick one, because it can't be both. Level can't be two different things at the one time. It can be
Brian,
only one.
I answered that
Is
question.
it level
I
2-dimensional
answered
or
that
3-dimensional?
question ages ago.
Is level?
I answered that question.
You didn't
No, you
answer it.
didn't.
You didn't
I
answer
did.
it.
I
Is
gave
level
you an answer.
2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
So
It's in
what's
reference
5
to-
millimeters?
second.
5 millimeters is 5
second.
millimeters in
Hold
reference
on,
to
one-
what?
one second.
What
No,
5
millimeters is
what's that in
absolute.
reference
Is
to?
level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Brian, I answered that before.
You
We need
didn't
to get
answer
back
the question. You didn't. You tried to mitigate with a load of nonsense, right? You think
I
that
said it
got
depends
past
what
you.
it's in reference to.
Well, is level 2-dimensional
No, it
or
doesn't.
3-dimensional?
Level
I know what
It
you
depends
want
what
to
it's in
answer this,
reference
because you
to.
saw my video on that subject.
Yep.
I'm not stupid. I knew you'd seen it before I came in, and that's why you're
Right.
mitigating. That's why you're not.
So are we
you're
going to
not
get? Are we going to get back to
answering
tinfoil hat man?
the question. Is
Or are we
level
going to have Adam and
2-dimensional or
Brian just
3-dimensional?
talking and talking and
You
talking
gotta
and talking and
determine
talking and
level
talking?
Is level 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? We can't talk about any observations or anything else until we get that answer from you.
It's whatever you need it to be. Brian, let's get
Oh,
back
That's
to
a
the
lot of
question at
rubbish.
hand.
Whatever you need it to be.
Is
All
it
right,
not
police
now.
Are we involving
Keep my
space?
bitch out.
All
Flatzoid,
right,
did you hear that?
Yeah. No, this is awesome. We're getting a lot of clips
Whatever
here.
you need it
Okay.
to be. This
Look,
is
Brian,
this
I've-
is the
Brian,
intent.
I've-
Listen.
No, Adam,
This
you're
is
just going to
the
go and
intent.
monologue
This
anymore
shows,
and criticize
this
me
shows
and insult
the
me.
this shows
So
the
I'm trying to
difference
get back.
between honest and dishonest people.
I am
Because an
trying to
honest
get back
person
to
will just
the
answer,
question at hand,
a
which is tinfoil
dishonest
hat man's
person refuses
observation.
to answer.
So, if this was a spirit level, this is now level in reference.
Level. What do you
to
mean by
horizontal.
level, Andrew? Level. What do you mean level?
Adam,
Level.
Adam,
Do you mean
I'm
curving?
explaining it right
Do you
now.
mean
I got
curving at a rate of R, Andrew?
I got
When you say
five
level,
words
do
into it,
you
and
mean
you jumped in like an
curving
angry man.
at a rate of R?
trying to
Bring that
distract me.
ruler up. Bring that ruler up.
Right.
Bring it back up. Right. Is that ruler, right? It doesn't matter the orientation you hold it at. Is the surface, the top edge, you know, with the numbers, is it curving at a rate of R?
No, this surface is straight.
Straight and level, is it?
It's not level. at the moment.
Synonymous terms you just used.
No,
there,
it's not
by the
level
way.
in reference to horizontal.
So
at the moment.
if I was to make the top of that ruler 100 miles long, would it still be level?
Level with what?
Level, as in the definition of what level is.
Level with
Actually,
what?
As
At the
in
moment
not
is
one part
Adam, he really answered
higher
that.
or
No.
lower than
Adam,
the other.
Adam,
If I made that
Adam, let me
ruler,
explain something.
Andrew, oi, ejaculatory, verbal ejaculator. Stop
man.
it.
So, Brian,
Right.
Adam, let
If
me explain.
I answer the question, but let me give you the question first. If I made that ruler 100 miles long, would it still be level?
Level with what?
As a ruler, would the ruler still be level?
Level with what? Level is in reference to something.
No, it doesn't
For
mean
example,
Andrew,
Adam, let me.
you said a minute
Is
ago.
it-
Wait. He answered. He answered a minute ago. He said in reference to the ground.
In reference to the horizontal right here, this is now level with that horizontal. This is
So,
not
right,
level.
so what you're
here we
saying,
have-
okay. So
give me a second here.
okay,
Give me a second
I'll
here, Adam.
Follow that logic then. So if I draw a straight line from that ruler, yeah, what part of it is level of the line that I draw? Because there can only be the point of tangency, can't there? One dot, one infinitesimally small micro point that will ever be level then if I follow. So when I use a ruler, I don't draw a level line. Is that what you're saying? I draw a curve. Are you saying I draw a curved line?
So at the scale that this is, and
Yes,
this is what,
no.
15 centimeters, at the scale this is, it's very...
No, the scale is irrelevant. The nature of the line.
Okay, so then the nature of level is, yes, I do...
level, or is it curving at a rate of R, Andrew?
Okay, Adam, the edge of this rule...
It's curving in your head. Your deluded brain says that's bending.
Are you going to allow me to answer?
No,
am I allowed to answer
you
now?
are beyond.
All right,
beyond.
so there you go.
Actually,
that's your tactic here, is come in and just create a nuisance and don't let me say anything.
You realise that, don't you? You're a guy, a grown man that can't.
So there he goes with
define
the same
term
insults
level.
again.
It's
Right,
beyond
I'm going to
hilarious.
explain.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain,
Show your
and you
mum
were
there.
right.
Mum,
On a
I
globe.
went and I spoke to other grown people, and I argued that the term level meant curved, and for 45 minutes. And then whenever they pointed out how retarded I was, I just moved on and wanted to talk about Walter Bisley. Listen to yourself.
I started with Walter Bisley.
There
and
it
you
is.
went off
Keep
for another
holding up
hour.
that straight and level ruler.
Well, it's not level at the moment, is it?
Oh no, no. Oh no.
Right. So
no,
for example,
now that straight line that it forms is now bending at a rate of r because you've changed its orientation. What are you doing?
Straight line.
You hallucinogenic.
So Adam,
what are you doing?
Here's another straight.
Is that a pen? Just refresh me, because the kind of equipment you're pulling out is just mind blowing.
Oh, pens. You've never seen a pen before. Okay,
no, because you're so knowledgeable, and then the shit you're dropping right now, bro. I'm just learning. So keep going.
Right. So Adam, if you'll allow me to more than 1 second to say anything, you allow me more than 1 second to say anything.
I'm trying to show you that. Stop it.
I know, Adam. You're just trying to dictate dominate the conversation and talk and not let me say anything.
Level. The word level.
So we spent an hour and 15 minutes.
I know, an hour and 15 minutes, and you can't define the term level, dude.
I have. It's no part higher or lower in reference to a surface.
Embarrassing.
Right.
Just out of interest.
These two pens.
What I do for a living is hold pens up.
So these two pens are level with each other, but they're not level with my local horizontal.
No, they're not level with each other. They're parallel. Parallel and level are not the same.
Oh no,
those were parallel lines, not level lines. Now they're level parallel lines.
They were magnets.
No point of
now they're angled parallel lines.
Well, in relation to
now they're perpendicular. Now they're perpendicular lines on an angle. Now they're parallel. Now they're parallel lines on an angle. They're not level. They're parallel.
None of this matters because we've just spent an hour.
Yes, it does matter.
From the question.
Yes, it does matter.
And we've just spent half an hour.
You think that circles are lines. You think that arcs are lines. You think that lines are arcs. You don't understand
arcs are lines.
That the definition of level, one not higher than the other, is totally the antithesis of an arc. Okay, this is what you don't get. I don't know. No, you do get it. You're just a troll.
Can I ask Andrew a question here about...
Brian's going to present something.
Yeah, I just want to ask Andrew a question. Andrew, there was a
you
circle
answered my
here.
question, but you won't let me discuss the answer to my question.
There is a circle here with two tangents.
And there's a straight line.
Right, there's a circle here with two tangents. Right?
Red and green?
There's the red tangent and the blue tangent.
Blue,
right?
okay, gotcha.
Which one of those is level?
Well, both of them are level to the surface where they touch it.
So this is not going to be a 90 degrees here then. If I put an angle here, that will be 90 degrees at all these 4 points.
Yes, it will.
Level.
Right.
Level.
So how can this blue one be level? Yeah. Andrew just said that a vertical is level. That's what you just said, Andrew.
Brian, I just said that each of those lines are level at the point where they touch the curve.
They're not
so
level.
Level is just a tangent point.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, it is.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's everything.
No, Brian, slow it down because we need to stay here because we've spent a long time trying to figure out what in Andrew's mind the term level means. Now, because you've put that diagram up, it's forced him into a claim. So level, ladies and gentlemen, in the mind of a retarded baller, means a point of tangency on an imaginary sphere that you're standing on. It doesn't mean a straight line. It means the point of tangency, a point that in reality doesn't actually exist because it becomes so infinitesimally small. That actual real point of tangency is just a concept. This is where Andrew is, because he has to do this to pervert the term level from what his mother taught him so that he can stay on a ball and redefine the term level and make it make sense on a ball. Even though we all know, because as Andrew's pointed out, we've been here for an hour and 15 minutes on the word level. We know it doesn't make sense because Andrew's pain is apparent. 1 hour, 20 minutes, Andrew, because you don't know. And finally, not by kind of open admission or testimony and great revelation to the world about what the word level actually means if you live on a ball. It means an apparent point of mathematical touching of a tangency if you assume you're living on a sphere. However, it's still two-dimensional, which is the point Brian put here.
Dumber as shit.
I mean,
Okay, so we'll get back to the height parameter in Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator. So the parameter of height in Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator. Now, Brian did give an answer to that. Brian said it's your
impervious. It's just like.
Right. Did I get 5 seconds or 10 seconds before you?
You're looking to walk straight past the point, Andrew.
You're not even talking about level yet. We're talking about height above the surface.
When they
We're talking about the height parameter in Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator. None of you want to answer what that height represents. And it's absolutely clear. It's absolutely clear in the diagram that Walter provides at the bottom of his calculator what that height actually refers to.
Walter Bisland's calculator. Sorry, Flatzoid.
Sorry, Brian. He said Andrew's been moaning the whole time that there is no reference to height. So what's he moaning for in the first place?
No, I
Because if
didn't.
he claims there is no reference for his level, he can't claim Earth curve because Earth curve requires a level.
Flatzoid, you're dishonestly, you were misrepresenting me.
But Andrew, you're looking to reference Walter Bisland's calculator. That has no relevance to reality. There's not one measurement.
Okay, Brian.
There's not one measurement outside of flat plane measurements, right, that exist in reality that have anything to do with Walter Bisland's calculator.
Okay, Brian. The reason why I'm
the radius for your globe comes from flat plane measurements. There's no
Brian,
way
the reason why
you don't have a radius measurement. You don't have anything. Now, you've just said that the blue line and the red line are both level. How can the blue line and the red line both be level when they're obviously at 90 degrees to each other?
Okay, Brian. The reason why
How would you build with that? How would you build a building with that mindset, Andrew?
Buildings aren't the size of the Earth. Now, the reason why I'm referencing...
It's nothing to do with size.
Brian, let me talk.
It's nothing to do with size, Andrew. It's nothing to, level has nothing to do with size. It's got to do, it's not, level is not size dependent. Do you understand? It's not size dependent. Horizontal is not size dependent. Vertical is not size dependent.
Okay, Brian. So the reason why I'm
denied my 100-mile long.
Oh, Adam jumps in now.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Won't let me talk either.
I know.
The reason why...
It's because, look, genuinely...
Brian stopped talking. I waited a second. I started talking, and then Adam jumps in.
So start with, okay, gentlemen, I realise I've pissed away an hour and a half of your life. So...
You have, Adam. Yes, you have.
Process. Here is my definition of the term level that, as a man, I will stand by. Now, if you do that, I'll stop interrupting. But you're showing yourself to be a pitiful puss.
Go on, keep with the insults.
You're showing
the
yourself
insults, Adam.
very disingenuous, and so therefore, to apply the rules of chivalry to you are not applicable.
Oh, you're such a nice man.
We're still struggling with the word level, son.
Okay, so
that
Brian
is
had
not of my doing. That is of yours, even though you're the one that keeps looking at the clock, which is quite funny. So, start with your definition of level, and let's move this forward. Something I'm pretty sure I said an hour and a half.
I mean, it is going on 12:30 here. You know, I want to go sleep.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys are all running interference. So Brian had an argument.
Level. Come on. Come on. Then we all know what we're talking about. Is you bendy, curvy level? I don't know what you're talking about. So how can I genuinely try to understand your point if the fundamental point you keep using we've not got agreement on? So what does level mean, dude? Please.
Okay. Will you give me more than 5 seconds to talk?
If you're going to talk about what level means, yes. If you're going to straw man or talk about Walter Bisland, some bloke you've never met, then no. You'll be interrupted.
It's irrelevant whether I've met Walter Bisland. The reason why I'm...
Level.
Oh, great. 2 seconds. So Brian had an argument about...
L. Define it.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, Brian had it.
You just said that red dot and that blue dot are level with each other. That's what you employed. Is that correct, Andrew? Would you employ that level is that red dot and that blue dot are level with each other?
No.
Well, if they're not, well, there you go.
Then you have no level.
Okay, all right. Can we get back to Brian? Brian had a...
You admit that level is a horizontal plane. That means you say that the red line and the blue line are both level. So now you're saying that the red dot, the red point, and the blue point are not level with each other. then in that case, right, what you said is wrong. Only the red line is level. The blue line is vertical. Level is horizontal. Blue, that's the red line.
Okay, Brian, I said that the red line and the blue line were level at the point where they touched the surface, not that they were level with each other. Now, before you had
Andrew, yes, you did say that. No, you did say that. No, you did say that. Don't get me wrong. You did say that. But the point being is that now you're saying that the red dot and the blue dot, the red point and the blue point, are not level with each other. That means they can't. That means if they're not level with each other, that means both of them can't be level.
Oh, hold up. Did you say they're not level with each other?
He did. He said they're not level with each other.
Are the red dot and the blue dot level with each other, Andrew?
No, they're not.
If you live on a ball, they are. They're both at sea level, you muppet.
Okay. So anyway, so let's get back to
not okay. Anyway, ball destroyed by your statement.
Okay, not a problem. But let's get back to it. Let's get back to what I was talking about.
No.
Okay.
No. You're done, son. Right. But no, Vicky Pollard. Shut the shit. Yeah. But you just said the red dot and the blue dot are not at the same level. Yeah.
No, I said they're not level with each other.
They are level.
They are not on the same level.
No,
if you live on a ball.
And now Adam's staring at me. That's wonderful.
Okay.
So we'll get back to the point that Brian brought up.
Andrew.
We'll get back to the point that Brian brought up.
Won't.
No, Adam's going to keep on talking.
Andrew, we're going to keep jumping on this for so long. You don't know. Mate, you've just done yourself.
Right, so can you please get rid of Adam? He's just being
Andrew,
he's not allowing the conversation to go anywhere.
Andrew, do you see the red dot? Do you see the red dot?
I'm not talking to you anymore, Adam.
I know, because it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt.
You see the red dot, Andrew?
Bloody VIP party by the time I've done, son.
Right. So Brian's logic brought up an objection about using Walter. Brian's logic brought up an objection about using Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator.
No. Don't go back to Uncle Walter.
No. We do not
Your claim, they're not the same level. Your claim.
Do you know, Andrew, what you just said debunks Walter Bisland's calculator too. So it doesn't matter.
I have no idea what you're talking about anymore.
So the red dot. So remember when you brought that ruler up and you said, look, level is no part higher than the other. Now, if you're claiming that you have a radius value and it's the same level, and you just admitted now that red dot and the blue dot don't have the same level, therefore your globe's not level. You do understand that?
I understand that Brian had an objection to using Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator.
Why are you ignoring
and the reason why I'm in reference because I'm trying to get back to the point. You just keep moving further and further away from things. Trying not to get me to show you the height that Tinfoil Hat Man was above the surface of the actual water. And why his prediction of my globe was incorrect.
Go make cat videos, dude. Go make cat videos.
You see, this is the same issue I had with him last time when he came to show us horizontal baselines and claim it's measuring Earth curve.
Let me ask
Andrew. Horizontal means.
Andrew, see the green dot I've added in. Is that green dot level with that red dot?
I don't care, Brian. We're going to talk about Walter Bisland's Earth curve. We're going to talk about Tinfoil Hat Man's observation. We're not going to talk about the semantics of how you define these things. So Brian had an objection to me referencing. So Brian had an objection to me using Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator and asking him a question about it. So the whole reason why I was asking about Walter Bisland's Earth curve calculator is because Tinfoil Hat Man used it to make his prediction of the globe, and he used it incorrectly to make an incorrect prediction of the globe.
Nobody's going to try. Nobody's going to allow you to fundament the shit out of this. You're fooling yourself, okay? Now people are going to spend some time showing how messed up what you just said is. Okay, you have just hung yourself, and I appreciate your enthusiasm to move on, but no. Now, will you stand by the statements that you previously made, and let's explore them as gentlemen?
No, because we're going to explore what Tinfoil Hat Man did, and I'm going to explain what he did wrong.
Or should we mute you and ridicule how much you've just shown your own statements to be fallacious, and that the only reason you're doing this is to presume you're on a ball. But in doing so, what you've done is shown that even the statements you're using are not commensurate with each other. Because you've just shown that sea level is not level with each other. Any other point of sea level is not higher or lower than any other point of sea level. That's what you've just admitted. Do you understand that, dude?
Right. Now, the reason
yes
why
or no, because we'll get you muted.
Because you don't want to talk about the actual observation and what tinfoil hat man did wrong. You're trying to get me on semantics.
You as a numpty, who clearly doesn't.
Well, I'm not going to respond to insults.
No, you don't have to. All I want.
And then don't insult me.
Yes, it's a very closed question. Very closed. Right. Do you understand what your claims have just elucidated in terms of any logical inference? Do you comprehend why us guys over here need to pursue this point, or do we need to reiterate the point of your numptiness to explain to you how you just shot yourself in the foot? Do you understand why we're so enthusiastic about your last statement?
Okay, so now I'm going to show how far.
Okay, is not a respect.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about tinfoil hat man anymore, are we?
Andrew,
come on my stream and talk about your debunk of tinfoil hat man, but instead we're going to talk for an hour and a half about level. And Adam's going to just keep interrupting and talk, and then Brian's going to talk, and Brian's going to ask me different questions. Adam's going to ask me different questions.
This is about tinfoil hat man's observation. The point
is,
so
how far was he above the water level?
You are claiming the Earth is curving, and we are showing you based on your own logical inference the Earth cannot be curving. So
I haven't got to that point yet.
What you are saying is redundant.
I haven't got to that point yet, right? We're just looking at tinfoil hat man and trying to work out how far he was.
We're not. We're defining the word level.
Well, why do we need to define level to work out how far he is?
Because you're going to use the word level when we look at tinfoil hat man stuff. The word level.
So let's just imagine.
In the observation. So when we use the word level,
Adam,
tinfoil hat man's observations.
Okay.
We're going to have to know that when me and you share the term level with respect to tinfoil hat man's observations, that we have an agreement in a Socratic, grown-up way. You remember grown-up talk? You see, I know you're a bit immature, but I'll finish. Where we agree the meanings of the words, and once we've agreed the meaning of the word, then we can go on and use that word, can't we?
Okay, Adam. All right, let's go on here.
This is the trouble after the hour and 40 minutes that happened. Andrew Johnston, 1 hour, 40 minutes. The term level still seems to be a point of conjecture that needs clarifying. And if once the baller, Andrew Johnston, can get to that point, then, and so we know what the term level means, then we can look at tinfoil hat man's things. But until you know what the bloody word level means, according to the baller Andrew Johnston, it's hard to look at tinfoil hat man stuff and describe what we're looking at with respect to height above sea level and have any inference, because we don't know what the word level is yet, do we, Andrew?
But we have to. We have got somewhere there, Adam, because he does admit level doesn't curve. So he's not actually fighting for a curved
Don't lie about me. So Adam, I'm going to respond to Adam. I'm going to respond to Adam, Brian. Please, I'm going to respond to Adam. So so we can move the conversation onwards. Let's say this is our datum, okay, this pen, and this is another pen, and it's now moving higher above the level of that datum, okay? So, a few centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters above the datum, right? We agree. Yep. This is level, and this pen is level with it, and this is at a level that's 10 centimeters above the lower one.
This is important.
Now there's a datum. I thought you said there's no datum.
Established that
No, Flatzoid, don't lie about me again. I said your height above the datum is irrelevant. It's the height above the actual surface
man.
of the
You literally
water.
said multiple times there is no datum. You don't use
No,
a
I didn't
reference
say that,
datum for
Flatzoid.
height.
You are
Did he not
lying
say
about
that,
me
guys,
again.
multiple
God
times?
hates liars, and you're lying about what I said.
Did he not say that multiple times, guys?
Yeah.
I said the datum doesn't matter. I didn't say that datum
Why-
don't
Ah,
matter.
why
I said
you
the
right?
datum
Datum,
does.
man. Right.
The datum doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you,
Your
Miss
height
Mott, for
above
your
the
£5
datum.
super chat. Why does Andrew get all offended by men calling him names, but he spends his days calling me vile names with his troll friends? Can he only pick on women?
Good question.
Good
Vicky,
point.
what vile
Thank you
names
very
have I
much
called you?
for the super chat. We appreciate
Vicky, what vile
rock.
names have I called you?
I'd
I'd like to have some evidence that I've called you vile names. So, Adam, I agree with you what level it is. If I've got a straight surface like this and I've got things above it, it is at levels above it, right? And we can measure that height above it in, I don't know, centimeters,
Andrew,
whatever you like.
do me a favour, bring your pens out
There we
again.
go, level.
I've got a question for you. Bring your parallel pens out again.
I mean, I've got tide charts, I've got harbour charts and things
can you
like
hear
that.
me?
You're not letting me get to it.
Perfect. Okay, so that
Blue pen down below and black pen above.
I'm going to assume those pens are parallel to each
Sure.
other. Okay, so the pens are parallel, yeah.
Yep.
So they're not curving. The edges of the pens that we're opposing to each other that are parallel are straight lines.
We're going to assume that they're straight and parallel.
That they are. So they're not curving then.
No.
So how is that useful if I live on a ball?
You see, we're not even getting to that point yet. We've got to get to the point
No,
where we're trying to...
we are, because this is a fundamental.
Adam,
because I would say that both of those pens are on a level. Now, what I wouldn't do is assume that the edges of the pen are actually straight lines, which are level, and therefore assume that I'm now in a quandary that the edges of the straight lines of the pens, which are level, aren't what I would like to use the word level to mean, because I want the term level to mean curving at a rate of r. Now, that rate of curve might not be perceptible to the human eye when I just hold up two pens. But what I'm actually telling the audience is these are not straight parallel lines. They are concentrics. They are parts of an arc of two concentric circles, both bending, neither level nor straight. That is your claim when you hold those pens up, son. Now, are they straight and parallel, or are they parts of an arc of two concentric circles? Easy answer. I know you won't answer, and that's part of the fun. But anyway.
So Adam, I'm going to cut to something else here, because this is what it's getting to.
No shit, Sherlock. No, seriously, dude.
Just call it out.
That is the epitome of pissing in somebody's
2 seconds.
face.
2 seconds and you
not
had
2
to butt
seconds. 10 to 15, maybe 30 seconds if you keep carrying on. I'm going to piss back.
I got 2 seconds in and you butted in.
No, let me cut to something else, which is a dog mounting another dog, which is the equivalent of what you just did to me. No, respond to what I said. Right. Don't let me just cut to something else. Deal with what's just been put in front of you. Parallel lines or concentric circles and segments of those consequent arcs. Which is your claim, Andrew, when you hold your pens up?
Okay, so can you take a map with elevations on it and work out a height difference?
Why are you asking a question?
That's what I'm asking, because that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. And you've spent an hour and a half not getting to that point.
Bar, Andrew, see? Yeah? Crispy nougat, covered in caramel, and then smooth milk chocolate. That's a dime bar, son. Yeah? That's what you are right now.
Right, more insults. Great. So, Adam, can you take a map?
No.
The height on the map and work out a height difference.
That as an adult,
can you take a map and work out a height difference?
A conversation with you. Now, the conversation doesn't mean the second I stop talking, you ignore what I've said and just ejaculate your own nonsense out. You're supposed to, as a grown-up, big boy land, respond to what I've said and the point that I've saliently made to you. Yeah, this is how you demonstrate that you, other than being a fundy boltard, actually have a point to make. So when I make the point to you, like when you held up the two pens, yeah, and I address the point you're making and ask you to clarify that point, you need to address that point. Are they parallel lines or segments of an arc, yeah, of concentric circles? Which are they to you, Andrew? Just answer that bit, so at least I know you're listening to me.
So, do you want to hear about my debunk of tinfoil hat?
No,
or are we
no,
going
I
to
don't want to hear about
Adam? And when Adam finishes talking, we're going to bring someone else to spend an hour doing something completely irrelevant. And there he goes. There he goes. I start talking, and Adam jumps in again. Won't let me talk. Won't let me get my points out. Talk. And when he talks slowly and talks forever.
And then eventually you'll get muted, and I'll win. Right? Because
being muted means you win.
It is as you demonstrate. You remember the last bit of reality where you were involved?
Adam,
and
hypothetically, let's just say the Earth is flat and you were right about everything. We need to move on with this.
You, in the last bit of reality, held up 2 marker pens to demonstrate to us retarded flat earthers how level means curved. And I'm asking, and I asked you, are they parallel? And you said yes. So I'm asking you, in your world, then, why, if we've got 2 straight lines, are they parallel with each other, yeah, and not segments of an arc of 2 different concentric circles, which is what you would have to be if you were on a ball? Why would you use that as an analogy?
Okay, Adam, I wasn't listening to that. So the question is,
then you're a wanker.
What is the height parameter?
Oh, what a
I've asked a lot of people on the height parameter actually means, and no one, and you just keep jumping in because you can't control yourself, because you want to talk and control the conversation. Stop doing with that with me last time and at the start of this one, and you're doing it to me now.
Andrew, right. I respect your statement that you retorted with after I'd taken the second and third time to bother to reiterate my point based on your presentation. Now,
I'm not listening to it. I'm not listening to it. I've got a presentation that has now been hours and hours, and no one's going to let me do anything.
Okay, keep going, and then I'll come back to it. I'll just keep over-talking you until we get there. Okay, lovely.
Okay, that's it. So,
no.
How I determined...
Just because I was coughing doesn't mean you should speak, does it?
Thank you, Godzilla, for $5 super chats. I don't
you
always speak, when I do, it sounds like F you, Andrew. Thank you for the super chat.
Thanks again for your
I just have to point out, remember, Andrew, when I told you at the pool, move on to the observation, you refused to, so...
Because I wanted you to agree with the conclusion.
So anyway, go on, Adam, so he can reiterate what level is, because I have to go sleep in 20 minutes. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Well, let's not consider the do-si-do then. Maybe let's expedite the process. And Andrew, you could be the freaking hero right here tonight.
Well, you won't let me talk.
I'm still talking. Hold it. Cup your balls. Take your hands. Cup your balls. Cup your balls and hold there till I'm done. No, they're not your balls. That's how retarded you are. They're not your balls.
Your balls in your mouth.
Andrew, cup your balls again. Show everybody where your balls are.
I'm going to cover Nathan Oakley's balls because they're in my mouth.
There you go. He's a
Bullshitting,
ladies and gentlemen. And that explains a lot, doesn't it? Right.
So Adam, can you say something?
Process, Andrew. No, he's still talking. Andrew, maybe you could help us all. Praise.
Well, Adam, you've got 20 minutes, and I'd appreciate if you move on.
No, he's still going.
No, you're not going to let me talk.
No, Andrew. Right, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth.
2 ears, 1 mouth. I know.
Right. At what point have you used the thing that you have twice as much of? I don't think you have.
My balls versus my penis, you mean?
You've got 2 penises.
No, yeah, I've got 2 more.
All right, you boasty guy. So, what we know about the average baller is that level does not mean level; it means curve, and that you have 2 penises. Keep going, Andrew.
No, I didn't. You asked me about something. I have 2 more than 1.
I didn't invoke your penis. You just brought your penis into this forum.
I'm just
why your penis was relevant. You brought it forth.
Well, you mentioned my balls. So I don't know where to go from here because I'm
I said, Andrew, I said, cup your balls, and you took.
Yeah, and then you said about things that I've got two of and one I've got one of.
And you put.
It was just a joke, Adam. Come on, move on.
And then when asked again, you did the same thing. Not my actions, yours, my friend.
So, Flatzoid, we've got less than 20 minutes. I'm going to present to you.
Why are you still talking?
Because you're running the clock down.
He's actually got to respond.
He's brought you in. He's brought you in to run interference like Sob's been doing, and we're not getting anywhere.
I just want to know what the word level means, dude.
No point higher. Right, whatever. I don't care.
You should, because words mean things. And if you're going there...
Yeah, great. So can you take a map and work out a height difference?
You know what, Adam? You know what level when he was showing us that straw man swimming pool diagram?
Yeah, he would. I mean, the whole time. How many? It was also like almost 40 minutes where I'm telling him, "Can we move on from the straw man?"
I wanted you to.
Now he's moaning victim. Now he's moaning victim because we're keeping him on the word level.
Oh wow!
Now, Flatzoid, can I now show you how
streaming this, and he thinks Andrew's destroying this.
Yeah, all 11 people watching Sean Hawkins. Yeah. Shame.
Are you going to let me show you the harbour chart to show you how high above the water level the Tinfoil Hat Man was on the day?
Can I ask you a question?
No, Brian, I just want to check one more thing. You want to show me the chart where Tinfoil Hat Man was above something that we've yet to define? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
So Adam, our map's
define it, dude, and then we can look at Tinfoil Hat Man's thing, which is so far above something that, like, in anybody's level of intelligence, it's easy to define.
Adam, our map's valid. Our map's valid.
And even now, you're not letting me finish.
Our map's valid.
It's so devastating to you, isn't it? Hey, the only thing you can't do before you present this stuff is agree the term level. Because the second you agree that what the term level is, your whole ball melts away, doesn't it? That's the trouble. Which is why we spent the hour and 50 minutes not being able to define the term level. So why don't you, Michael, stop wasting everybody's time? Define the term level. Don't hand wave it and go, no part higher or lower. What is it to you?
No part higher, fine.
What are you going to use it as? And when you then try to validate anything from Tinfoil Hat Man stuff, when you term the height above sea level. Come on. What's level mean, dude? Come on.
So Adam, is the data on
No. What does level mean?
No. So you're not going to answer that?
No, I'm not going to answer anything because you're answering for everybody like we waited 1 hour, 50 minutes for, to what the word level means when
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're taking a map and using a map to find a height difference.
It does matter.
You are going to tell us what the word level means, and then we can all move forward. But until then, all we've got is you just going, let's move forwards and let me use this word without it having any meaning, even though I'm going to use it with meaning. So we're asking you once again, as a gentleman, as a man of any level of integrity, when you're going to use this word level, which you did the second you tried to invoke Tinfoil Hat Man stuff, when you use the word level, what do you mean by that?
Okay, Adam, I'm utterly sick of this. I'm utterly sick of you going on and on about things and not letting me get to my point. So, Flatzoid, we don't have much time left.
Get to the point by defining the term.
There you go, Adam. There you go, Adam. Jumping in again.
Yeah.
Aren't we supposed to have a civil discourse where you let a person talk and make their point? So, Flatzoid, are you going to let me show you?
My screen again.
Brian, please butt out. Flatzoid, you're going to let me show you the harbour chart?
No, this is important, Andrew.
No, of course not.
No. Before we move on, but we can't move on from this.
3 hours and 47 minutes, and you haven't let me make a point.
You said that the red
Brian,
dot...
it's not...
1 second. You said the red dot
I'm
and
not
blue
interested.
dot
I'm
are
not listening to
level
you.
with each other.
I'm not listening to you, Brian.
You said that the red dot and blue dot are not level with each other.
Brian, I'm not listening to you.
The green dot here on the
you guys and your
red
stupid
line.
obfuscation and
dot
filibustering tactics. You're just running the time out. Flatzoid's got about 10 minutes. It's like 1 o'clock where he is or something like that. He doesn't want to start much longer.
Just answer me.
And you've been for 2 hours. for 2 hours, you've stopped me
Yeah,
presenting
is
a
the
map.
green dot level with the red dot?
I don't care, Brian. I don't care. I need to get onto a point here, and no one's letting me do it.
Can't go
You're
any
all going
further.
off into other and other and other things.
You can't go any further. That's like wanting to be a mechanic but saying, I don't want to know about carburetors.
Okay, Brian, let me ask you a question that Brian, let me ask you a question that Adam won't answer. No, Brian, let me ask you a question that Adam won't answer. Can you take a map and the heights that are listed on the map and work out a height difference?
Is the green dot level with the red dot?
Brian, I don't care. Brian, can you take a map and take two heights on the map and work out a height difference?
One second. Where would I place a dot in relation
We're
to the
down
red
to 10 minutes. We're down to 10 minutes. Flatzoid called 20 minutes, and you and Adam have now running out of time.
Andrew, all you need to do is answer, and you can move on. But you're not answering. You're wasting your own time, man. Come on.
We know what level it is. It's fine. Let's move
Andrew,
on. Let's move on to the things that actually matter.
Answer what he's asked.
Where would I place a dot?
There's no point higher or lower than the other.
Andrew, where would I place a dot in relation to the red dot that would be level with the red dot?
I don't care, Brian.
How would you establish another?
Flatzoid, am I going to present a map?
How would you establish another dot level with the red dot?
Where's your map? Flatzoid, are you going to let me present a map?
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Right, look, good. Don't listen to me. Keep your mouth shut.
Your sound is coming off. I don't know if it's just me.
Flatzoid, are you going to let me present a map?
Would you please answer the question, Andrew?
No, Brian.
Where would I place another dot in relation to the red dot that would be level with the red dot?
No.
Just no. All right, I'm not going to keep on wearing people's ears down. Your answer is no. You're not going to partake in defining level. How would I determine another dot that's level with the red dot? Where would I place it?
Flatzoid, can I present a map, please?
Just answer him. Where would you place it? Then we can move on. Come on. What's
let me present a map. We don't have to talk about level. I just want to present a map, and I want to.
We have to talk about level because level defines what you're arguing.
You're doing the same thing. You've taken the hint from these obfuscating idiots from Nathan's channel, and you're now not letting.
No, this has nothing to do with Nathan's channel.
Saying we can't get past this.
With you not understanding that your own argument is debunking your own argument.
No, that's all you're being
Andrew,
disingenuous. You are deliberately not allowing me to present something.
That's what you want us to do. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We haven't gotten past level because you aren't able to define simple things concerning level. You weren't able to tell me whether level was 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional earlier.
I gave you an answer to that.
Blue line and green line are level, but then you said the blue dot and red dot are not level with each other.
Right, I don't care. If
I want to place another dot somewhere that is level with that red dot, where would I place it?
And I've got all sorts of things to present.
Where would I place another dot?
Not letting me say that. No, I'm not, Brian. Flatzoid, can I present a map?
I can't make you do it, Andrew.
Flatzoid, can I present a map?
What's a map? What map?
Present your map. You know what a map is. Can I present a map?
You know that map requires a horizontal level.
I don't care what you say about that. Can I present a map?
Yeah, we're going to have to know what level is for that map.
Yeah.
No, I don't care.
Let's see what he says. Elevation angles. So you have a reference datum. Well done.
Yeah, you're looking at a big. It's a scan chart, and it says River Humber. Are you seeing that?
Mm-hmm. And does it have elevations on it?
It has elevations, not elevation angles.
And are elevations based on a reference?
They are. In this case, this is a harbour chart, and it is reference to the Admiralty datum. So it's the UK Admiralty datum.
It has a datum now. You said earlier datums don't mean anything.
No, I said your height in relation to a datum is not important. Your height in relation to
this is a height relation to a datum. You're claiming elevation, so that's height to a datum.
Literally contradicting your own words.
Yeah, you're contradicting yourself again.
No, I'm not, Flatzoid. You are misrepresenting me.
You are literally showing a map. Wait. You're showing a map that has height above a datum.
Yes, that's what they do. That's what maps do.
And you told us in the same breath, it doesn't matter about the height above datum.
No, exactly. It is exactly correct. It's not your height above the datum.
Why did they bother to measure it then?
Can I talk, Adam? Honestly.
No, because you.
No, you can't. You're not going to let me talk.
Out your mouth.
Because Flatzoid lies about what I said.
No.
I'm trying to re-say what I said.
Fundamental premise question. So lovely. There's your map. It's beautiful. Lovely. Height's described off your datum. That datum is a level datum, yeah? What does level mean to you?
Right, I don't care. So here's a
Now,
map.
I do,
of
so
the-
because to interpret the map, right, which is to therefore perchance maybe invoke curvature.
Yeah,
We
it is.
need to
The
understand.
map doesn't invoke curvature.
Don't
The
we?
map is
We
against
need-
the
Oi,
datum.
oi, Gobby. We need to understand the references that you're making, which is my objection earlier. So now we've got a datum. That datum appears to be sea level. Now,
It's not.
the term, no, it's just
not
height
sea
above
level.
the map, is it? It's just height above
It's-
the map.
It's against the
Who's
Admiralty
blue snipping?
datum.
What are you
No.
on about, dude? What's
Adam,
the datum?
this map-
Is the datum
map-
in reference to reality?
This datum is Admiralty datum.
Oh, Admiralty. So not in reference to reality then.
No, okay, Adam, fair enough. You
What
don't
does
know
that?
what
Well,
datums
what
are.
does? No, you said. I said is it in reference to reality? You said it's
No.
Admiralty.
Yeah.
Admiralty datum. So
It's
the
Admiralty
point I put
datum,
to
not.
you- Oi, Gobby, listen. It's the shit coming out of your mouth that means I have to keep speaking. Okay, so I put it to you.
No, you
what
just
is
like
the datum?
talking.
You said it's Admiralty datum, as if that was some kind of qualifier. So I said to you, what does that mean? What does
Okay.
Do the Admiralty not know what level means?
I'll explain what Admiralty
your
datum
point?
is. If you'll stop
No.
talking, you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it to it. Admiralty
Admiralty
datum.
based on tides, are they not?
That's right. And for the UK, it is based on the.
And wait,
How
wait,
did
wait,
the
wait.
Admiralty
Wait,
define
seconds.
the
2
word
seconds.
or
But that-
level?
But that's
What did the
based on.
Admiralty think of the word
But that's
level?
based on. But that's based on tides and level of water, not the ground that he was standing on. So this is literally a non sequitur, because Tinfoil Hat Man was standing on ground. He wasn't in water.
Now, can you
So
see
the
my
chart
cursor?
you are the chart
Yeah.
you're showing is just information about tides and water
isn't.
depth.
It's not about tides. Admiralty datum is based on a datum down in Cornwall for the UK, and all water levels in the UK are referenced to that height. Now,
What's level?
Datum,
oh,
the chart
crikey.
datum is a plane
but there we
below
go. There we
level
go.
published on the navigation
Okay.
chart. It is also the plane to which the tidal heights are referenced. A plane, by the way, that's a datum. So by adding the tidal height to the chart depth, the true depth of water is determined. So it has absolutely sweet bugger all to do with the ground the person stands on.
Right, so Flatzoid, can you see my cursor on the screen
What's
here?
level, Andrew?
And it's based on level horizontal datum. So in other words, you
Flatzoid,
don't get that your non sequitur is
Flatzoid,
not
can you see
helping
my
you, it's
cursor?
even debunking
Oh
you.
my god, dude.
Can you
guy's
see my
dumb.
cursor here, Flatzoid? Can you see my cursor on the screen?
No, I'm blind.
Over no, I'm just saying, is it coming through?
Obviously.
Okay, is it? I can't see whether it's coming through. I'm looking at my screen, not at what you're streaming. So all these little marks here are depths in relation to Admiralty datum.
Water.
And depths of the surface. Depths of the surface.
Admiralty datum.
Water depth.
Do you live on Admiralty datum, Andrew? Is that where you live?
Adam, it's irrelevant.
No, you muppet. You see, this is subterfuge you're trying to pretend. So if we, so you're not a ball earther, you're a Admiralty datum earther. Is that what you are?
Right, I'll keep going on, Adam, because
No, I'm not finished with you, son. Because we've still yet to define whether
I'm trying to show you what's on this chart.
Admiralty data or whatever it is, what the term level means to you when you try to proceed with this nonsense. You will not be allowed to proceed because all of this Admiralty data has an assumption of a flat plane that it's talking with reference. So if that is the case, then I know that's a flat map and no curvature of a presupposed ball is expressed on there. Now, if you're presenting this to use it as evidence for curvature, then you need to explain why and how they're going to use the term level with respect to that, which is why we're pulling you back. It's not to ridicule you, it's just to hold you to the point Because so far you have no validation, and the only way to proceed is first of all define the term level as it's going to be in the map you've been so desperate to pull up, which still has no relevance until you define the word level.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly break this down for him, Andrew. Adam, what is a chart? And this is your admiral datums. Okay, a chart datum is a plane. Okay, it's a plane. It means horizontal. Okay, it's definitely not curved. Which all depths are published on navigation chart. It is also a plane to which all tidal heights are referred. So it's based on a horizontal plane reference. So by adding tide heights and charted depth to true depth of water is determined by international agreement. But let's go on to it, sir. It is necessary to refer all levels to a common horizontal plane. all levels to a common horizontal plane. Do you understand that, Andrew?
Okay, Flatzoid. So we've got these depths here. These are depths in reference to.
So he's totally just ignoring what I just told
you. You've just been cooked.
I'm trying to present something here.
Andrew, you've just been
literally just ignoring me.
Yeah, no one's letting me present anything. You're coming in with these spurious arguments.
Presentation.
You want to try and present after that destroyment that you've just had.
Destroyment. You've just invented a word. Okay, so Admiralty datum. So here where we see zeros and ones on the right of the map, this is where the depth of, the height of the underlying surface.
Ignoring us.
Right. So this is
height above what, Andrew? Height above what?
Datum.
Height above Admiralty datum.
Yes.
Can I go and see the Admiralty datum? Is it a
place? That would be sea level. That's sea level. Admiralty data. The Admiralty datum is sea level.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Shut up. It is too.
No, it's not. At Grimsby, the Admiralty datum is 3.9 meters below mean sea level.
Is Admiralty datum reality or a construct?
Any datum's a construct.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
Yeah, well, you've got to have heights measured against something.
Exactly. Brilliant. Against what? Sea level, which is sea level. That's what heights are measured against, Andrew. The point we're trying
these heights are measured against the lowest astronomical tide at Cornwall.
Feel it, baby. Embrace it. You know it, don't you?
Admiralty datum
is respect with regards to sea level. And anybody who stops shitting their own pants, knows what the word level means. It's only if you've got a fundy belief in a ball that you have to pervert the words. Yeah, we know what it means.
So Admiralty datum is based on
the lowest
astronomical
we
tide.
We can read the maps you've shown us because they're topographical areas charted on a flat plane. That's why they.
Okay, so even if it was a flat plane,
with reference
this is the point which is left on
sea
a flat plane.
Level, Andrew. It's a level. It's flat.
Okay, it's 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to sleep. Thank you, Andrew, for showing everybody that you don't want to be honest and just accept that there is no globe. No matter how hard you try, it's not going to work. It's always based on a horizontal reference datum that you say doesn't exist. I find it really odd that you want to fight for a datum that you said doesn't matter. But
no, if that's all you're misrepresenting, you're lying about me.
Anybody wants, and I'm not lies.
Height above the datum is not important.
It's all been lied for 4 hours
the surface
now.
of the water is important.
Literally taking verbatim your arguments and showing everybody agrees that you are dishonest.
Okay, Flatzoid, continue to be dishonest.
I have one last thing to say, Flatzoid.
No, Brian.
No, I'm not asking you anything, Andrew. I'm not asking you anything. I just want to say that, Andrew, I could listen to every part of what you have brought here tonight. Now, they only heard a bits of it. But I could have listened to all of it, right? Every bit of it. And then just shared the algebra and asked you the same question. And you wouldn't have been able to answer it because you know that your answer would end everything you brought with you as some kind of argument. So I literally could sit there for 2 hours and listen to you and then just share the algebra. And everything you would have put forward would have gone straight in the bin. So what's the point in having an argument that's that weak, Andrew? What's the point in trying to hold up a situation that is just never going to fit reality?
Okay, Flatzoid, would you allow me a moment just to give some closing remarks?
Go ahead. Everybody's going to give their closing statement, sir.
Sure, not a problem. Okay, well, thank you for having me on. I do appreciate that. It has been completely and utterly useless. You won't let me say anything. You won't let me make any points. You won't agree to answer. No, hang on, just let me make a remark here. You won't answer simple questions. You won't even agree that you said the things that you said. You brought in Adam and Brian to run interference for like 2 hours about something completely irrelevant. And even when I get to the point of actually presenting a map and working out height differences of a map, Adam expresses incredulity that there is such a thing as Admiralty datum, and it's different to mean sea level datum, which is known as ordnance datum in the UK. So in short, as
I just had on screen, the ordnance datum is what it is showing. I've showed everybody.
Yeah, ordnance datum is mean sea level. Admiralty datum is a different thing, and it's about 4 meters difference.
Admiral datum is based on ordnance. I showed it to everyone. I put the link in for everybody.
No, it's a different datum.
So there we go again, him showing his ignorance. Well done.
No, okay, not a problem. Adam doesn't seem to know what Admiralty datum is and what tide charts are based on. So in short, not that you let me get to it, but Tinfoil Hat Man made the wrong prediction for the globe. Interestingly, though, the prediction was a calculation, and you know that you don't accept calculations, but you do accept the calculations in this attempt, in this instance. So he made the wrong prediction because he said he was at 0 meters above the curve. In reality, he was about 3 or 4 meters above the curve. And if you do those numbers through Walter's calculator, you'll find that there's only about 1 meter or 2 hidden of the far beach, and the pub and the lighthouse on the far side definitely visible. And I was going to continue on and say, not only is it commensurate with the globe, it actually is good proof of the globe, because I'll be done pretty quickly here. At one point, he was arguing with Sean Hawkins about whether or not his telescope was level, and he said he had a little spirit level on the side of it. Now, interestingly, that the center of frame of his photo of the pub was actually probably above the roof of the pub. And if you put the numbers through the 8 inches per mile square, you'll find that the center of his telescope is please, Brian. I'm almost done, Brian. I'm almost done.
At the end of
I am almost done, Brian. I am almost done. I am almost done, Brian. I am almost done.
What have you got to support that?
Brian, I am almost done. I've said it about 10 times. I'm almost done. Please, just let me finish this.
Adam. What have you got to support that?
Brian, I am almost done here.
Just made a claim.
Brian, close your mouth. I am almost done. Flatzoid said I can make some closing statements, and I'm doing that, and you just won't stop interrupting me.
No,
Brian, please. I'm almost, literally, give me another 10 seconds and I'm done. So if you put the...
You're already done, Andrew.
Oh, whatever. So
you're already done because you can't even define level.
Okay,
you're
Brian,
stating that he's 3 or 4 meters above mean sea level. That's what you're stating at the point he was at.
Right.
Well, guys, at least we can be happy that he says he's not obsessed with flat Earth and he's bored with it. So he's not going to worry about his nonsense religion anymore. So yeah,
we can say that. Flatzoid, just keep lying about me. Flatzoid, would you just give me 10 seconds?
Didn't he say that in the beginning of the stream?
I know what admiralty data is.
Andrew, unlike you, I actually have memory. I actually remember things. So
yeah. So
stop
what did
saying
I say?
I'm lying every time I bring up your words.
What did I say, Flatzoid?
In the beginning, we asked, why are you so obsessed? What did he say?
What did I say?
Oh, yeah, it's just entertainment. I have to correct you guys. But I want to finish this. I don't want to do this anymore because it's just boring.
Does it for amusement?
I didn't say I don't want to do it.
Amusement.
I said it's amusing. I enjoy this as much as this has been absolutely pointless. I do enjoy engaging.
It's been pointless for you. It has, because the thing is, you made our point from the beginning till the end.
Yep, not a problem, Flatzoid. Will you give me 10 seconds to finish my closing remarks?
Andrew, I'd love to.
Oh, no, Adam jumps in.
No, only because
Adam jumps in again. I just want 10 seconds. I was so close to finishing my remarks.
Yeah, now you've got 5 seconds.
This is called... I've not spoken for a while.
Adam and Brian have just blown this out.
Has been bored of it. You're very adamant to get these extra 10 seconds.
I just want to finish my closing statements.
Yeah, I want to give you...
It's Adam and Brian that are stopping you going to sleep here at the moment. You're probably going to fall asleep at the keyboard.
No, if I fucking talk for a minute, I'll count. 10 seconds, right. Go.
Whatever. So if you put the distance calculations into horizontal drop, you'll find that the center of his frame of view of his telescope is exactly where it should be on an Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Thank you. Thanks, Sol.
All right.
8 seconds.
Well, I just wanted some closing statement that I want to make here real quick. Okay, so not ever once did you ever answer any question. You answered. It's my turn now.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. You use the wrong terminology. You want to confuse concentric arcs with parallel lines. You think that because something is straight means that it's level. That's not the definition of level at all, although level is straight. Okay. You kept talking about the datum line was irrelevant, but still had to have a datum line for the other information that you were trying to use in that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that information. Height to what? You always something has to have a datum line. You are gaslighting, and I think the worst part of it is that you're gaslighting yourself. You could not give a proper definition for the term level at all. The idea that level is a tangent point is just the most ridiculous thing in the world. That would mean that level is different in every single little millimeter as you travel along on one scale or another. So I found that you just came here today, wasted everybody's time. You wasted everybody's time. You gaslit everyone. And I think the worst part is that you, although all you did was bitch and whine that people were talking over you, while you were talking over people the entire time. No one on this panel was able to get out a sentence full before you started jumping in like some kind of a meth head.
Yeah, why are you laughing? It's the truth, man.
It's the truth.
Go back and
Sugar's jealous, man.
That Andrew's 8 inches drop, 8 inches per mile square drop that he was trying to infer there. I didn't get a chance to add this in. That would be a drop from level, Andrew. Remember the thing you didn't define?
Yeah, no, I agree. Drop from
horizontal. Two-dimensional. Horizontal.
Drop from horizontal.
Brian, the point being, Andrew's behaviour it's not a good quality, mate. I know there was the embarrassed laugh, and I understand why you've behaved in such a unsociable way, yeah, because it was to override that you didn't have a point. So I understand the embarrassed laugh you just gave as, and in any kind of social environment, that was the correct response. One of the first you've given tonight, yeah. But that was because your behaviour is shocking, yeah. Was none of us know anything here, dude. Okay, but we have the humility to at least be able to define words. Something that over like the prolonged period, I don't know what your clock's saying now, 2 hours plus, yeah. You've demonstrated that to be able to move forwards but stay on the ball, you're not prepared to even define the word level as you know it from reality. Because in doing so, it ruins every point that you've made bullet points on to present to us. Yeah, and that's the disappointing thing. And with that, why is it disappointing? Because it begs the question, why are you here? So PJ, Flatzoid, Michael, yeah, Sovereign, Brian, yeah, we're all here because we do have the humility that we don't know what the fucking hell is going off around us. Okay, we sit in awe of the Creator, yeah, and we don't pretend to have this great understanding, and we share with each other in truth the knowledge. So I hope you can understand why I've been so frustrated this evening when a gentleman that pretends to be genuine comes and we spend the best part of 2 hours discussing the word level. Okay, why are you, and this is my question to you, yeah, because I think Sovereign's summary was perfect, but my question, why are you here? I know why PJ's here, I know why we don't know how, but we'll share the truths we know and try and work it out. But you're not here for that. You're clearly not here to share honesty and the best of your knowledge. You're here to look at your embarrassed shake there. That tells everybody on camera. Tells everybody a lot. Look at you, keep going. Yeah, that's that's close to a mental breakdown. What you just showed there, dude.
Yeah.
Not good. Okay, and it validates. Yeah. You keep shaking, boy.
That's a further indication of it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Do you realize
Fantastic.
that
This
indication
is
of
wonderful.
mental instability? That's mental instability, dude.
Not
To
a
any
problem,
normal
guys.
person who comes across this and sees your behaviour, Andrew, you're going to have met another flat earther, mate. Don't you worry
Well,
about
if
it.
any normal person sees this, and they'll see that no one's letting me do anything, they're going off in other directions.
Can I make my final statement then?
Andrew,
Oh,
I've not got to my question yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, this is supposed to be final statements. It's going to be another hour.
Oh, it was to give you another opportunity. Yeah, which was, and this is the point of the question. So genuinely, look, we're all misguided. We all don't know necessarily what we're doing. We all have beliefs and we'll stand by them. But after tonight, will you be coming back? And what will be your viewpoint? Do you genuinely believe that you've presented to us that the Earth's a ball? Or
I didn't get a chance.
no, and right. And within
I
your
didn't get a chance because you kept
consideration-
talking about level.
I hadn't finished, but within those considerations, and when you come back to us, will you consider the term level and have it as something clearly defined in your own mind, which is something you've demonstrated you haven't got this evening, so that we can proceed as gentlemen who speak to each other with integrity, whatever our opinions, and the gentlemen's here tonight don't agree. Me and Brian, best example, yeah? But whenever we discuss things, we speak with integrity. And if one of us puts to the other, Ad, what do you mean by the word level? Before I can go on to talk to the man as a man, yeah, he'll define to me as a genuine person what he means by the term level. Something that you have sadly demonstrated to everybody you were not prepared to do. That, sir, is an indictment. Not something that should put you off coming back, but something that you should mitigate for in how you deal with us in the future. Because I'd like to speak to you, but as a gentleman, not as a shyster. I'm done.
Well said, well said. Mine will be short and sweet, and I'll just say that what Vicky said on WhatsApp, she just voice clipped me. She said that Andrew must have two assholes because you guys ripped him a new one. And the definition of level, and level is level, just simple as that. No point higher or lower than the other. It's simple. That's all you needed to say. Done.
I agreed that that's the definition, GJ.
That's all you needed to say. I said
I agreed with
definition.
it. I
and the
said that
meaning of
multiple
level.
times. I said that multiple times. Adam kept going on about it.
Adam, could I ask Adam a question? Adam, if I proved to somebody's telescope was 3 or 4 meters higher than it actually was, or that person claimed it to be, would I then need to appeal to the height of a roof of a pub?
The trouble with that question, Brian, is if I presumed I was on a flat Earth, then I would need no further information. However, if I was on a ball Earth, then the height above the datum, as has been described, would be relevant, but I would also need to consider the distance between the 2 points on the datum and the R value applied to the datum.
All right, I just want one quick thing. Adam, I brought up maps, and Adam complained about maps and talks about datums and heights and levels and things like that. Well,
That's
the thing
got
is,
her.
and Brian,
I know
and
you
Brian
couldn't respond to that.
Hang on, just give me a second. And
Did
Brian
you even
complained about using
did you
Brian-
even
Brian-
Andrew, just as a
And
point.
Brian complained
Did you-
about me using
Andrew,
Ross's Earth
Andrew,
curve calculator, but yet
Andrew,
Tinfoil Hat
Andrew,
Man used maps and...
Andrew. This is how rude you are, you see. Somebody makes a really pertinent point that a lot of the intelligent people in the room understood. Did you understand the sarcasm I just put to you? Or
I understand
did
that you're being a hypocrite.
Or did you, as you've demonstrated all evening, have no regard to what anybody had just said before you, and you're just
All
going
right.
to say the
Here's
shit.
here's
you
here's
like,
here's here
and
is
you're
you
about
being a
to
hypocrite.
demonstrate the latter, aren't you?
Go
Go
on.
ahead, sir.
Here is you being a hypocrite, and Brian as well.
There you
You
go.
can-
There you go. You see?
Just
Point-
come on.
point
Give me a
proven.
second.
Yeah.
Give me a second,
Yeah.
Adam. Just shut your mouth for a second.
No offense to what I said.
No,
Could have called
no,
you a bellend.
you-
It wouldn't
I
have
brought
mattered.
him out.
Heard it, would you? Double
brought him-
bellend.
I brought up
bellend.
him.
Chips. No, not going in. Not even hearing it. Because all we want to say is this next point that's on your spreadsheet that you and your baller mates have arranged to come onto Flatzoid's channel and have to try and present. And what's frustrated you this evening as a ball end retard is we've not allowed you to get past the word of level. I can hear it. Yeah, you've got so many bits on your spreadsheet, haven't you, that you and your bally mates that are going to present. Yeah, in your straw man dichotomies.
You done, Adam?
But because you can't get past and be honest enough to define the word level, you've not been able to present them, have you, Andrew? Frustrating.
But he's not obsessed,
I
Adam.
know. Your balls must be blue.
Yeah, but he's not obsessed, Adam. He's not obsessed. So.
Oh no.
So it wouldn't bother him, you know.
No,
Right,
because
so
he'll come back again and respawn.
That opening statement didn't show he was obsessed at all. No.
So I'm just going to show you
Yeah,
how
I'm
you.
going to give my closing statement because I want to go sleep. It's like getting now to half past.
Give me one minute. 1 minute.
No,
that's
no,
all
I
it'll be
know.
done.
No, it's
1
my
minute.
time to say closing
1
statements.
minute. 1 minute.
My closing statements now. Thank
Give
you
me
very
1
much.
minute, Flatzoid.
I mean,
Give me 1
thank you
minute.
everybody else. And I've paused, muted him because I also want to say something. Because I've been keeping quiet for closing statements for the last half an hour.
Absolutely.
So, anyway, I appreciate you coming on, Andrew. Sorry that it had to turn out this way because if you were honest, it wouldn't have turned out this way. That's the simple fact. Yeah, everybody that came, thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. Do hit the likes, share the show. And what did we learn tonight? Oh, yeah, the Earth's flat.
Yes.
That's my closing statement.
Well said.
So, yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we get, well, tonight, I mean. Going to have Vara part 2. So it's going to be exciting going through the Bible stuff again. And yeah, Andrew, we can set up another time if you want to sometime. Hopefully next time you will be honest.
Well,
But anyway,
hopefully next time you'll let me present some stuff. And the one thing
you
that I
did present.
mention-
You presented. You don't know what level it is.
Yeah, you didn't let me get anywhere. The one thing
And
I'd
he's
love to
talking
present
again
another-
after while I'm
No,
saying
just-
good night
just-
and bye bye.
no,
And
just give me a hint.
you
Just
see,
give me
and
a
this is
second.
why we say the guy doesn't understand big people talking. When someone
So if I thought
talks,
you
don't
invited
over
me to
talk
come back
them
on
like
again.
a little child.
So
Okay,
I'd love to
let's
show
try
you
this.
how that you can use the lights in the
Let's
sky to
try
measure
this
the
again.
shape
Let's
of the
try
Earth.
this
I think
again.
that'd be
Okay.
fantastic.
While I'm
All right,
talking.
thank you, Flatzoid. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Andrew. Okay. Yes, sir, bro. Brian, you want to say something quickly before I close off?
I will before Brian kicks.
Sorry.
Cheers, Flatzoid, is what I'd say. I you stated it yourself. I appreciate the latitude this evening. Been frustrating, yeah. And I'm not that much of a dick normally, but genuinely, there comes a point when talking to a normal person, I wouldn't behave like that. Talking to a baller that wants to misrepresent a particular term, and you know what they're trying to do, this is what we have to do to them. As painful as it all has been for the past 2 hours for us all, but you know there's a phrase they want to misrepresent. Don't let them. Don't let them. Keep them where they are and humiliate them for what they are. They're so entrenched in their own fundamental religious beliefs that they will cry to you that they're going, oh, not letting me get past the point that I'm not able to make because I'm not able to define a simple word, because my definition of the simple word defies reality, everybody's reality, because it's too entrenched in a ball. And that's the only good thing out of tonight. And the only reason you spend time like this is to demonstrate that there are people like Andrew that are so entrenched in their own religious beliefs that they'll argue with reasonable people, grown-ups, grown-ups and behave in a very childish manner and behave in a very disrespectful manner to everybody they're engaging with, and to the point of not even recognizing what's being said to them, to try and get over the fact that they are unable to define the word level. Thanks, Flax.
Sure.
No, I don't mind me, Flatzoid. It doesn't matter what I was going to say. Thanks for having me on.
It was great having you guys on. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Yeah, I'll see you guys all tonight. Thank you. And I think, and I do hope the best for you, Andrew, and I do hope you do come right, man, because this cognitive dissonance is holding you back, mate.